Warum abends um 9 die großen Glocken läuten. Eine Sage aus Franken. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Warum abends um 9 Uhr die großen Glocken läuten. Eine Sage aus Franken. Am Marktplatz in Nürnberg standen eine Reihe von schönen Häusern, in denen die reichsten und vornehmsten Nürnberger Familien, die Patrizier, wohnten. In einem solchen Haus war es schöner als im Kaiserpalast. Da waren die besten Möbel, die feinste Wäsche, die herrlichsten Kleinodien. So reich waren die Nürnberger Patrizier. Die besten Speisen kamen auf ihren Tisch. Damals gab es noch keinen Zucker in Deutschland, drum mussten die Herren Honig nehmen, wenn sie ihre Speisen süßen wollten. Der Honig aber wurde draußen im Reichswald von fleißigen Zeidlern, so hieß man damals die Bienenzüchter, in hohlen Bäumen gewonnen. Zu jener Zeit hatte man noch keine Bienenstöcke. Der Reichswald war in damaliger Zeit noch viel größer und viel dichter als heute. Es gab nur wenige Wege darin, und wer sich einmal verirrt hatte, fand nur schwer heraus. Besonders, weil viele Sümpfe immer wieder den Weg versperren. Viel Wild, auch viele Wölfe, gab es in den alten Zeiten. Als einmal eine Patrizierfamilie am Frühstückstisch saß, sagte der Hausherr ärgerlich: »Der Honig ist auch schon wieder zu Ende. Es wird wieder lange dauern, bis unser Zeidler neuen Honig aus dem Wald hereinbringt.« Der junge Sohn des Herrn sagte: »Da kann ja ich hinausgehen und ein Töpflein Honig holen.« Der Herr war zufrieden, und wirklich machte sich der Bursche auf und wanderte den bekannten Weg hinaus zu dem Zeidlergütlein, das seinem Vater gehörte. Noch am Vormittag kam er draußen an, aß dort ein wenig und machte dann von dort aus einen Spaziergang in den Wald, weil gerade ein so schöner Frühlingstag war. Die Salweiden blühten, die Vögel sangen überall. Ein warmer Wind mit kräftigen Düften zog durch den Wald. Der junge Bursch ließ seinen Mantel auf dem Zeidlergütlein. Er wollte ihn nach dem Spaziergang zum Heimweg in die Stadt wieder abholen. Fröhlich wanderte er in den Wald hinein. Er freute sich an dem grünen Gras, das die Bächlein entlang schon mächtig herauswuchs. Die Sonne schien warm auf eine Lichtung. Dort setzte er sich nieder, und, weil er von seinem weiten Weg müde geworden war, schlief er dort ein. Als er aufwachte, war die Sonne schon im Untergehen, es war kühl. Er sprang erschrocken auf und wollte rasch zurücklaufen, aber bald merkte er, dass er den Weg verloren hatte. Es wurde rasch dunkel. Die Dornen zerrissen ihm seine Kleider und seine Haut. Er musste immer wieder durchs Dickicht schlüpfen. Es wurde finsterer und finsterer. Großen Sümpfen musste er ausweichen. Schließlich blieb er stehen und horchte. Aber alles blieb stumm. Kein Hundebellen, kein Hähnekrähen, kein Rufen von Menschen konnte er hören, nur das Rauschen des Windes in den Zweigen und das Knacken von alten Ästen, und war da nicht das Bellen eines Wolfes? Zu Hause war man in großer Sorge. Als der Junge am späten Nachmittag noch immer nicht nach Hause gekommen war, hatte man einen Boten nachgeschickt. Der brachte nach Einbruch der Dunkelheit die Nachricht von dem Zeidlergut, dass der junge Herr einen Spaziergang in den Wald gemacht habe. Wie es nun immer dunkler wurde, dachte der Vater mit Schrecken daran, dass erst vor wenigen Wochen bei einer Wolfsjagd 20 Wölfe erlegt worden waren. Der angesehene Patrizier ging zu den Geistlichen von St. Sebald und St. Lorenz und bat in seiner Angst um seinen Sohn, dass die Herren die großen Glocken läuten ließen. Vielleicht, so dachte er, wird mein Sohn da draußen im Wald die Richtung finden, wenn er die Glocken hört. Weil der Vater so herzlich bat und weil er ein so angesehener Mann war, ließen die Herren alle Viertelstunden abwechselnd bei St. Sebald und dann wieder bei St. Lorenz die großen Glocken läuten. Und wirklich, der Bursch im Wald hörte das Läuten. Er ging der Richtung nach und kam so nach Gleishammer. Dort war weit draußen vor den Mauern der Nürnberger Stadt ein Schlösschen, das einem anderen Patrizier gehörte. Dort wurde der Junge gut aufgenommen. Man gab ihm einen Mantel und ließ einen Wagen anspannen, damit er ohne weitere Gefahr nach Hause komme. Als der Sohn glücklich wieder bei Vater und Mutter angekommen war, da war die Freude groß, und der Vater gelobte in seinem Glück, dass er so viel Geld für die Kirchen von St. Sebald und St. Lorenz stiften wolle, als nötig sei, um jeden Abend um 9 Uhr die Glocken läuten zu lassen. Mancher Wanderer im Reichswald hat seitdem die Glocken gehört und dadurch den Weg in die Stadt gefunden. Ende von Warum abends um 9 Uhr die großen Glocken läuten. Eine Sage aus Franken. Gelesen von Availle im Juni 2014.
Nine Sonnets written at Oxford, Christmas 1895, by Louise Imogen Guiney. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. The Towpath. Furrow to furrow, oar to oar succeeds, each length away more bright, more exquisite. The sister shells that hither-thither flit strew the long stream, like dropping maple seeds. A comrade on the marge now lags, now leads, who with short calls his pace doth intermit. An angry Pan afoot, but if he sit, auspicious Pan among the river reeds. West of the glowing hayricks, tawny black, where waters by their warm escarpments run, two lovers, slowly crossed from Kennington, print in the early dew a married track, and drain the aromaed eve, and spend the sun, ere in laborious health the crews come back. 2. The Old Dial of Corpus. Warden of hours and ages, here I dwell, who saw young Keble pass, with sighing shook for good unborn, and towards a willow nook pole, princely in the senate and the cell, and doubting the near boom of Osney bell, turning on me that sweetly subtle look, Erasmus, in his breast an Attic book. Peacemakers all, their dreams to ashes fell. Naught steadfast may I image nor attain, save steadfast labour. Futile must I grope after my God, like him inconstant bright. But sun and shade shall unto you remain alternately a vision and a hope, men, spirits, of Emmanuel your light. 3. Ad antiquarium quidam. My gentle Aubrey, who in everything hadst of thy city's youth so lovely lust, yet never lineal to her towers august thy spirit could fix, or perfectly upbring, sleep, sleep. I ope, not unremembering thy comely manuscript, and interthrust find delicate hueless leaves more sad than dust, 3 centuries unkissed of any spring. Filling a homesick page beneath a lime, thy mood beheld, as mine thy debtors now, the endless terraces of ended time, vague in green twilight. Goodly was release into that past where these poor leaves and thou do freshen in the air of eldest peace. 4. On the pre-Reformation churches about Oxford. Imperial Iffley, Cumnor bowered in green, and Templar Sandford in the boatman's call, and sweet-belled Appleton, and Marcham Wall that doth upon adoring ivies lean, meek Binsey, Dorchester, where streams convene, bidding on graves her solemn shadow fall, clear Cassington that soars perpetual, Holton and Hampton, and ye towers between. If one of all in your sad courts that come, beloved and disparted, be your own, kin to the souls ye had, while time endures, known to each disinherited dumb stone, home in the quarries of old Christendom, ah, mark him, he will lay his cheek to yours. 5. On the same, continued. Is this the end? Is this the pilgrim's day for dread, for dereliction, and for tears? Rather from grass and air and many spheres in prophecy his spirit sinks away, and under English eaves more still than they, far off, incoming, wonderful, he hears the long arrested, the believing years carry the sea wall. Shall he, sighing, say, farewell to faith, for she is dead at best who had such beauty? Or, with kisses lain for witness on her darkened doors, go by with a new psalm? O banished light so nigh! Of them was I who bore thee and who blessed. Even here remember me when thou shalt reign. 6. A December Walk. Whithersoever cold and fair ye flow, calm tides of moonlit midnight, bear my mind. Past pillared gates with leafy frost entwined, and Merton in his stern tiara's glow, and groves in bridal gossamers below St. Mary's armoured spire, and whence aligned in altered eminence for dawn to find, sleep the droll Caesars hooded with the snow. White sacraments of weather, shine on me, and sift my footfall, and my fancy sift, lest either blemish an ensainted ground spread so with childhood. Here this hour, outbound, on recollected wing all angels drift across new spheres of immortality. 7. Rooks in New College Garden. Through rosy cloud and over thorny towers, their wings with darkling autumn distance filled, from Isis' valley border 100-hilled, the rooks are crowding home as evening lowers. Not for men only and their musing hours, by battled walls did gracious Wickham build these dewy spaces, early sown and stilled, these dearest inland melancholy bowers. Blest birds! A book held open on the knee below is all they know of Adam's blight. With surer art the while, and simpler rite, they followed truth in some monastic tree, where breathe against their docile breasts by night the scholar's star, the star of sanctity. 8. A Last View. Where down the glen across the shallow ford stretches the open isle from scene to scene, by halted horses silently we lean, gazing enchanted from our steeper sward. How yon low loving skies of April hoard 100 pinnacles, and how, with sheen of spike and ball her languid clouds between, grey Oxford grandly rises riverward. Sweet on those dim long dedicated walls, silver as rain the frugal sunshine falls. Slowly sad eyes resign them, bound afar. Dear beauty, dear tradition, fare you well, and powers that aye aglow in you impel our quickening spirits from the slime we are. 9. Retrieval. Stars in the bosom of thy triple tide, June air and ivy on thy gracile stone, O glory of the West, as thou wert sown, be perfect, O miraculous, abide! And still for greatness floating from thy side, eternal alchemist, upraise, enthrone some presence of salvation, later blown from that same seed of fire which never died. Nor faith shall lack her solace to behold, staunch to the morrow's hostile evil verge, new points of light subdue disclosing spaces, and round a beacon spirit, stable, old, in radiant, broad, tumultuary surge for ever the young voices, the young faces. End of 9 sonnets written at Oxford, Christmas 1895, by Louise Imogen Guiney. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Chapter 1 of Baltimore and the 19th of April, 1861, by George William Brown. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. Introduction. The first blood shed in the war, the supposed plot to assassinate the incoming president, the midnight ride to Washington. I have often been solicited by persons of widely opposite political opinions to write an account of the events which occurred in Baltimore on the 19th of April, 1861, about which much that is exaggerated and sensational has been circulated. But, for different reasons, I have delayed complying with the request until this time. These events were not isolated facts, but were the natural results of causes which had roots deep in the past, and they were followed by serious and important consequences. The narrative, to be complete, must give some account of both cause and consequence, and to do this briefly and with a proper regard to historical proportion is no easy task. Moreover, it is not pleasant to disturb the ashes of a great conflagration, which, although they have grown cold on the surface, cover embers still capable of emitting both smoke and heat, and especially is it not pleasant when the disturber of the ashes was himself an actor in the scenes which he is asked to describe. But more than 25 years have passed, and with them have passed away most of the generation then living, and, as one of the rapidly diminishing survivors, I am admonished by the lengthening shadows that anything I may have to say should be said speedily. The nation has learned many lessons of wisdom from its civil war, and not the least among them is that every truthful contribution to its annals or to its teachings is not without some value. I have accordingly undertaken the task, but not without reluctance, because it necessarily revives recollections of the most trying and painful experiences of my life, experiences which for a long time I have not unwillingly permitted to fade in the dim distance. There was another 19th of April, that of Lexington in 1775, which has become memorable in history for a battle between the Minutemen of Massachusetts and a column of British troops, in which the first blood was shed in the War of Revolution. It was the heroic beginning of that contest. The fight which occurred in the streets of Baltimore on the 19th of April, 1861, between the 6th Regiment of Massachusetts Volunteers and a mob of citizens, was also memorable, because then was shed the first blood in a conflict between the North and the South. Then a step was taken which made compromise or retreat almost impossible. Then passions on both sides were aroused which could not be controlled. In each case, the outbreak was an explosion of conflicting forces long suppressed, but certain, sooner or later, to occur. Here the coincidence ends. The Minutemen of Massachusetts were so called because they were prepared to rise on a minute's notice. They had anticipated and had prepared for the strife. The attack by the mob in Baltimore was a sudden uprising of popular fury. The events themselves were magnified as the tidings flashed over the whole country, and the consequences were immediate. The North became wild with astonishment and rage, and the South rose to fever heat from the conviction that Maryland was about to fall into line as the advance guard of the Southern Confederacy. In February 1861, when Mr. Lincoln was on his way to Washington to prepare for his inauguration as President of the United States, an unfortunate incident occurred which had a sinister influence on the state of Maryland, and especially on the city of Baltimore. Some superserviceable persons, carried away, honestly no doubt, by their own frightened imaginations, and perhaps in part stimulated by the temptation of getting up a sensation of the first class, succeeded in persuading Mr. Lincoln that a formidable conspiracy existed to assassinate him on his way through Maryland. It was announced publicly that he was to come from Philadelphia, not by the usual route through Wilmington, but by a circuitous journey through Harrisburg, and thence by the Northern Central Railroad to Baltimore. Misled by the statement, I, as mayor of the city, accompanied by the police commissioners and supported by a strong force of police, was at the Calvert Street station on Saturday morning, February 23rd, at 11:30 o'clock, the appointed time of arrival, ready to receive with due respect the incoming president. An open carriage was in waiting, in which I was to have the honor of escorting Mr. Lincoln through the city to the Washington station, and of sharing in any danger which he might encounter. It is hardly necessary to say that I apprehended none. When the train came, it appeared, to my great astonishment, that Mrs. Lincoln and her 3 sons had arrived safely and without hindrance or molestation of any kind, but that Mr. Lincoln could not be found. It was then announced that he had passed through the city incognito in the night train by the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore Railroad, and had reached Washington in safety at the usual hour in the morning. For this signal deliverance from an imaginary peril, those who devised the ingenious plan of escape were of course devoutly thankful, and they accordingly took to themselves no little amount of credit for its success. If Mr. Lincoln had arrived in Baltimore at the time expected, and had spoken a few words to the people who had gathered to hear him, expressing the kind feelings which were in his heart with the simple eloquence of which he was so great a master, he could not have failed to make a very different impression from that which was produced not only by the want of confidence and respect manifested towards the city of Baltimore by the plan pursued, but still more by the manner in which it was carried out. On such an occasion as this, even trifles are of importance, and this incident was not a trifle. The emotional part of human nature is its strongest side and soonest leads to action. It was so with the people of Baltimore. Fearful accounts of the conspiracy flew all over the country, creating a hostile feeling against the city, from which it soon afterwards suffered. A single specimen of the news thus spread will suffice. A dispatch from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, to the New York Times, dated February 23rd, 8 a.m., says, "Abraham Lincoln, the President-elect of the United States, is safe in the capital of the nation." Then, after describing the dreadful nature of the conspiracy, it adds, "The list of the names of the conspirators presented a most astonishing array of persons high in Southern confidence, and some whose fame is not confined to this country alone." Of course, the list of names was never furnished, and all the men in Buckram vanished in air. This is all the notice which this matter would require, except for the extraordinary narrative contributed by Mr. Samuel M. Felton, at that time president of the Philadelphia, Wilmington, and Baltimore Railroad Company, to the volume entitled A History of Massachusetts in the Civil War. published in 1868. Early in 1861, Mr. Felton had made, as he supposed, a remarkable discovery of a deep-laid conspiracy to capture Washington and break up the government. Soon afterwards, Miss Dix, the philanthropist, opportunely came to his office on a Saturday afternoon, stating that she had an important communication to make to him personally, and then, with closed doors and for more than an hour, she poured into his ears a thrilling tale to which he attentively listened. The sum of all was, I quote the language of Mr. Felton, that there was then an extensive and organized conspiracy throughout the South to seize upon Washington, with its archives and records, and then declare the Southern conspirators de facto the government of the United States. The whole was to be a coup d'etat. At the same time, they were to cut off all modes of communication between Washington and the North, East or West, and thus prevent the transportation of troops to wrest the capital from the hands of the insurgents. Mr. Lincoln's inauguration was thus to be prevented, or his life was to fall a sacrifice to the attempt at inauguration. In fact, troops were then drilling on the line of our own road, and the Washington and Annapolis line and other lines. It was clear that the knowledge of a treasonable conspiracy of such vast proportions, which had already begun its operations, ought not to be confined solely to the keeping of Mr. Felton and Miss Dix. Mr. N.P. Trist, an officer of the road, was accordingly admitted into the secret, and was dispatched in haste to Washington, to lay all the facts before General Scott, the commander-in-chief. The general, however, would give no assurances except that he would do all he could to bring sufficient troops to Washington to make it secure. Matters stood in this unsatisfactory condition for some time, until a new rumor reached the ears of Mr. Felton. A gentleman from Baltimore, he says, came out to Back River Bridge, about 5 miles east of the city, and told the bridge keeper that he had information which had come to his knowledge of vital importance to the road, which he wished communicated to Mr. Felton. The nature of this communication was that a party was then organized in Baltimore to burn the bridges in case Mr. Lincoln came over the road, or in case an attempt was made to carry troops for the defense of Washington. The party at that time had combustible materials prepared to pour over the bridges, and were to disguise themselves as Negroes and be at the bridge just before the train in which Mr. Lincoln traveled had arrived. The bridge was then to be burned, the train attacked, and Mr. Lincoln to be put out of the way. The man appeared several times, always, it seems, to the bridge keeper, and he always communicated new information about the conspirators, but he would never give his name nor place of abode, and both still remain a mystery. Mr. Felton himself then went to Washington, where he succeeded in obtaining from a prominent gentleman from Baltimore, whom he there saw, the judicious advice to apply to Marshal Kane, the chief of police in Baltimore, with the assurance that he was a perfectly reliable person. Marshal Kane was accordingly seen, but he scouted the idea that there was any such thing on foot as a conspiracy to burn the bridges and cut off Washington, and said he had thoroughly investigated the whole matter, and there was not the slightest foundation for such rumors. Mr. Felton was not satisfied, but he would have nothing more to do with Marshal Kane. He next sent for a celebrated detective in the West, whose name is not given, and through this chief and his subordinates, every nook and corner of the road and its vicinity was explored. They reported that they had joined the societies of the conspirators in Baltimore and got into their secrets, and that the secret working of secession and treason was laid bare, with all its midnight plottings and daily consultations. The conspiracy being thus proved to Mr. Felton's satisfaction, he at once organized and armed a force of 200 men and scattered them along the line of the railroad between Susquehanna and Baltimore, principally at the bridges. But, strange to say, all that was accomplished by this formidable body was an enormous job of whitewashing. The narrative proceeds. These men were drilled secretly and regularly by drill masters and were apparently employed in whitewashing the bridges, patting on some 6 or 7 coats of whitewash saturated with salt and alum to make the outside of the bridges as nearly fireproof as possible. This whitewashing, so extensive in its application, became, continues Mr. Felton, the 9 days' wonder of the neighbourhood. And well it might. After the lapse of 25 years, the wonder over this feat of strategy can hardly yet have ceased in that rural and peaceful neighbourhood. But, unfortunately for Mr. Felton's peace of mind, the programme of Mr. Lincoln's journey was suddenly changed. He had selected a different route. He had decided to go to Harrisburg from Philadelphia, and thence by day to Baltimore, over another and a rival road, known as the Northern Central. Then the chief detective discovered that the attention of the conspirators was suddenly turned to the Northern Central road. The mysterious unknown gentleman from Baltimore appeared again on the scene and confirmed this statement. He gave warning that Mr. Lincoln was to be waylaid and his life sacrificed on that road, on which no whitewash had been used, and where there were no armed men to protect him. Mr. Felton hurried to Philadelphia, and there, in a hotel, joined his chief detective, who was registered under a feigned name. Mr. Lincoln, cheered by a dense crowd, was, at that moment, passing through the streets of Philadelphia. A sub-detective was sent to bring Mr. Judd, Mr. Lincoln's intimate friend, to the hotel to hold a consultation. Mr. Judd was in the procession with Mr. Lincoln, but the emergency admitted no delay. The eagerness of the sub-detective was so great that he was 3 times arrested and carried out of the crowd by the police before he could reach Mr. Judd. The 4th attempt succeeded, and Mr. Judd was at last brought to the hotel, where he met both Mr. Felton and the chief detective. The narrative then proceeds in the words of Mr. Felton. We lost no time in making known to him, Mr. Judd, all the facts which had come to our knowledge in reference to the conspiracy, and I most earnestly advised sleeping car. Mr. Judd fully entered into the plan and said he would urge Mr. Lincoln to adopt it. On his communicating with Mr. Lincoln after the services of the evening were over, he answered that he had engaged to go to Harrisburg and speak the next day, and that he would not break his engagement, even in the face of such peril, but that after he had fulfilled his engagement he would follow such advice as we might give him in reference to his journey to Washington. Mr. Lincoln accordingly went to Harrisburg the next day and made an address. After that the arrangements for the journey were shrouded in the profoundest mystery. It was given out that he was to go to Governor Curtin's house for the night, but he was instead conducted to a point about 2 miles out of Harrisburg, where an extra car and engine waited to take him to Philadelphia. The telegraph lines east, west, north, and south from Harrisburg were cut, so that no message as to his movements could be sent off in any direction. But all this caused a detention, and the night train from Philadelphia to Baltimore had to be held back until the arrival of Mr. Lincoln at the former place. If, however, the delay proved to be considerable, when Mr. Lincoln reached Baltimore, the connecting train to Washington might leave without him. But Mr. Felton was equal to the occasion. He devised a plan which was communicated to only 3 or 4 on the road. A messenger was sent to Baltimore by an early train to say to the officials of the Washington road that a very important package must be delivered in Washington early in the morning, and to request them to wait for the night train from Philadelphia. To give color to this statement, a package of old railroad reports, done up with great care, and with a large seal attached, marked by Mr. Felton's own hand, very important, was sent in the train which carried Mr. Lincoln on his famous night ride from Philadelphia through Maryland and Baltimore to the city of Washington. The only remarkable incident of the journey was the mysterious behavior of the few officials who were entrusted with the portentous secret. I do not know how others may be affected by this narrative, But I confess even now to a feeling of indignation that Mr. Lincoln, who was no coward, but proved himself on many an occasion to be a brave man, was thus prevented from carrying out his original intention of journeying to Baltimore in the light of day, in company with his wife and children, relying as he always did on the honor and manhood of the American people. It is true we have, to our sorrow, learned by the manner of his death, as well as by the fate of still another president, that no one occupying so high a place can be absolutely safe, even in this country, from the danger of assassination. But it is still true that, as a rule, the best way to meet such danger is boldly to defy it. Mr. C. C. Felton, son of Mr. Samuel M. Felton, in an article entitled The Baltimore Plot, published in December 1885 in the Harvard Monthly, has attempted to revive this absurd story. He repeats the account of whitewashing the bridges and of the astonishment created among the good people of the neighborhood. He has faith in the unknown Baltimorean who visited the bridge keeper but would never give his name, and in the spies employed, who, he tells us, were the well-known detective Pinkerton and 8 assistants. And he leaves his readers to infer that Mr. Lincoln's life was saved by the extraordinary vigilance which had been exercised and the ingenious plan which had been devised by his worthy father. But, alas! The earth hath bubbles as the water has, and this was of them. Colonel Lamon, a close friend of President Lincoln, and the only person who accompanied him on his night ride to Washington, has written his biography, a very careful and conscientious work, which unfortunately was left unfinished, and he, of course, had the strongest reasons for carefully examining the subject. After a full examination of all the documents, Colonel Lamon pronounces the conspiracy to be a mere fiction, and adds in confirmation the mature opinion of Mr. Lincoln himself. Colonel Lamon says, Mr. Lincoln soon learned to regret the midnight ride. His friends reproached him, his enemies taunted him. He was convinced that he had committed a grave mistake in yielding to the solicitations of a professional spy and of friends too easily alarmed. He saw that he had fled from a danger purely imaginary, and felt the shame and mortification natural to a brave man under such circumstances. But he was not disposed to take all the responsibility to himself, and frequently upbraided the writer for having aided and assisted him to demean himself at the very moment in all his life when his behavior should have exhibited the utmost dignity and composure. As Colonel Lamon's biography, a work of absorbing interest, is now out of print, and as his account of the ride and of the results of the investigation of the conspiracy is too long to be inserted here, it is added in an appendix. The account above given has its appropriateness here for the midnight ride through Baltimore, and the charge that its citizens were plotting the president's assassination helped to feed the flame of excitement which, in the stirring events of that time, was already burning too high all over the land, and especially in a border city with divided sympathies. End of chapter 1 of Baltimore and the 19th of April, 1861, by George William Brown. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
The Prince with the Nine Sorrows by Lawrence Hausman. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 8 white peahens went down to the gate. Wait, they said, little sister, wait. They covered her up with feathers so fine, and none went out when there went back 9. A long time ago there lived a king and a queen who had an only son. As soon as he was born his mother gave him to the forester's wife to be nursed, for she herself had to wear her crown all day and had no time for nursing. The forester's wife had just given birth to a little daughter of her own, but she loved both children equally, and nursed them together like twins. One night the queen had a dream that made the half of her hair turn gray. She dreamt that she saw the prince, her son, at the age of 20, lying dead with a wound over the place of his heart, and near him his foster sister was standing, with a royal crown on her head, and his heart bleeding between her hands. The next morning the queen sent in great haste for the family fairy, and told her of the dream. The fairy said, " This can have but one meaning, and it is an evil one. There is some danger that threatens your son's life in his 20th year, and his foster sister is to be the cause of it. Also it seems she is to make herself queen. But leave her to me, and I will avert the evil chance, for the dream coming beforehand shows that the fates mean that he should be saved." The queen said, " Do anything, only do not destroy the forester's wife's child, for, as yet at least, she has done no wrong. Let her only be carried away to a safe place, and made secure and treated well. I will not have my son's happiness grow out of another one's grave." The fairy said, " Nothing is so safe as a grave when the fates are about. Still, I think I can make everything quite safe within reason, and leave you a clean as well as a quiet conscience." The little prince and the forester's daughter grew up together till they were a year old. Then one day, when their nurse came to look for them, the prince was found, but his foster sister was lost. And though the search for her was long, she was never seen again, nor could any trace of her be found. The baby prince pined, and was so sorrowful over the loss that they feared for a time that he was going to die. But his foster mother, in spite of her grief over her own child's disappearance, nursed him so well and loved him so much that after a while he recovered his strength. Then the forester's wife gave birth to another daughter, as if to console herself for the loss of the first. But the same night that the child was born, the queen had just the same dream over again. She dreamed that she saw her son lying dead at the age of 20, and there was a wound in his breast, and the forester's daughter was standing by with his heart in her hand and a royal crown upon her head. The poor queen's head had gone quite white when she sent again for the family fairy and told her how the dream had repeated itself. The fairy gave her the same advice as before, quieting her fears, and assuring her that however persistent the fates might be in threatening the prince's life, all in the end should be well. Before another year was past, the second of the forester's daughters had disappeared, and the prince and his foster mother cried themselves ill over a loss that had been so cruelly renewed. The queen, seeing how great were the sorrow and the love that the prince bore his foster sisters, began to doubt in her heart and say, " What have I done? Have I saved my son's life by taking away his heart?" Now every year the same thing took place, the forester's wife giving birth to a daughter, and the queen on the same night having the same fearful dream of the fate that threatened her son in his 20th year, and afterwards the family fairy would come, and then one day the forester's wife's child would disappear and be heard of no more. And at last, when 9 daughters in all had been born to the forester's wife, and lost to her when they were but a year old, the queen fell very ill. Every day she grew weaker and weaker, and the little prince came and sat by her, holding her hand and looking at her with a sorrowful face. At last one night, it was just a year after the last of the forester's children had disappeared, she woke suddenly, stretching out her arms and crying, " O fairy," she cried, " the dream, the dream!" And covering her face with her hands, she died. The little prince was now more than 10 years old, and the very saddest of mortals. He said that there were 9 sorrows hidden in his heart, of which he could not get rid, and that at night, when all the birds went home to roost, He heard cries of lamentation and pain, but whether those came from very far away or out of his own heart he could not tell. Yet he grew slenderly and well, and had such grace and tenderness in his nature that all who saw him loved him. His foster mother, when he spoke to her of his 9 sorrows, tried to comfort him, calling him her own 9 joys, and indeed he was all the joy left in life for her. When the prince neared his 20th year, the king, his father, felt that he himself was becoming old and weary of life. " I shall not live much longer," he thought. " Very soon my son will be left alone in the world. It is right, therefore, now that he should know the danger ahead that threatens his life." For till then the prince had not known anything. All had been kept a secret between the queen and the king and the family fairy. The old king knew of the prince's 9 sorrows, and often he tried to believe that they came by chance and had nothing to do with the secret that sat at the root of his son's life. But now he feared more and more to tell the prince the story of those 9 dreams, lest the knowledge should, indeed, serve but as the crowning point of his sorrows, and altogether break his heart for him. Yet there was so much danger in leaving the thing untold, that at last he summoned the prince to his bedside, meaning to tell him all. The king had worn himself so ill with anxiety and grief in thinking over the matter, that now to tell all was the only means of saving his life. The prince came and knelt down, and leaned his head on his father's pillow, and the king whispered into his ear the story of the dreams, and how for his sake all the prince's foster sisters had been spirited away. Before his tale was done he could no longer bear to look into his son's face, but closed his eyes, and with long silences between spoke as one who prayed. When he had ended he lay quite still, and the prince kissed his closed eyelids and went softly out of the room. " Now I know," he said to himself, " now at last." And he came through the wood and knocked at his foster mother's door. " Other mother," he said to her, " give me a kiss for each of my sisters, for now I am going out into the world to find them, to be rid of the sorrows in my heart." " They can never be found," she cried, but she kissed him 9 times. And this, she said, was Monica, and this was Ponica, and this was Veronica, and so she went over every name. But now they are only names, she wept as she let him go. He went along, and he went along, mile after mile. " Where may you be going to, fair sir ?" asked an old peasant, at whose cabin the prince sought shelter when night came to the first day of his wanderings. " Truly," answered the prince, " I do not know how far or whither I need to go, but I have a finger post in my heart that keeps pointing me." So that night he stayed there, and the next day he went on. "Where to so fast?" asked a woodcutter, when the second night found him in the thickest and loneliest parts of the forest. " Here the night is so dark, and the way so dangerous, one like you should not go alone." " Nay, I know nothing," said the prince, " only I feel like a weathercock in a wind, that keeps turning me to its will." After many days he came to a small long valley rich in woods and watercourses, but no road ran through it. More and more it seemed like the world's end, a place unknown or forgotten of its old inhabitants. Just at the end of the valley, where the woods opened into clear slopes and hollows towards the west, he saw before him, low and overgrown, the walls of a little tumble-down grange. " There," he said to himself when he saw it, " I can find shelter for to-night. Never have I felt so tired before, or such a pain at my heart." Before long he came to a little gate and a winding path that led in among lawns and trees to the door of an old house. The house seemed as if it had been once lived in, but there was no sign of any life about it now. He pushed open the door, and suddenly there was a sharp rustling of feathers, and 9 white peahens rose up from the ground and flew out of the window into the garden. The prince searched the whole house over, and found it a mere ruin. The only signs of life to be seen were the white feathers that lifted and blew about over the floors. Outside, the garden was gathering itself together in the dusk, and the peahens were stepping daintily about the lawns, picking here and there between the blades of grass. They seemed to suit the gentle sadness of the place, which had an air of grief that has grown at ease with itself. The prince went out into the garden, and walked about among the quietly stepping birds, but they took no heed of him. They came picking up their food between his very feet, as though he were not there. Silence held all the air, and in the cleft of the valley the day drooped to its end. Just before it grew dark, the 9 white peahens gathered together at the foot of a great elm, and lifting up their throats they wailed in chorus. Their lamentable cry touched the prince's heart. Where, he asked himself, have I heard such sorrow before? Then all with one accord the birds sprang, rustling up to the lowest boughs of the elm, and settled themselves to roost. The prince went back to the house to find some corner amid its half-ruined rooms to sleep in. But there the air was close, and an unpleasant smell of moisture came from the floor and walls. So the night being warm, he returned to the garden, and folding himself in his cloak, lay down under the tree where the 9 peahens were at roost. For a long time he tried to sleep, but could not, there was so much pain and sorrow in his heart. Presently, when it was close upon midnight, over his head one of the birds stirred, and ruffled through all its feathers, and he heard a soft voice say, "Sisters, are you awake?" All the other peahens lifted their heads, and turned towards the one that had spoken, saying, "Yes, sister, we are awake." Then the first one said again, "Our brother is here." They all said, "He is our enemy. It is for him that we endure this sorrow." "Tonight," said the first, "we may all be free." They answered, "Yes, we may all be free. Who will go down and peck out his heart? Then we shall be free." And the first who had spoken said, "I will go down." "Do not fail, sister," said the others, "for if you fail you can speak to us no more." The first peahen answered, "Do not fear that I fail." And she began stepping down the long boughs of the elm. The prince, lying below, heard all that was said. "Ah, poor sisters," he thought, "have I found you at last? And are all these sorrows brought upon you for me?" And he unloosed his doublet, and opened his vest, making his breast bare for the peahen to come and peck out his heart. He lay quite still with his eyes shut, and as she reached the ground, the peahen found him lying there, as it seemed to her, fast asleep, with his white breast bare for the stroke of her beak. Then so fair he looked to her, and so gentle in his youth, that she had pity on him, and stood weeping by his side, and laying her head against his, she whispered, "O brother, once we lay as babes together, and were nursed at the same breast. How can I peck out your heart?" Then she stole softly back into the tree, and crouched down again by her companions. Then they said to her, "Our minute of midnight is nearly gone. Is there blood on your beak? Have you our brother's heart for us?" But the other answered never a word. In the morning the peahens came rustling down out of the elm, and went searching for fat carnation buds and anemone seed among the flower beds in the garden. To the prince they showed no sign either of hatred or fear, but went to and fro carelessly, pecking at the ground about his feet. Only one came with drooping head and wings, and sleeked itself to his caress, and the prince, stooping down, whispered in her ear, "O sister, why did you not peck out my heart?" At night, as before, the peahens all cried in chorus as they went up into the elm, And the prince came and wrapped himself in his cloak, and lay down at the foot of it to watch. At midnight the 8 peahens lifted their heads, and said, " Sister, why did you fail last night?" But their sister gave them not a word. " Alas," they said, " now she has failed. Unless one of us succeed, we shall never hear her speak with her human voice again. Why is it that you weep so?" they said again, " now when deliverance is so near?" For the poor peahen was shaken with weeping, and her tears fell down in loud drops upon the ground. Then the next sister said, " I will go down. He is asleep. Be certain I will not fail." So she climbed softly down the tree, and the prince opened his shirt and laid his breast bare for her to come and take out his heart. Presently she stood by his side, and when she saw him she too had pity on him for the youth and kindness of his face. And once she shut her eyes and lifted her head for the stroke, but then weakness seized her, and she laid her head softly upon his heart and said, " Once the breast that gave me milk gave milk also to you. You were my sister's brother, and she spared you. How can I peck out your heart?" And having said this, she went softly back into the tree and crouched down again among her sisters. They said to her, " Have you blood upon your beak? Is his heart ours?" But she answered them no word. The next day the 2 sisters, who because their hearts betrayed them had become mute, followed the prince wherever he went, and stretched up their heads to his caress. But the others went and came indifferently, careless except for food, for until midnight their human hearts were asleep. Only now the 2 sisters who had given their voices away had regained their human hearts perpetually. That night the same thing happened as before. " Sisters," said the youngest, " tonight I will go down, since the 2 eldest of us have failed. My wrong is fresher in my heart than theirs. Be sure I shall not fail." So the youngest peahen came down from the tree, and the prince laid his heart bare for her beak. But the bird could not find the will to peck it out. And so it was the next night, and the next, until 8 nights were gone. So at last only one peahen was left. At midnight she raised her head, saying, " Sisters, are you awake?" They all turned and gazed at her weeping, but could say no word. Then she said, " You have all failed, having all tried but me. Now if I fail, we shall remain mute and captive forever, more undone by the loss of our last remaining gift of speech than we were at first. But I tell you, dear sisters, I will not fail, for the happiness of you all lies with me now." Then she went softly down the tree, and one by one they all went following her and weeping, to see what the end would be. They stood some way apart, watching with upturned heads, and their poor throats began catching back a wish to cry as the little peahen, the last of the sisters, came and stood by the prince. Then she, too, looked in his face, and saw the white breast made bare for her beak, and the love of him went deep down into her heart. And she tried and tried to shut her eyes and deal the stroke, but could not. She trembled and sighed, and turned to look at her sisters, where they all stood weeping silently together. " They have spared him," she said to herself. " Why should not I?" But the prince, seeing that she too was about to fail like the rest of them, turned and said, as if in his sleep, " Come, come, little peahen, and peck out my heart." At that she turned back again to him, and laid her head down upon his heart, and cried more sadly than them all. Then he said, " You have 8 sisters, and a mother who cries for her children to return." Yet still she thought he was dreaming, and speaking only in his sleep. The other peahens came no nearer, but stood weeping silently. She looked from him to them. "Oh," she cried, "I have a wicked heart to let one stand in the way of 9." Then she threw up her neck and cried lamentably with her peafowl's voice, wishing that the prince would wake up and see her, and so escape. And at that all the other peahens lifted up their heads and wailed with her. But the prince never turned, nor lifted a finger, nor uttered a sound. Then she drew a deep breath and closed her eyes fast. "Let my sisters go, but let me be as I am," she cried. And with that she stooped down and pecked out his heart. All her little sisters shrieked as their human shapes returned to them. "Oh, sister, oh, wicked little sister," they cried, "what have you done?" The little white peahen crouched close down to the side of the dead prince. "I loved him more than you all," she tried to say. But she only lifted her head and wailed again and again the peafowl's cry. The prince's heart lay beating at her feet, so glad to be rid of its 9 sorrows that mere joy made it live on, though all the rest of the body lay cold. The peahen lay down upon the prince's breast, and there wailed without ceasing. Then suddenly, piercing with her beak her own breast, she drew out her own living heart, and laid it in the place where his had been. And as she did so, the wound where she had pierced him closed and became healed, and her heart was, as it were, buried in the prince's breast. In her death agony she could feel it there, her own heart leaping within his breast for joy. The prince, who had seemed to be dead, flushed from head to foot as the warmth of life came back to him. With one deep breath he woke, and found the little white peahen lying as if dead between his arms. Then he laughed softly and rose, his goodness making him wise, and taking up his own still beating heart, he laid it into the place of hers. At the first beat of it within her breast, the peahen became transformed as all her sisters had been, and her own human form came back to her. And the pain and the wound in her breast grew healed together, so that she stood up, alive and well, in the prince's arms. "Dear heart," said he, "dear, dear heart," said she. But whether they were speaking of their own hearts or of each other's, who can tell? For which was which they themselves did not know. Then all round was so much embracing and happiness that it is out of reach for tongue or pen to describe. For truly the prince and his foster sisters loved each other well, and could put no bounds upon their present contentment. As for the prince and the one who had plucked out his heart, of no two was the saying ever more truly told, that they had lost their hearts to each other. Nor was ever love in the world known before that carried with it such harmony as theirs. And so it all came about, according to the queen's dream, that the forester's daughter wore the royal crown upon her head, and held the prince's heart in her hand. Long before he died, the old king was made happy, because the dream he had so much feared had become true. And the forester's wife was happy before she died. And as for the prince and his wife and his foster sisters, they were all rather happy, and none of them is dead yet. End of The Prince with the 9 Sorrows, by Lawrence Hausman, read by Mary in Arkansas.
The 9-Hour Law, by Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 9-Hour Law, from The Outlook, March 14, 1908. A large number of railway accidents, culminating in the Baltimore and Ohio horror near Washington a year ago, naturally called public attention to the necessity for new laws to promote the safety of employees and travelers on railways by limiting the hours of service of employees thereon. If anything could add to the ghastliness of a railway accident, it is to be told that it might have been avoided if the operator or train dispatcher had not been asleep or otherwise incapacitated because he had been compelled to work overtime, and therefore transmitted a wrong order or no order at all. Hence Congress enacted a law to apply to interstate railways, providing that it shall be unlawful for them, first, to require any employee to be on duty longer than 16 consecutive hours; second, that whenever he shall have been on duty for this period, he shall be relieved, and not required again to go on duty until he has had at least 10 consecutive hours off duty; third, that no employee who has been on duty for a number of stretches amounting in the aggregate to 16 hours in any 24-hour period, shall be required to continue or again to go on duty without having had at least 8 consecutive hours off duty; finally, that no operator, train dispatcher, or other employee who, by the use of the telegraph or telephone, receives, reports, or delivers orders affecting train movements, shall be required to remain on duty longer than 9 hours in any 24-hour period, in any stations continuously operated night and day, or longer than 13 hours in all stations operated only during the daytime, except for 4 hours in case of emergency. The penalty for violation of this law is a fine of not over $500 for each instance. The law has been accepted by the public generally as humane, timely, just, and reasonable. The main criticisms have come from railways operating through long stretches of unoccupied territory, where the telegraph operator may be the only person at his station, and where communities may be few and far between. While the new law may somewhat increase the expenditures of all railways, it will increase those of railway companies operating in the West and South very materially, and, as they claim, unreasonably. But public opinion will undoubtedly hold that this expense is essential, not only to the welfare of the railway workmen, but to the safety of the railway passengers. End of The 9-Hour Law. Read by Maria Kasper.
Apolo e as Nove Musas Descantando, by Luís Vaz de Camões. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Apolo e as Nove Musas descantando, com a dourada lira me influíam na suave harmonia que faziam quando tomei a pena, começando. Ditoso seja o dia e hora quando tão delicados olhos me feriam, ditosos os sentidos que sentiam estar-se em seu desejo traspassando. Assim cantava quando o amor virou a roda à esperança, que corria tão ligeira que quase era invisível. Converteu-se-me em noite o claro dia, e se alguma esperança me ficou, será de maior mal, se for possível. End of Apolo e as Nove Musas Descantando, by Luís Vaz de Camões.
The Bazaar of the Nine Allies. From the Outlook, June 21st, 1916. By Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bazaar of the Nine Allies. For many who could not afford a trip to Europe, a visit to the Allied Bazaar in New York City has proved a not unsatisfactory substitute. Indeed, some tourists who do Europe in the quick, personally conducted way probably come away with less knowledge of the countries they have visited than they might gain from a careful study of the exhibits of the bazaar. As a matter of fact, a hurried inspection of these exhibits leaves you with much the same confused impressions that you might have after a quick globe-trotter's dash through Europe, and there is enough in the bazaar to deserve several days' study. The three broad floors of the great grand central palace, where the bazaar has been held, have glittered with the colours and echoed with the songs of the 9 nations who are fighting the 4. In one corner one might hear a dark-eyed damsel humming a tune of languorous Naples. In another, a metropolitan prima donna might be singing the Marseillaise, while in a third, by closing the eyes and exercising the imagination, one might hear the bells booming in the tower of Ivan Veliki and smell the damp softness of Moscow snow. The bazaar was organized for the relief of the war sufferers in the Allied countries by the National Allied Relief Committee, the War Relief Clearing House for France and her allies, and the Commission for Relief in Belgium. 4,634 concerns and individuals contributed to the bazaar in money, merchandise, or service. The promoters of the bazaar, who opened it on June 3rd, planned to close it on June 14th, but the exhibition proved so popular that it was extended a week. In the many booths were on sale most of the distinctive products of the Allied nations, from Irish and Servian laces to Russian kvass, the temperance drink that is largely taking the place of vodka. The prices of all these articles were reasonable, but with an average daily attendance of about 50,000, the managers of the undertaking raised a sum for the wounded, sick, and poor of the Allied nations far beyond their expectations. The managing organizations were fortunate in having the particular recognition of the French government in the shape of a remarkable exhibit of war relics and war pictures sent over expressly for the bazaar. There were the official moving pictures of the great Battle of Verdun, captured German aeroplanes and cannon, and a frequently repeated official demonstration of the famous 75, the deadly field piece of the French army. Perhaps the single exhibit that drew most eyes, however, was the bent and blackened motor of an aeroplane, all that is left of the flying machine in which the daring Pégoud, idol of all France, was tumbled from the sky. France still worships his memory, and every day at the bazaar fresh flowers were placed on this grim, twisted souvenir of war. End of The Bazaar of the 9 Allies, from The Outlook, June 21st, 1916, by Anonymous. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
The 9 Parts of Speech, by John Neal. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 3 little words we often see: an article, a, an, and the. A noun's the name of anything, as school or garden, hoop or swing. Adjectives tell the kind of noun, as great, small, pretty, white or brown. Instead of nouns, the pronouns stand: John's head, his face, my arm, your hand. Verbs tell of something being done: to read, write, count, sing, jump or run. How things are done the adverbs tell, as slowly, quickly, ill or well. a preposition stands before a noun, as in or through a door. Conjunctions join the nouns together, as men and children, wind or weather. The interjection shows surprise, as "Oh, how pretty!" "Ah, how wise!" End of the 9 Parts of Speech by John Neal. Read by Martin Geeson.
Act 9 of Number 9, A Drama in 9 Acts, by S. R. Wheeler. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 9, Scene 1. The Courtroom. Sitting within the bar is James Balfour, calmly examining his papers. He looks up among the assembled jurors, witnesses, and idlers, and beckons Paul Benedict, his client, to his side. Within the bar also sits Robert Belcher and his counsel, Mr. Cavendish. Mr. Balfour gathers his papers before him, and rises to make the opening for the prosecution. Balfour. May it please the court, and gentlemen of the jury, I have to present to you a case, either issue of which it is not pleasant for me to contemplate. Either my client or the defendant will go out of this court at the conclusion of this case a blackened man, and as I have a warm friendship for one of them, and bear no malice to the other, I am free to confess that while I seek for justice, I shrink from the results of its vindication. Interrupted by Cavendish. I beg the gentleman to spare his hypothetical sentiment. It is superfluous, so far as my client is concerned, and offensive. Balfour, calmly. I take no pleasure in making myself offensive to the defendant and his counsel, but if I am interrupted again, I shall be compelled to call things by their right names. I see other trials at the conclusion of this action. There is something more than money involved in the issue of this action, and I repeat that either my client or the defendant will go out of this court wrecked in character, blasted in reputation, utterly ruined. The terms of the bill and the answer determine this result. The plaintiff in this case brings an action for damages in the sum of $500,000 for the infringements of various patent rights. I shall prove to you that these patents were issued to him as the first and only inventor, that he has never assigned them to any one, that they have been used by the defendant for from 7 to 10 years to his great profit, that he is using them still without a license, and without rendering a just consideration for them. I shall prove to you that the plaintiff was driven to insanity by the perplexities he suffered through the persecutions of the defendant, and that even after he became insane, the defendant tried to secure the execution of the assignment which he had sought in vain during the sanity of the patentee. The answer to the complaint alleges the disappearance and death of Benedict, declaring the plaintiff to be an impostor, averring the assignment of all the patents in question to the defendant, and denies the profits. First, therefore, I offer in evidence certified copies of the patents in question. The documents are examined by Mr. Cavendish and the court. Paul Benedict is then called as the first witness. He takes the stand. Balfour. What is your name? Witness. Paul Benedict. Where were you born? In the city of New York. Are you the inventor of the machines, implements, and processes named in the documents from the Patent Office? Handing him the papers. Benedict reads them. Benedict. I am, sir. Balfour. Are you the only owner of these patent rights? I am, sir. What is your profession? I was trained for a mechanical engineer. What has been your principal employment? Invention. When you left New York, where did you go? To Seven Oaks. How many years ago was that? 11 or 12, I suppose. Now I want you to tell the court in a plain brief way the history of your life in Seven Oaks, giving in sufficient detail an account of all your dealings with the defendant in this case, so that we may understand how your inventions came into Mr. Belcher's hands, and why you have never derived any benefit from them." Benedict hesitates. Cavendish notices it, and is on his feet in an instant. Cavendish. "May it please the court, there is a question of identity that comes up at this point, and I beg the privilege of asking it here." The judge looks at Mr. Balfour. Balfour. "Certainly." Cavendish. "I would like to ask the witness whether he is the Paul Benedict who left the city about the time at which he testifies that he went away, in consequence of his connection with a band of counterfeiters. Did you, sir, invent their machinery, or did you not?" Benedict, his face all aflame. "I did not." Cavendish gives a significant glance at his client, whose face blooms a brutal smile, and then sits down. Balfour, very composedly. "Is that all?" Cavendish, sneeringly. "All for the present." Balfour. "May it please the court, I hope I may be permitted to say that the tactics of the defendant are worthy of his cause." Turns to Mr. Benedict. "I trust the witness will not be disturbed by the insult that has been gratuitously offered him, and will tell the history that I have asked him to tell." Benedict. "When I first went to Seven Oaks, I was very poor, as I have been ever since. I visited Mr. Belcher's mill, and saw the chance for improvements in his machines and processes, and informed him of the advantage my inventions would be to him. He furnished me with money for my work, and to pay for the patent rights, and gave me a verbal promise that I should share in the profits that might accrue from their use. He kept me at work until he had secured everything he wished for. In the meantime, I suffered from the lack of necessities of life, and was fed continually on promises. He declared that the patents were nearly useless to him, and demanded, as a consideration for the money he had advanced me, the assignments of all my patents to him. My little boy was born during these troubles, and on account of the privation she suffered my wife never saw a well day again. She died at last, and in the midst of my deepest troubles Mr. Belcher pursued me with his demands for the assignment of my patents. He still held me to him by the bestowal of small sums, which necessity compelled me to accept. He always had a remarkable power over me, and I felt that he would lead me to destruction. I saw nothing but starvation before me and my child, and went down into a horror of great darkness." A cold shiver runs over him. Balfour. "What then?" Benedict. "I hardly know. For years I was insane. I went to the hospital, and was there supported by Mr. Belcher. He even followed me there, and endeavored to get my signature to an assignment, but was positively forbidden by the superintendent of the asylum. Then, after being pronounced incurable, I was sent back to the Seven Oaks almshouse, where, for a considerable time, my boy was kept, and from that horrible place I escaped. I remember it all as a long dream of torture. My cure came in the woods at No. 9, where I have ever since lived, and where twice I have been sought and found by paid emissaries of Mr. Belcher, who did not love him well enough to betray me. And, thanks to the ministry of the best friends God ever raised up to man, I am here to-day to claim my rights." "These rights, you say you have never assigned?" "Never." "Please tell me what you know about Mr. Belcher's profits on the use of these inventions." "I cannot tell much. I do not think he would have been so anxious to own them if they had not been largely profitable to him. By the cheapness with which he produced his manufactures, he became rapidly rich, because able to hold the market and force his competitors into bankruptcy." Balfour. "That is all, Mr. Benedict." Judge. "Does the counsel for the defendant wish to cross-examine the witness?" Cavendish. "May it please the court, the counsel for the defense regards the examination so far simply a farce. We do not admit that the witness is Paul Benedict at all, or rather the Paul Benedict named in the patents, certified copies of which are in evidence. This man has long been regarded as dead. He stands unrecognized by witnesses now in this room who knew Paul Benedict during all his residence in Seven Oaks. I cannot cross-examine the witness without recognizing his identity with the Paul Benedict named in the patents. There is nothing but a pretender in court, may it please your honor, and I decline to have anything to do with him." Judge. "It seems to the court, gentlemen, that this question of identity should be settled as an essential preliminary to further proceedings." Balfour. May it please your honor, I did not suppose it possible, after the plaintiff had actually appeared in court, and shown himself to the defendant, that this question of identity would be mooted or questioned. The defendant must know that I have witnesses here, that I would not appear here without competent witnesses, who will place his identity beyond question. It seems, however, that this case is to be fought inch by inch on every possible ground. As the first witness upon this point, I shall call James Fenton. Jim, on a distant seat. Just call me Jim. He advances to the stand with rampant alacrity, his hair standing straight in the air. Clerk. Hold up your right hand. Jim. Certain. Both of 'em, if you say so. Clerk. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give in this litigation in which Paul Benedict is plaintiff, and Robert Belcher defendant, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Jim. Thank ye. Balfour. James Fenton. Jim, interrupting. Just call me Jim. I ain't no prouder here nor I be at number 9. Very well, Jim. Tell us who you are. I'm Jim Fenton, as keeps a hotel at number 9. My father was an Englishman. My mother was a Scotsman. I was born in Ireland and raised in Canady, and I've lived in number 9 for more nor 12 year, huntin', trappin', and keepin' a hotel. I ain't never been edicated, but I can tell the truth when it is necessary, and I love my friends and hate my enemies. Cavendish. May it please the court, I beg to suggest to the plaintiff's counsel that the witness shall be required to give his religious views. Belcher laughs. Balfour. Certainly. What are your religious views, Jim? Jim. Well, I ain't got many, but I should be surprised if there wasn't a brimstone mine on the other side with a couple of picks in it for old Belcher and the man as helps him. The audience roars. Cavendish. That will do. The religious views of the witness are definite and satisfactory. Balfour. Jim, do you know Paul Benedict? Jim. Well, I do. I've known him ever since he come to Seven Oaks. How did you make his acquaintance? He used to come into the woods, fishin' and huntin'. Him and me was like brothers. He was the curious creature I ever seen, and I hope takes no offence in hearing me say so. You seen his tackle, Mr. Balfour, and that split bamboo of his, but the jedge ain't seen it. I wish I'd brung it along. Fond of fishing, Judge? Judge, smiling. The witness had better be confined to the matter in hand. Jim. And, Judge, no offence, but I like your looks, and if ye'd come to number 9, it's a little late now, I'll... Cavendish, jumping up fiercely. I object to this trifling. Balfour. Jim, the defendant's counsel objects to your trifling. He has a right to do so, particularly as he is responsible for starting it. Now, tell me whether the Paul Benedict you knew was the only man of the name who has lived in Seven Oaks since you have lived in number 9. He was the only one I ever heard on. He was the one as invented Belcher's machines, anyway. He's talked about 'em with me 1,000 times. Is he in the room? Mostly, with a bland smile. Give me a direct answer now. Yes, he's in this room, and he's sitting there by you, and he's been standing where I stand now. How do you know that this is the same man who used to visit you in the woods, and who invented Mr. Belcher's machines? Well, I don't mind telling on it, if it wouldn't be too trifling, with a comical wink at Cavendish. Go on and tell it. I knowed Benedict up to the time he lost his mind, and was packed off to the asylum, and I never seen him again till I saw him in the Seven Oaks poorhouse. I came across his little boy one night on the hill. He hadn't nothing on but rags, and he was as blue and hungry as a spring bear. The little fella touched my feelings, and I just sat down to comfort him. He telled me that his pa was at old Bufham's, as crazy as a loon. Well, I stayed to old Bufham's that night, and went into the poorhouse in the morning with the doctor. I seen Benedict thar, and knowed him. He was lying on straw, and he hadn't clothes enough on him to put in tea. And, says I, Mr. Benedict, give us your benediction. And says he, Jim! That floored me, and I just cried and sweared to myself. I made a little arrangement with him to take him to Abram's bosom. You see, he thought he was in hell, and it was a reasonable thing in him, too. I took him out of the poorhouse, and carried him to number 9, and cured him. He's lived there ever since, helped me build my hotel, and I come down with him to tend this court, and we brung this little boy along, too, and the little fellow's here, and knows him better nor I do. Balfour. And you declare, under oath, that the Paul Benedict whom you knew at Sevenoaks, and at number 9 before his insanity, the Paul Benedict who was in the poorhouse at Sevenoaks, and notoriously escaped from that institution, escaped by your help, has lived with you ever since, and has appeared here in court this morning. He's the same feller, and no mistake, if so be he ain't slipped his skin, and no triflin'. Did Mr. Belcher ever send into the woods to find him? Yes, but I choked 'em off. How did you choke them off? I tell 'em both I'd lick 'em if they ever blowed. They didn't want to blow any to speak on, but Michael Crln comes in with $100 of Belcher's money in his jacket, and helped me nuss my man for a week, and I got a happy David out of Sam Yates that he would keep mum. And there's the document. Takes the paper from his pocket. It is not necessary in the case. That is all, Jim. Cavendish, rising. You helped Mr. Benedict to escape, did you, Jim? I said so. Did you steal the key when you were there first? No, I borrowed it, and brung it back and left it in the door. Did you undo the fastenings of the outside door? Yes, and I did 'em up again. Did you break down the grated door? I remember about something squeaking and giving way, but it was pretty dark, and I couldn't see exactly what was going on. Oh, you couldn't. We have your confession, then, that you are a thief and a burglar, and that you couldn't see the man you took out. Well, now, Squire, that won't help ye any. Benedict is the man that got away, and I saved the town the board of 2 paupers and the cost of 2 pine coffins, and I sent old Buffum where he belonged, and nobody cried but his particular friend as sits next to ye. I beg the court's protection for my client against the insults of this witness. When a man calls Jim Fenton a thief and a bugler, he must take what comes on't. Ye may thank ye everlasting stars ye didn't say that to me in the street, for I should have licked ye. I'd have fastened that slippery old scalp of yours tighter nor a drumhead. One taste of the animal substance thar is in this conglomeration of bone and gristle would make ye a full meal without any condiments or sarce. Judge peremptorily. Witness, you forget where you are, sir. You must stop these remarks, or I will commit you for contempt of court. Judge, look here. I have no contempt for ye, Judge, but I have for a sneaking pettifogger. When a man is insulted by a lawyer in court, what can he do? I'm a reasonable man, but I can't take anybody's sarce. It does seem to me as if a lawyer as snubs a witness and calls him names wants dressing down, too. Give Jim Fenton a fair shake, and he's all right. Court, lawyers, jury, and audience are amused by Jim's irrepressible tongue. Cavendish. May it please the court, after the disgraceful confessions of the witness, and the revelations of his criminal character, it will not comport with my own self-respect to question him further. Jim, with a comical smile. Patent off, eh? Judge. Witness, be silent, and step down. No offence, Judge, I hope. Step down, sir. Balfour. Helen Dillingham. Mrs. Dillingham takes the stand. Judge, with a courteous bow and gesture. Mrs. Dillingham, will you have the kindness to remove your veil? The veil is quietly removed. Balfour. Mrs. Dillingham, where do you reside? Mrs. Dillingham. In this city, sir. Have you always lived here? Always. Do you know Paul Benedict? I do, sir. How long have you known him? From the time I was born until he left New York after his marriage. What is his relation to you? He is my brother, sir. This answer so confounds Belcher that he entirely loses his self-possession. His face grows red, his eyes are wild, and raising his clenched fist, he brings it down with a powerful blow upon the table before him, and exclaims, My God! The judge and all are astonished. Cavendish, rising. I beg the court to overlook my client's excitement, as he was evidently taken off his guard. Balfour. Paul Benedict is your brother, you say? He is, sir. What was his employment before he left New York? He was an inventor from his childhood, and received a careful education in accordance with his mechanical genius. Why did he leave New York? I am ashamed to say that he left in consequence of my own unkindness. What was the occasion of your unkindness? His marriage with one whom I did not regard as his own social equal, or mine. What was her name? Jane Kendrick. How did you learn that he was alive? Through his son, whom I invited into my house after he was brought to this city by yourself. Have you recently visited the cemetery at Sevenoaks? I have, sir. Did you see the grave of your sister-in-law? I did. Was there a headstone upon the grave? There was a humble one. What inscription did it bear? Jane Kendrick, wife of Paul Benedict. When and where did you see your brother first, after your separation? Early last summer, at a place called No. 9. Did you recognize him? I did, at once. Has anything occurred in the intercourse of the summer to make you suspect that the man whom you recognized as your brother was an impostor? Nothing. We have conversed with perfect familiarity on 1,000 events and circumstances of our early life. I know him to be my brother as well as I know my own name and my own identity. That is all. Cavendish. Mrs. Dillingham, you were glad to find your brother at last, were you not? Very glad, sir. Why? Because I was sorry for the misery which I had inflicted upon him, and to which I had exposed him. You were the victim of remorse, as I understand you. Yes, sir, I suppose so. Were you conscious that your conditions of mind unfitted you to discriminate? Were you not so anxious to find your brother in order to quiet your conscience, that you were easily imposed upon? No, sir, to both questions. Well, madam, such things have happened. Have you been in the habit of receiving Mr. Belcher at your house? I have. You have been in the habit of receiving gentlemen rather indiscriminately at your house, haven't you? Balfour. I object to that question. It carries a covert insult to the witness. Mrs. Dillingham bows to Mr. Balfour in acknowledgment of the courtesy, but answers the question. I have received you, sir, and Mr. Belcher. I may have been indiscriminate in my courtesies. A lady living alone cannot always tell, and is liable to be imposed upon. Did you know before you went to No. 9 that your brother was there? I did, and the last time but one at which Mr. Belcher called upon me, I informed him of the fact. That your brother was there? No, that Paul Benedict was there. How did you know he was there? His little boy wrote me from there, and told me so. Baffled. I have no more questions to ask. Mrs. Dillingham draws down her veil and walks to her seat. Balfour. Harry Benedict. Harry takes the stand. Harry, do you know what an oath is? Harry. Yes, sir. It is a solemn promise to tell the truth and act the truth. Do you always tell the truth? Yes, sir. Why? Because it would offend my pa and my heavenly Father if I told a lie. And I want to do right, too. Judge. The lad's answers are perfectly satisfactory. Balfour. Harry, were you ever in Mr. Belcher's house? Yes, sir. Tell us how it happened that you were there. Mr. Belcher stopped me in the street, and led me up the steps, and then upstairs into his room. What question did he ask you? He asked whether my father was alive. Did he offer you money if you would tell? Yes, sir. He offered me a great gold piece of money, and told me it was an eagle. Did you take it? No, sir. Did he threaten you? He tried to scare me, sir. Did he tell you that he should like to give your father some money? Yes, sir. And did you tell him that your father was alive? No, sir. I ran away. Harry could not restrain a laugh at the remembrance of the scene. Harry, is your father in this room? Looking at his father with a smile. Yes, sir. Now, Harry, I want you to pick him out from all these people. Be sure not to make any mistake. Mr. Belcher has been so anxious to find him that I presume he will be very much obliged to you for the information. Go and put your hand on him." Harry starts at a run, and dodging around the end of the bar, throws himself into his father's arms, puts his arms around his neck, and hugs him affectionately, bursting into a peal of boyish laughter. Judge: Does the counsel for the defense wish to cross-examine the witness? Cavendish, with a nod: I believe not. Harry goes to his seat at the side of Jim Fenton, who hugs him so that he almost screams. Jim, in a loud whisper to Harry: "You're a brick, little feller. That were a happy David and a Goliath into the bargain. You've knocked the Philistine this time higher nor a kite." Cavendish: "May it please the court, I have witnesses here ready to testify that they knew Paul Benedict during residence in Sevenoaks, but that the plaintiff in this case is an entire stranger to them. But I comprehend the disadvantage at which I stand, with only negative testimony at my command. I am convinced that my client is wrong, but I shall be compelled to accept the identity of the plaintiff. I will here recapitulate the points in the answer to the complaint. The first is, that Paul Benedict is dead or missing. This position, as I have said, we abandon. The second is the assignment to my client of all the patents in question, and the last is the denial of any profits accruing to my client from the use of said patents. The next question at issue is, whom does the title to these patents rest in? And I propose that we proceed at once to its trial. First, I wish to cross-examine the plaintiff." Paul Benedict again takes the stand. Cavendish: "Witness, you pretend to be the owner of the patents in question in this case, and the inventor of the machines, implements, and processes which they cover, do you?" Balfour, spitefully: "I object to the form of the question. It is an insult to the witness, and a reflection upon the learned counsel's own sincerity in accepting the identity of the plaintiff." Cavendish: "Very well. Since the plaintiff's counsel is so difficult to please. You are the owner of these patents, are you?" "I am, sir." "You have been insane, have you, sir?" "I suppose I have been, sir. I was very ill for a long time, and have no doubt that I suffered from mental alienation." "What is your memory of things that occurred immediately preceding your insanity?" "It is very much confused, sir." "Oh, it is? I thought so. Then you cannot swear to the events immediately preceding your attack?" "I am afraid I cannot, sir. At least, not in their order or detail." "No, I thought not." In a contemptuous manner and rasping voice: "I commend your prudence. Now, witness, if some of your neighbors should assure you that on the day previous to your attack you did a certain thing, which you do not remember to have done, what would you say?" "If they were credible people, and not unfriendly to me, I should be compelled to believe them." "Why, sir, you are an admirable witness. We are getting at the matter bravely. Did you ever know Nicholas Johnson and James Ramsay?" "Yes, sir." "Where did you see them last?" "In Mr. Belcher's library, at Sevenoaks." "On what occasion, or rather, at what time?" "I have sad reason to remember both the occasion and the date, sir. Mr. Belcher had determined to get my signatures to an assignment, and had got me to his house on another pretext entirely. I suppose he had summoned these men as witnesses." "Where are these men now?" "Unhappily, they are both dead." "Yes, unhappily for my client. Was there anybody else in the room?" "I believe that Phipps, Mr. Belcher's man, was going and coming." "Why, your memory is excellent. Give us the date, if you please." "It was the 4th of May, 1860. "How confused you must have been." "These are things that were burnt into my memory. There were other occurrences that day, of which I have been informed, but of which I have no recollection." "Ah, there are. Well, I shall have occasion to refresh your mind upon still another before I get through with you. Now, if I should show you an assignment, signed by yourself on the very day you have designated, and also signed by Johnson, Ramsay, and Phipps, as witnesses, what should you say to it? Balfour. I object to the question. The counsel should show the document to the witness, and then ask his opinion of it. Judge. The opinion of the court coincides with the view of the counsel for the plaintiff. Cavendish. Very well, we shall get at that in good time. Now, witness, will you be kind enough to tell me how you remember that all this occurred on the 4th of May, 1860? It happened on the first anniversary of my wife's death. I went from her grave to Mr. Belcher's house. The day was associated with the saddest and most precious memories of my life. Cavendish, rubbing his white hands together. What an excellent memory! Are you familiar with the signatures of Nicholas Johnson and James Ramsay? I have seen them many times. Would you recognize them if I were to show them to you? I don't know, sir. Oh, your memory begins to fail now, does it? How is it that you cannot remember things with which you were familiar during a series of years when you were perfectly sane, and yet can remember things so well that happened when your mind was confused? Benedict's mind becomes confused again, and he begins to stammer. Cavendish rummages among his papers, and withdraws 2 letters, which he hands to the witness. Now, will the witness examine these letters, and tell us whether he recognizes the signatures as genuine? Benedict, after carefully examining the letters and their signatures. I think they are genuine autograph letters, both of them. Thank you. Now, please hand them back to me. Balfour. I have special reasons for requesting the court to impound these letters. They will be needed again in the case. Judge. The witness will hand the letters to the clerk. Cavendish is annoyed, but acquiesces gracefully. Cavendish. Witness, I hold in my hand a document, signed, sealed, and witnessed on the 4th day of May, 1860, by which Paul Benedict conveys to Robert Belcher his title to the patents, certified copies of which have been placed in evidence. I want you to examine carefully the signatures of yourself and those of Johnson and Ramsay. Happily, one of the witnesses to the assignment is still living, and is ready, not only to swear to his own signature, but to yours and those of the other witnesses. Cavendish hands Benedict the instrument. The inventor looks it hurriedly through, and then pauses at the signatures. After examining them long with naked eyes, he draws a glass from his pocket, and scrutinizes them with a curious, absorbed look, forgetful, apparently, where he is. Cavendish. Is the witness going to sleep? Balfour. Take all the time you want. At last Mr. Benedict looks up, his face full of pain. Benedict. I do not know what to say to this. Cavendish. Oh, you don't? I thought you wouldn't. Still, we would like to know your opinion of the instrument. I don't think you would like to know it, sir. What does the witness insinuate? No insinuations, sir. Judge quietly. Insinuations are apt to breed insinuations. The witness has manifested no disinclination to answer your direct questions. Very well. Is your signature at the foot of that assignment? It is not, sir. Cavendish with a sneer. Perhaps those are not the signatures of the witnesses? Balfour with an excited voice. 2 of them, I have no doubt, are forgeries. Cavendish laughs, sits down by Mr. Belcher, and they whisper a moment. Then both laugh together. Cavendish. That's all. Nodding to the witness. Balfour. May it please the court, we have got along so well with the question of identity that, with the leave of the defendant's counsel, I propose, in order to save the time of the court, that we push our inquiries directly into the validity of this assignment. This is the essential question, and the defendant has only to establish the validity of the instrument to bring the case to an end at once. This done, the suit will be abandoned. Cavendish. Certainly. I agree to the scheme with a single provision, on the behalf of the defendant, that he shall not be debarred from his pleading of denial of profits, in any event. Balfour. Agreed. Cavendish. Very well. I shall call Cornelius Phipps, the only surviving witness of the assignment. But Phipps does not appear, and a second call produces the same result. Nowhere in the house. and cannot be found, having mysteriously disappeared. After a short consultation with his client, Mr. Cavendish arises. Cavendish. May it please the court. The defendant in this case finds himself in a very embarrassing position. It was known yesterday that Cornelius Phipps, his only surviving witness of the assignment, was here, but he has mysteriously disappeared. Why and how he disappeared I cannot tell. All due diligence has been exercised to discover him, but without success. I make no charges of foul play. Knowing him as I do, and his faithfulness to my client, I cannot avoid the suspicion that he is by some means, and against his will, detained from appearing here. There are now but two men in court who saw the paper executed, namely, the plaintiff and the defendant. The former has declared with great effrontery that he never signed the document. I do not expect that in a struggle like this the testimony of my client will be accepted, and I will not ask it. He looks appealingly at the judge. Balfour. I appreciate the embarrassment of the defense, and am quite willing to do all I can to relieve it. His insinuations of foul dealing towards the witness Phipps are absurd, of course, and to save further trouble I am willing to receive as a witness, in place of Phipps, Mr. Belcher himself, and to pledge myself to abide by what he establishes. I can do no more than this, I am sure, and I now challenge him to take the stand. Judge, after watching the defendant and his counsel a few moments. It seems to the court that the defense cannot reasonably ask for anything more. Belcher hesitates, but takes the stand. Cavendish. Please relate what you know of the assignment of the patents here in question. Belcher. Some time previous to the date of the assignment of the patents, Mr. Benedict visited me at my mills in Sevenoaks, and introduced to my notice his inventions, expressing his belief that they would be great improvements to my machinery. I permitted him to make the necessary alterations, and I paid all expenses, and from time to time paid him money for which I received scarcely any benefit. I, at last, as a consideration for those expenses, requested of him an assignment of all his patents. This he reluctantly agreed to do, and on the 4th of May, 1860, the assignment was executed in my library at Sevenoaks, and signed by Paul Benedict as principal, and Nicholas Johnson, James Ramsay, and Cornelius Phipps as witnesses. Cavendish. And you solemnly swear that the signatures to this assignment are all genuine and written in your presence? I do, sir. That is all. Balfour. Well, Mr. Belcher, you have told us a very straight story. But there are a few little matters which I would like to have explained. Why, for instance, was your assignment placed on record only a few months ago? Because I was not a lawyer, sir, and was not aware that it was necessary, until so informed by Mr. Cavendish. Was Mr. Benedict's insanity considered hopeless from the first? No. We were quite hopeful that we should bring him out of it. He had lucid intervals then? Yes, sir. Was that the reason why, the next day after the alleged assignment, you wrote him a letter urging him to make the assignment, and offering him a royalty for the use of his patents? I never wrote any such letter, sir. I never sent him any such letter, sir. You sent him to the asylum, did you? I cooperated with others, sir, and paid the bills. Did you ever visit the asylum when he was there? I did, sir. Did you apply to the superintendent for liberty to secure his signature to a paper? I do not remember that I did. It would have been an unnatural thing for me to do. If I did, it was a paper on a subordinate affair. It was some years ago, and the details of the visit did not impress themselves upon my memory. How did you obtain the letters of Nicholas Johnson and James Ramsay? I ask this because they are not addressed to you. I procured them of Sam Yates, in anticipation of the trial now in progress here. The witnesses were dead, and I thought they would help me in establishing the genuineness of their signatures. What reason had you to anticipate this trial? Well, sir, I am accustomed to providing for all contingencies. This is the way I was made, sir. It seemed to me quite probable that Benedict, if living, would forget what he had done before his insanity, and that if he were dead some friend of his boy would engage in a suit in his behalf. I procured the autographs after I saw his boy in your hands, sir. So you had not seen these particular signatures at the time when the alleged assignment was made? No, sir, I had not seen them. And you simply procured them to use as a defence in a suit which seemed probable, or possible, and which now indeed is in progress of trial. That is about as clear a statement of the facts as I can make, sir. I suppose, Mr. Belcher, that it seems very strange to you that the plaintiff should have forgotten his signature. Not at all, sir. On the contrary, I regard it as the most natural thing in the world. I should suppose that a man who has lost his mind once would naturally lose his memory of many things. That certainly seems reasonable. But how is it that he does not recognize it, even if he does not remember the writing of it? I don't know. A man's signature changes with changing habits, I suppose. You don't suppose that any genuine signature of yours could pass under your eye undetected, do you? No, sir, I don't. I'll be frank with you. Well, now, I'm going to test you. Perhaps other men, who have always been sane, do sometimes forget their own signatures. Mr. Balfour withdraws from his papers a note. Mr. Belcher sees it in the distance, and thinks it is the note he had written to Mr. Balfour before the beginning of the suit. Balfour folds the letter so that the signature would show independently of the body of the letter, and then he steps to the witness, holding the letter in his hand. Will you please say whether this is a genuine signature or a forgery? That's my sign manual, sir. You are sure? I know it, sir. Very well. Handing the letter to the clerk to be marked. You are right. I have no doubt, and I believe this is all I want of you for the present. And now, may it please the court, I have some testimony to present in rebuttal of that of the defendant. I propose, practically, to finish up this case with it, and to show that the story to which you have listened is false in every particular. First, I wish to present the testimony of Dr. Charles Barhyte. Dr. Barhyte, a very pompous man, and wearing gold spectacles, advances to the witness stand. Balfour. What is your name? Charles Barhyte. What is your profession? I am a physician. You have an official position, I believe. Yes, sir. I have for 15 years been the superintendent of the State Asylum for the Insane. Do you recognize the plaintiff in this case as a former patient in the asylum? I do, sir. Was he ever visited by the defendant while in your care? He was, sir. Did the defendant endeavor to procure his signature to any document while he was in the asylum? He did, sir. Did he apply to you for permission to get his signature, and did he importunately urge you to give him this permission? He did, sir. Did you read this document? I did, sir. Do you remember what it was? Perfectly, in a general way. It was an assignment of a number of patent rights and sundry machines, implements, and processes. Handing the witness the assignment. Be kind enough to look that through, and tell us whether you ever saw it before. After reading the document through, this is the identical paper which Mr. Belcher showed me, or a very close copy of it. Several of the patents named here I remember distinctly, for I read the paper carefully with a professional purpose. I was curious to know what had been the mental habits of my patient. But you did not give the defendant liberty to procure the signature of the patentee? I did not. I refused to do so on the ground that he was not of sound mind, that he was not a responsible person. When was this? I have no record of the date, but it was after the 12th of May, 1860, the date of Mr. Benedict's admission to the asylum. That is all. Cavendish. Are you sure that Mr. Belcher asked permission to have Benedict put his signature to the assignment? As sure as I am that this insinuation is in bad taste, which is as sure as can be. That is all. Balfour. Samuel Yates will please take the stand. Samuel Yates comes forward. Mr. Yates, you are a member of our profession, I believe. I am, sir. Have you ever been in the service of the defendant in this case? Yes, sir. What have you done for him? I worked many months in the endeavor to ascertain whether Paul Benedict was living or dead. It isn't essential that we should go into that. As the defendant has testified that he procured the autograph letters which are in the possession of the court from you, I presume you will corroborate his testimony? He did procure them of me, sir. Did he inform you of the purpose to which he wished to put them? He did, sir. He said that he wished to verify some signatures. Were you ever employed in his library at Sevenoaks by his agent? Yes, sir. I wrote there for several weeks. May it please the court, I have a letter in my hand, the genuineness of whose signature has been recognized by the defendant, written by Robert Belcher to Paul Benedict, which, as it has a direct bearing upon the case, I beg the privilege of placing in evidence. It was written the next day after the alleged assignment, and came enclosed from Benedict's hands to mine. Mr. Belcher evidently recalls the letter, for he sits limp in his chair like a man stunned. Cavendish. I object to the letter referred to being admitted in evidence in this case, on the ground that it is irrelevant. Balfour. I insist that the letter has a direct bearing on this case for two reasons. One is that being dated the day after the date of the alleged assignment, the writer had no idea of any assignment having been made. The other reason is that the admission of the letter renders it possible to impeach the defendant, as he has acknowledged his signature to the letter, and yet denies that he ever wrote the letter. Judge, after an examination of the letter. I can see no reason why the letter should not be admitted as evidence. It may be read to the jury. Balfour reads it. Sevenoaks, May 5th, 1860. Dear Benedict, I am glad to know that you are better. Since you distrust my pledge that I will give you a reasonable share of the profits on the use of your patents, I will go to your house this afternoon, with witnesses, and have an independent paper prepared, to be signed by myself after the assignment is executed, which will give you a definite claim upon me for royalty. We will be there at 4 o'clock. Yours, Robert Belcher. Mr. Yates, have you ever seen this letter before? Yates takes the letter and looks it over. Yates. I have, sir. I found it in a drawer of the library table in Mr. Belcher's house in Sevenoaks. I delivered it unopened to the man to whom it was addressed, leaving him to decide the question as to whether it belonged to him or the writer. I had no idea of its contents at the time, but became acquainted with them afterwards, for I was present at the opening of the letter. That is all. Cavendish. So you stole this letter, did you? I found it while in Mr. Belcher's service, and took it personally to the man to whom it was addressed, as he apparently had the best right to it. I am quite willing to return it to the writer if it is decided that it belongs to him. I had no selfish end to serve in that affair. Here the judge interposes. The court finds this letter in the hands of the plaintiff, delivered by a man who at the time was in the employ of the defendant, and had the contents of the room in his keeping. The paper has a direct bearing in the case, and the court will not go back of the facts stated. Balfour. There is a little preliminary work to be done before I present another witness. I would ask the court to take a short recess. I wish to take photographic copies of the signature of the 2 autograph letters and of the 4 signatures of the assignment. Judge. The court accedes to the request of the counsel, and will grant a short recess to permit the preparations for the experiment he proposes to make. Here Mr. Cavendish approaches Mr. Balfour. Cavendish. I would like a private interview with you. Balfour. Certainly. They retire to a lobby. Scene 2. The lobby. Cavendish. You are not to take any advantage of this conversation. I wish to talk in confidence. Balfour. Very well. My client is in a devilish bad box. His principal witness has run away. His old friends all turn against him, and circumstantial evidence doesn't befriend him. I have advised him to stop this suit right here and make a compromise. No one wants to kill the general. He's a sharp man, but he is good-natured and a useful citizen. He can handle these patents better than Benedict can, and make money enough for both of them. What could Benedict do if he had the patents in his hands? He's a simpleton. He's a nobody. Any man capable of carrying out his business would cheat him out of his eye-teeth. Balfour. I am carrying on his business myself, just at this time, said seriously. That's all right, of course, but you know that you and I can settle this business better for these men than they can settle it for themselves. I'll be frank with you. I'm not one who regards Robert Belcher as a good-natured man and a useful citizen, and I, for one, to use your own phrase, want to kill him. He has preyed upon the public for 10 years, and I owe a duty not only to my client, but to society. I understand how good a bargain I could make with him at this point, but I will not bargain with him. He is an unmitigated scoundrel, and he will go out of this court to be arrested for crime, and I do not expect to drop him until I drop him into a penitentiary, where he can reflect upon his forgeries at leisure." "Then you refuse any sort of a compromise?" "My dear sir, do you suppose I can give a man a right to talk terms who is in my hands? Do you suppose I can compromise with crime? You know I can't." "Very well, let it go. I suppose I must go through with it. You understand that this conversation is confidential?" "I do. And you?" "Oh, certainly." Scene 3. The courtroom again. Mr. Belcher appears very despondent, and gives a helpless, hopeless sigh. Balfour. "Professor Albert Timms will please take the witness stand." Professor Timms appears. "What is your name, witness?" "Albert Timms, at your service." "What is your calling, sir?" "I have at present the charge of a department of the School of Mines. My specialities are chemistry and microscopy." "You are specially acquainted with these branches of natural science, then?" "I am, sir." "Have you been regarded as an expert in the detection of forgery?" "I have been called such in many cases of the kind, sir." "Then you have had a good deal of experience in such things, and the various tests by which such matters are determined?" "I have, sir." "Have you examined the assignment and the autograph letters which have been in your hands during the recess of the court?" "I have, sir." "Do you know either the plaintiff or the defendant in this case?" "I do not, sir. I never saw either of them until to day." "Has any one told you about the nature of the papers, so as to prejudice your mind in regard to any of them?" "No, sir. I have not exchanged a word with any one in regard to them." "What is your opinion of the two letters?" "That they are veritable autographs." "How do you judge this?" "From the harmony of the signatures with the text of the body of the letters, by the free and natural shaping and interflowing of the lines, and by a general impression of truthfulness which it is very difficult to communicate in words." "What do you think of the signatures to the assignment?" "I think they are counterfeits, but one." "Professor Timms, this is a serious matter. You should be very sure of the truth of a statement like this. You say you think they are counterfeits. Why?" "If the papers can be handed to me, I will show you what leads me to think so." The papers are handed to him, and placing the letters on the bar on which he has been leaning, he draws from his pocket a little rule, and lays it lengthwise along the signature of Nicholas Johnson. Having recorded the measurement, he next takes the corresponding name in the assignment. "I find the name of Nicholas Johnson of exactly the same length on the assignment that it occupies on the letter." "Is that a suspicious circumstance?" "It is. And moreover, there is not the slightest variation between the two signatures in the length of a letter. Indeed, to the naked eye, one signature is an exact counterpart of the other in every characteristic." "How do you determine, then, that it is anything but a genuine signature?" "The imitation is too nearly perfect." "How can that be?" "Well, no man writes his signature twice alike. There is not one chance in a million that he will do so, without definitely attempting to do so, and then he will be obliged to use certain appliances to guide him." "Now, will you apply the same test to the other signature?" Prof. Timms applies the same tests to the signatures of James Ramsay. "I find the second name as close a counterfeit as the first." "Both names of the assignment, then, are exact facsimiles of the names on the autograph letters?" "They are, indeed, sir, quite wonderful reproductions." "The work must have been done, then, by a very skilful man." Prof. Timms, shaking his head pitifully. "Oh, no, sir. None but bunglers ever undertake a job like this. Here, sir, are two forged signatures. If one genuine signature, standing alone, has one chance in a million of being exactly like any previous signature of the writer, two standing together have not one chance in 10,000,000 of being exact facsimiles of two others brought together by chance." "How were these facsimiles produced?" "They could only have been produced by tracing first with a pencil directly over the signature to be counterfeited." "Well, this seems very reasonable. But have you any further tests?" "Under the magnifying glass I see a marked difference between the signatures on the two papers, which is not apparent to the naked eye. The letters of the genuine autograph have smooth, unhesitating lines. Those of the counterfeits present certain minute irregularities that are inseparable from painstaking and slow execution. I have an experiment that will convince the court and the jury that I am right. Can you perform this experiment here and now? I can, sir, provided the court will permit me to establish the necessary conditions. I must darken the room, and make some slight arrangements on the stage, which will be very quickly done. Will you describe the nature of your experiment? Well, sir, I have had all the signatures photographed upon glass. These, by the aid of a solar microscope, will appear immensely enlarged, so that the peculiarities I have described may be detected by every eye in the house, with others that I have not alluded to. Judge: The experiment will be permitted, and the officers and janitors will give the professor all the assistance he needs. Gradually the room grows dark, and a strange silence and awe descend upon the crowd. A witness from 100 millions of miles away is to speak, and he never lies. May it please the court, I am ready for the experiment. Judge: The witness will proceed. There will soon appear upon the wall, above the heads of the court and jury, the genuine signature of Nicholas Johnson, as it has been photographed from the autograph letter. As he speaks the last word, the name sweeps through the darkness and appears upon the wall. I wish the judge and jury to notice two things in this signature: the cleanly cut edges of the letters, and the two lines of indentation produced by the two prongs of the pen in its downstroke. They will also notice in the upstroke of the pen there is no evidence of indentation whatever. All eyes see it. There is not a whisper in the room. When a long minute has passed, the light is shut off. Now I will show you in the same place the name of Nicholas Johnson as it has been photographed from the signature to the assignment. What I wish you to notice particularly in this signature is, first, the rough and irregular edges of the lines which constitute the letters. They will be so much magnified as to present very much the appearance of a Virginia fence. Another peculiarity which will probably be shown in the experiment is, that the lines of indentations made by the two prongs of the pen will be evident, as in the real signature, but there will probably also appear a third line made by the pencil which originally traced the letters, and this line will not only accompany, in an irregular way, crossing from side to side the two indentations of the downstrokes of the pen, but will accompany irregularly the hairlines. He pauses, and then the forged signatures appear upon the wall. There are the ragged, jagged edges of the letters. There is the supplementary line, traceable in every part of them. Balfour: You have not shown the other signatures. False in one thing, false in all. I can show you the others, but they would be like this. You would throw away your time. Mr. Cavendish will not look at the witness, but pretends to write. Balfour: Does the counsel for the defense wish to question the witness? Cavendish very sharply: No. Balfour: You can step down. As the witness passes him, he quietly grasps his hand and thanks him. Cavendish: May it please the court, it is impossible, of course, for counsel to know what impression this testimony has made upon the court and jury. Dr. Barhyte, after a lapse of years, and dealing with thousands of patients, comes here and testifies to an occurrence which my client's testimony makes impossible. A sneak discovers a letter which may have been written on the 3rd or the 5th of May, 1860. It is very easy to make a mistake in the figures. And this stolen letter, never legitimately delivered, possibly never intended to be delivered upon any circumstances, is produced here in evidence. And to crown all, we have had this spectacular drama, in a single act, by a man who has appealed to the imagination of us all, and who, by his skill in the management of an experiment with which none of us are familiar, has found it easy to make a falsehood appear like the truth. The counsel for the plaintiff has been pleased to consider the establishment, or the breaking down, of the assignment as a practical question at issue. I cannot so regard it. The question is, whether my client is to be deprived of the fruits of long years of enterprise, economy, and industry, for it is to be remembered that, by the plaintiff's own showing, the defendant was a rich man when he first knew him. I deny the profits from the use of the plaintiff's patented inventions, and call upon him to prove them. I not only call upon him to prove them, but I defy him to prove them. It will take something more than superannuated doctors, stolen letters, and the performance of a mountebank to do this." During this speech Mr. Balfour is writing, and when Cavendish sits down he rises and addresses the court. Balfour: If the court please, I hold in my hand a written notice, calling upon the defendant's counsel to produce in court a little book in the possession of his client, entitled "Records of Profits and Investments of Profits from Manufactures under the Benedict Patents," and I hereby serve it upon him. He hands the notice to Mr. Cavendish, who receives and reads it. Cavendish, after consulting his client: "May it please the court, there is no such book in existence." Balfour: "I happen to know that there is such a book in existence, unless it has recently been destroyed. This I stand ready to prove by the testimony of Helen Dillingham." Judge: "The witness can be called." Mrs. Dillingham takes the stand. Balfour: "Mrs. Dillingham, have you been on friendly terms with the defendant in this case?" "I have, sir. He has been a frequent visitor to my house, and I have visited his family at his own." "Was he aware that the plaintiff is your brother?" "He was not." "Has he, from the first, made a confidant of you?" "In some things, yes." "Do you know Harry Benedict, the plaintiff's son?" "I do, sir." "How long have you known him?" "I made his acquaintance soon after he came to reside with you, sir, in this city." "Did you seek his acquaintance?" "I did, sir." "From what motive?" "Mr. Belcher wished me to do it, in order to ascertain of him whether his father was living or dead." "You did not then know that the lad was your nephew?" "I did not, sir." "Have you ever told Mr. Belcher that your brother was alive?" "I told him that Paul Benedict was alive, at the last interview but one that I ever had with him." "Did he, at this interview, give you any great anxiety to ascertain the facts as to Mr. Benedict's life or death?" "He did, sir." "Was there any special occasion for the visit you allude to?" "I think there was, sir. He had just lost heavily in the International Mail, and evidently came to talk about business. At any rate, he did talk about it as he had never done before." "Can you give us the drift or substance of his conversation and statements?" "Well, sir, he assured me that he had not been shaken by his losses, said that he kept his manufacturing business entirely separate from his speculations, gave me a history of the manner in which my brother's inventions had come into his hands, and, finally, showed me a little account book in which he had recorded his profits from manufactures under what he called the Benedict patents." "Did you read this book, Mrs. Dillingham?" "I did, sir." "Every word?" "Every word." "Did you hear me serve a notice on the defendant's counsel to produce this book in court?" "I did, sir." "In that notice did I give the title of the book correctly?" "You did, sir." "Was this book left in your hands for a considerable length of time?" "It was, sir, for several hours." "Did you copy it?" "I did, sir, every word of it." "Are you sure that you made a correct copy?" "I verified it, item by item, again and again." "Can you give me any proof corroborative of your statement that this book had been in your hands?" "I can, sir." "What is it?" "A letter from Mr. Belcher, asking me to deliver the book to his man Phipps." "Is that the letter?" Handing her the letter.
It is, sir.
Turning to the judge. May it please the court. The copy of this account book is in my possession, and if the defendant persists in refusing to produce the original, I shall ask the privilege of placing it in evidence. The judge looks at Mr. Cavendish, who is talking angrily to his client. After waiting for a minute or two, he speaks. Judge. Unless the original of this book be produced, the court will be obliged to admit the copy. It was made by one who has had it in custody from the owner's hands. Cavendish, fiercely. I was not aware that a crushing conspiracy like this against my client would be carried out in any court in the United States under judicial sanction. Judge. The counsel must permit the court to remind him that it is so far generous towards his disappointment and discourtesy as to refrain from punishing him for contempt, and to warn him against any repetition of his offense. Cavendish sneers, but holds his tongue. Balfour. That is all, Mrs. Dillingham. Cavendish goes over to Balfour, and they hold a conversation sotto voce. Then Mr. Balfour addresses the court. It is agreed between the counsel for the defence and myself, in order to save the time of the court, that the case shall be given to the jury by the judge without presentation or argument of counsel. Judge. Gentlemen of the jury, I will briefly recapitulate the origin of this suit and its defence. The claim is for $500,000 for the infringement of patents on machines. The answer to the complaint is in the following pleadings. 1. That the plaintiff is an impostor. 2. The assignment of the patents to the defendant. 3. A denial by the defendant of any profits from their use. An establishment of any one of these pleadings would debar the plaintiff from recovering. Otherwise, you must find for him in the full amount of profits shown in the copy of the book of net proceeds, which book has been sworn to by Mrs. Dillingham. The jury do not leave their seats. In a few moments the foreman announces a verdict for the plaintiff of the full amount claimed, $500,000, $500,000. End of Act 9 of Number 9, A Drama in 9 Acts, by S.R. Wheeler. Recording by Todd.
Number 9, Waltz, La Manola, by Clarence Herbert New. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Give you this dance? But I couldn't possibly. It's promised to Mr. Trevor. Here he comes now. Permit me, Mr. Trevor, Mr. Brand. Yes, this is our waltz, Mr. Trevor. Excuse us, please, Mr. Brand. This music is too good to lose. The military? Ah, no. The old Spanish waltz is best. Don't you think so? There. Take me quite around. That was lovely. I do love to have the whole floor. You won't let me slip, will you? But I didn't say you might go to the other extreme. Stop, please. How perfectly your step matches mine. Oh, no, don't stop yet. Round once more. There. I'm not tired at all. Well, fan me, please. Wasn't that perfect? The piazza. We can step right out through the window. How delightfully cool it is out here. The beach. What with thin dancing slippers. It does look lovely, though. That moonlight is simply bewitching. Well, just for one little minute. My shawl, please. Oh, be careful, you're disarranging my hair. What, away down there by the surf? Well, come on. Oh, isn't this beautiful? Just see how each little wave catches the silvery light. And the waltz. Listen, the breakers are dancing to it. Oh, Jack, please don't. Is that why you made me come out here? Do you know what you are saying? Do you really mean it? Say that? Oh, I couldn't. No, no. Oh, Jack, must I? Well, then, I think I do love you. Just a little. End of Number 9, Waltz, La Manola, by Clarence Herbert New. From Munsey's Magazine, July 1897.
Carmen 95 by Catullus. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Smirna mei cinne, nonam postdenique messem, quam ceptest nonamque edita postiemem, milia cum interea quingentor tensius uno, Smirna cavassa trachi penitus mittetur adundas, Smirnam cana diu secula per voluent, at volusanna les paduam morientur ad ipsam, et laxas combris sepedabunt unicas. Paro a me mi sincor dimonimenta, at populus tumido gaudeat antimaco. End of Carmen 95 by Catullus. Read by Merione.
Part 1 of 9 Months in Rebel Prisons by George Wheezer. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 9 Months in Rebel Prisons by George Wheezer, Company A, 10th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers. Preface. Dear Reader, in writing this book, I do not wish to cast reflections on the people of the South, no, not even so much as to mention their names. I write this only to give you a true and full description of what I saw and experienced in the Rebel prison pens of the South in the last year and the dark hours of the rebellion. For many have said, how is it that the Rebs starved our men to death, and still there seems to be so many of our ex-prisoners still alive? To answer this question in a proper form, it must be done in writing, for this generation will soon pass away, and without a written history this thing will never be understood, and this is why I write. These prison pens of which I write, one was located at Andersonville, Georgia, and one at Florence, South Carolina. Chapter 1. My enlistment, capture, and journey to Andersonville, Andersonville stockade or prison pen, how it was made, where the guards were stationed, the deadline. I enlisted in the Union or the United States Army on the 10th day of September, 1861, for 3 years or during the war. I was captured at or near Spotsylvania, Virginia, on or about the 14th day of May, 1864. The Rebs had fell back from Spotsylvania, and 2 or 3 regiments were sent out on the morning of the 14th to find where they had made their line of battle. I was among those sent out, and we had not gone more than 2 miles before we found them in a strong position. We opened the fight, and before our main lines of battle could get to us, we were charged on by the Rebs, and about 1,200 of us were killed, wounded, or captured. Here it was we had both of our color bearers shot down, and one of our colors or flags captured. But for the battles and fighting of that month and year, see History of the War, or of the Civil War in the United States. As soon as we were captured, the Rebs said, "Your side have lost 40,000 in the last 10 days' fight." We said, "That's all right, our army has been reinforced 40,000 from the north since the fight commenced, so you see we are just about as strong now as we were the 4th of May." The Rebs said they did not care, they had whooped all our generals of the Army of the Potomac, and this time they would whoop Grant worse than all the rest. The Rebs took us 2 or 3 miles south of their army, where we met about 1,000 prisoners. We now numbered about 2,000 men and several officers. The officers were here taken away, and the private soldiers were marched 30 or 40 miles to a place called Danville, Virginia. At Danville the Rebs took our gum blankets, knives, and money. Some of the men hid their knives and money so that the Rebs could not find them. I had a large buckhorn penknife, which they did not get, and 20 cents in money, which they did not take. They would not take less than $1. We received from the Rebs 9 hardtacks or bread and 1 pound of bacon or meat. This they said would last us 3 days. We were now put in box cars and started south. The Rebs said, "We will now show you Yanks how large our country is." It was now the 17th day of May, 1864. The Rebs now took us south. We traveled in daylight and stopped off at nights. We traveled on down through Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, on to about the center of Georgia, where we stopped at a place called Andersonville, a small station on the Georgia Central Railroad, about 60 miles southeast from Macon, Georgia. The Rebs now took us off the cars and marched us about 1 mile, and then we stood before and in sight of Andersonville Stockade or prison pen. This was the 25th day of May, 1864. The Rebs now divided or counted us off into detachments of thousands, hundreds, and 25s. The 25s were called a mess. Some of the men wanted to know what they were going to do with us. The captain in charge said, "We are going to put you in that stockade, and there we are going to keep you until your government takes you out." It was now about 6 o'clock in the evening. The gate of the stockade was opened, and we were marched into the prison, tired, hungry, and disappointed. There were about 10,000 prisoners in this prison at this time. Andersonville Stockade, or prison pen, was a pen of about 16 acres of land, without shelter of any kind except 2 pine trees that stood in the northern part of the prison. Those 2 trees were cut down on or about the 1st of July. Wood was so scarce in the prison, we had to take the trees to do our cooking. What little shelter we had was what the prisoners made themselves with their blankets, clothing, or whatever they happened to have when they entered the prison. The Rebs gave us nothing for shelter. The prison pen was enclosed by a stockade of pine logs, 16 feet long, set close together, 4 feet in the ground, or 12 feet above the ground, or 12 feet high, with 2 gates, both gates being on one side of the prison, 1 gate at the upper and 1 at the lower end, with a driveway so that a horse and wagon could come in and drive about halfway across the prison and turn. The Reb guard had little sheds about 20 yards apart all the way around the stockade. These sheds were made a little higher than the stockade so that the guards could stand in them and watch the prisoners. These sheds were on the outside above the stockade. On the inside all the way around was the dead line, and it was certain death for anyone who dared to cross the dead line. This dead line on the inside of the stockade or prison pen was 30 feet from each side and end, and was marked by a small railing nailed on top of stakes driven in the ground about 2 feet high. This railing did not last long, for the men being always short of wood, it was carried away piece by piece until it was all gone, and there was nothing left to mark this dead line. This was very bad for the new prisoners coming in, for those in the prison never told them about the dead line, and very often, when fresh prisoners would come in, they would rush over the dead line for a place to rest, and someone would be sure to be killed or wounded before they could find out their mistake. Chapter 2. Where we got our water, how we dug wells, the price of water, overrun with vermin, how we fared for shelter, fighting lice, making a mud shanty, who was responsible for the way we were treated. Through the center of this prison was a ditch of water about 1 foot deep and 3 feet wide. About 1/3 of this ditch at one end was used for a sink. The sink was marked by a railing, but by the 1st of July the railing had all been used for wood to cook with. 1/3 of this ditch, about midway, was used to wash in, and there could be seen hundreds of men there day and night, waiting for their turn to wash themselves. I never washed in the ditch. One end of the ditch was used for drink water. The Rebs had a cookhouse on the outside near the ditch, and much of the dirt from their cookhouse would get in the water, which made it very bad to drink. I never drank water from the ditch. At the end of the ditch, inside of the dead line, was a small running spring of water. The water would run out of this spring into the ditch, and many of the men would reach through or under the dead line so as to get pure water, and there could be seen hundreds of men waiting for their turn to get water there, for only one or two at a time could get water in this way. There was so much danger that I never went there for water, too near the dead line for me. There were about 16 wells of water in this prison. These wells were from 3 to 30 feet deep, but they were owned by private parties. Some of these wells would have as many as 100 owners. We had nothing to dig these wells with. We had to dig them with our knives, tin cups, and tin plates. It would take us 3 or 4 weeks to dig a well, and some of the men would dig for weeks and find no water. I have seen men lowered down in these wells 25 or 30 feet deep, with a leather string made from or out of a shoe. Anyone who was not an owner was not allowed to use this well water, without they bought it at the rate of 1 cent a quart. We had no pennies in this prison, and so when we wanted to buy water, we would give 1 teaspoonful of cornmeal, or 1 teaspoonful of mush, or a chew of tobacco about the size of half a grain of corn. I was one of the owners of a well. The well that I had a share in was 15 feet deep, and it had 18 owners, and the water was good. We used this water to drink, to cook with, and to wash ourselves with. The owners of the wells had to watch over them day and night. On both sides of this ditch the ground was low and muddy. The mud in some places was knee-deep. The men could not stay on this low ground. All who tried to live there would soon get sick and die. This low, muddy ground contained about 3 acres. From this low land up to the stockade the ground was higher, and it was between the dead line and the low land where the prisoners lived. I have seen men in this low, muddy ground up to their knees in mud, hunting for wood. Every stump and every piece of wood was gathered and used for fuel to cook with. This low, muddy ground was used by the sick men who could not reach or get to the sink or ditch. In fact, many of the men were so sick that they could not walk down to the low land, and they had to dig little holes in the ground, and after using them they would cover them over, and these holes, thousands of them, would get full, and by the effect of the hot sun and rain they would boil over and run down the hill. This was the cause of creating millions of maggots, and when we would lay down to sleep, hundreds of these maggots would crawl over us. Some of them would crawl in our ears and in our mouths. The Rebs gave us nothing for shelter, so we had to depend on our own resources, or whatever we would happen to have when we entered the prison. And there were thousands of little shanties or tents of all description, from a shelter tent to a hole in the ground. Many of the men had no shelter. They, of course, would soon be taken sick and die. There was a place in this prison we called the Island. It was a small neck of land that was very nearly surrounded by the low, muddy ground. This island was near the center of the prison. It was on this island that I and a number of my friends located. There was about 600 prisoners on this island, and about 300 of them were from New Jersey. The men had no change of clothing, and no soap to wash with, and living in so much dirt, it was no wonder that all of the men in prison became lousy. We had to take our clothes off every day and hunt and kill the lice and nits. These were what we called body lice. We did not make much account of head lice. We had to kill the lice or they would kill us. Oh, pity the sick, who could not or had not strength enough to hunt their lice. The ground or sand seemed to be full of these lice, and at any time we could see them crawling on us from off the ground. I would like here to make a statement in regard to myself. From the 4th of July until the 1st day of September, every day in those 2 months, I killed 300 lice and nits. When I got up to this number, I would stop killing until the next day. All the clothes I had was a hat, a coat, 1 pair of pants, 1 shirt, 1 pair of stockings, 1 pair of shoes. The first night that I landed in the prison I slept out in the open air. The next morning one of the prisoners had a board which he offered to sell for $2. It was an inch board, 12 feet long and about 10 inches wide, and Phil Hilliard of Williamstown, New Jersey, Jacob Kay of Longacoming, New Jersey, George McIntosh of Mauch Chunk, Pennsylvania, and I made up the $2 and bought the board. I put in 20 cents, all the money I had. With this board we made a frame for our shanty or tent, and enclosed it with mud and clay, which we dug from the low muddy ground. This shanty or tent was 1 foot high at the back, 3 feet high at the front, 4 feet long and 4 feet wide. Phil had a wool blanket that we used for an awning on the front toward the south. It was built for 4, but when we got it finished, only 3 could crawl in at a time. But it was done very well to keep the hot sun off. We were raised in the north, and this was so far south that we suffered much by the heat. Every time it rained very much, the roof of our shanty would get soft and fall in, and part of the shanty would fall down. So we had the pleasure of building it up about once or twice a week. This shanty or tent of ours was called one of the best in the prison, and many of the men would come and take a drawing of it when they wanted to build. Oh, pity those who had no shelter, for there were thousands of them who had nothing to keep them from the hot sun and rain. About 10 feet from our tent was the low muddy ground, and about 5 feet from the low land was where we dug our well of water. Now, before you read too far, I do not wish you to blame the common people of the South. This thing was done against their wishes. The rebellion of the South was caused by slavery, by slaveholders and slave owners only, and not by the common people. Slavery caused it all, and these slave owners, after they started the rebellion, were willing to do anything wrong to carry their point and extend slavery. And this being the last year of the war, they wanted to do something to bring the United States government to terms, and this was one of the things they tried and failed. The rebel leaders were in much trouble at this time, and everything they done seemed to be wrong and bad, while on the other side the United States government seemed to do everything that was pure and noble and right. And now, in regard to prison life, I propose to give it in detail, and to itemize as far as my memory goes, so that all who read will know how this starving of prisoners was done. Chapter 3. What we had to eat. The regulators or police. Cooking our own food. Food cut down 1/2. Mosby's raiders. Dog soup. Arrest of the raiders. 6 hung. When I was first put in this prison pen, the men received their food ready cooked, of which each one of us received 1/2 pound of cornmeal bread and 4 ounces of boiled ham or bacon for 1 day's food. 1 day in each week we received 4 ounces of fresh beef. In addition to this, we received every 2 days 1/2 pint of mush, or 1/2 pint of cooked beans, or 6 teaspoonfuls of molasses. So you see, part of the time we received 2 different kinds, and part of the time 3 kinds of food. Well, we went on at this rate until June the 1st, new prisoners coming in every day or two, until we numbered about 20,000, and it took so much food that the Rebs could not cook it for us, and sometimes it would be near sundown before we would receive anything to eat. The mush was put in large dry good boxes. 3 or 4 of these boxes were filled with hot mush, put on a 2-horse open wagon, which the Rebs would drive into the prison. It took several of these boxes of mush to supply us, and sometimes the men would get tired waiting, and when the loaded wagon would come in, many of the men would make a raid on the wagon, upset the boxes, and spill the mush. In this way it would get wasted, and many of the men had to go without mush for that day. The Rebs and the prisoners soon got tired of this, so we had 2 companies of regulators or police appointed. It was the duty or work of the regulators to keep the raiders from the food wagons, for which service they received double rations. The Rebs said that they could not cook our cornmeal bread for us, so now they gave us our cornmeal raw, and wood to cook all our food except the mush, beans, rice, and molasses. Generally these articles were cooked before we got them, but sometimes we would receive them raw. We received our ration of food about in this way. Sunday we received cornmeal, salt meat, and half a pint of cooked rice. Monday, cornmeal and salt meat. Tuesday, cornmeal, salt meat, and half a pint of mush. Wednesday, cornmeal and fresh beef. Thursday, cornmeal, salt meat, and 6 teaspoonsful of molasses. Friday, cornmeal and salt meat. Saturday, cornmeal, salt meat, and half a pint of cooked beans. Then on Sunday, cornmeal, etc. This is, or was, about the way they tried to feed us during the 9 months that I was there. We had 4 separate days we received no food. Twice we received no food for 3 days at a time. About 30 days we received no meat, and we received no mush, rice, beans, or molasses for 40 days at a time. These days we received nothing but cornmeal and meat. When we commenced to get our food raw, it was on or about the 1st of June, and from that time we had to do the cooking ourselves. Each man got his food and done his own cooking. At first we received 1 quart of cornmeal and 4 ounces of meat for 1 day's food. This was more cornmeal than many of the men could eat, for there were many sick men who did not eat 1 pint a day. I could eat my quart every day. Each man received a piece of wood, about 1 inch square and 3 feet long, to cook with. The wood was too small to do our cooking with, and as soon as it burned out, we would eat our food, very rotten, half cooked. It went on in this way for about 3 weeks. The sick did not eat their full ration of food. Cornmeal was plenty. We could buy it in any part of the prison for 5 cents a quart. I kept about 4 quarts on hand. Many of the men would try to keep their meal, but it would get wet and sour, and cornmeal could be seen all through the prison where the men had thrown it away. The Rebs saw this, and they thought they were giving us too much to eat, so in the last week of June our food was cut down 1/2. Of mush, beans, rice, and molasses we got about the same, but of cornmeal and meat we received but 1 pint of cornmeal and about 3 ounces of meat a day. The next day after food was cut down, cornmeal went up to 50 cents a quart, and never sold for less during my imprisonment. I never received salt from the Rebs while in Andersonville prison. I do not think that they ever gave the prisoners any salt, except what was in the meat. The price of salt was 5 cents a tablespoonful, or 50 cents a pint. It was now the 1st of July, and new prisoners were coming in, and we numbered about 30,000. At this time we were pested with a gang of our men who were called Mosby's Raiders. There seemed to be about 1,000 of these men, banded together. Nearly all of them were known, and we could point them out whenever we could see them. These men, or raiders, did not disturb many of the old prisoners, but they would steal off of the new ones when they first came in, which made a great deal of trouble in the prison. One day 3 Rebs came in the prison. One appeared to be a doctor who had a little pet dog with him. I saw one of the raiders slip up behind him and steal the dog. He took it to his shanty, killed it, and made it into soup. I saw that same raider that evening going through the prison selling soup. He would sing out, "Here is your nice mutton soup, 25 cents a pint, with a piece of mutton in every pint." The doctor never knew what become of his dog. One day these raiders stole a watch. Some said they stole it from the Rebs, and some said they stole it off of one of the new prisoners. I do not know which it was, for when anything happened in the prison we could hear all kind of rumors. Anyway, there was quite a riot started on account of it. The watch was never found, but the raiders got themselves into trouble by it. The excitement was so strong that the Rebs marched in a company of their men. They then had it explained to them how we were tormented by the raiders. The captain in charge of the prison now ordered the regulators to arrest all the raiders and send them outside to him. The regulators in 2 days had arrested over 300 and sent them out. They were then tried by a court-martial composed of prisoners and rebels. 6 of them were found guilty of murder. One of their shanties was dug out, and one of the prisoners found murdered and buried therein. Then all but the 6 were sent back into the prison again, and they were kept out until the 11th of July. The captain that had charge over the prison came in and said, "We have arrested some of your men, and have given them a fair trial. 6 of them have been found guilty of murder. We do not know what to do with those 6 men. They ought to be hung, but we dare not hang them for fear your government may retaliate. So we have made up our minds to send them back into the prison and let them go. You men can take them, let them go free, hang them, or do what you like with them." Everything had been still and silent while the captain was speaking, but now a cry went up from 5,000 men to "Hang them, hang them." One of the prisoners went up to the captain in charge of the prison, and said that he would hang them if the captain would give him lumber to build a scaffold and a rope to do the hanging with. For he said, "These raiders have killed my brother, and I want to hang them for it." The captain said he would send everything in that was needed. A wagon was sent in with the lumber, and soon the men had a scaffold built with 6 ropes dangling in it. Then about 3 o'clock in the afternoon the 6 men were brought in, handcuffed. The captain in charge of the prison then removed the handcuffs and turned the men over to the prisoners. The Rebs then all went out, except the quartermaster and the priest. These 2 stayed inside the prison until after the hanging. There was about 5,000 prisoners at this time, standing crowded together near the gate. As soon as the 6 men were relieved of their cuffs, one of them, the leader of the gang, made a break for liberty. He run through this crowd of 5,000 men, up and down the prison, across the low muddy ground, went up to his knees in mud, fell down, crawled out of the mud, got on the upland, and kept on running until someone run up to him and caught him. Then they were taken to the scaffold, the ropes put around their necks, meal sacks pulled over their heads, and soon they were dangling in the air. One man broke the rope, but he was put up again and hung. They were left hanging for about 1 hour, when a wagon drove in, and they were cut down, loaded on the wagon, and took out. This stopped the raiding, and there was now no raiders to be found. Now if a man was caught stealing, he was taken to the regulators, and if found guilty, he was tied to a post, received from 5 to 20 lashes, and then let go. Chapter 4. Drawing Rations. Amount of rations in bulk and what each received. Making coffee. The pen enlarged. Men getting wild. Placing cannon on the stockade. Clothing giving out. Now in regards to drawing or dividing our rations or food. In every detachment, or 1,000 men, there was 1 Reb and 1 Union man appointed over them. It was the work of the Reb to count his 1,000 every morning. This was done by counting the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and so on 100 at a time. Then the Reb would report to the rebel quartermaster, draw the rations or food, and turn it over to the Union man that had charge of the 1,000. This Union man would then divide the food into 10 parts, for which service he would receive a double ration of food. Each 100 had 1 Union man appointed over them, and it was the work of this man to draw the rations for his men from the man that had charge of the 1,000. Then this man would divide the food into 4 parts, for which he would receive for his work a double ration or 2 shares of the food. And 1 Union man had charge over the mess, or 25 men. It was the work of this man to draw the portion of food for the 25 men and divide it, and for this work he received nothing. It was the rule for the man that divided the 25 rations always to take the last ration. This rule caused him to divide it very true and exact. Every man seemed to get his full share. When we received fresh beef with a bone in it, the bone would count for 1 ration of meat, as any of the men would take it in preference to the meat. One man told me that he had boiled his beef bone 40 times, always getting a little substance out of it to season his cornmeal or meal cake. At one time, the man that was in charge of my mess of 25 got sick and died. I was appointed to divide the rations, and the first day I was short of one ration of meat. Of course I had to go without meat for that day. I divided the rations for 2 or 3 weeks. I soon found that I was losing in strength, so I threw up the job and someone else took it. It was surprising to see the large amount of food it took every day to feed the prisoners, and when it was divided we would only have about half enough to eat. I have seen 10 barrels of molasses carted into the prison for one day's ration, and when it was divided to 35,000 men, it was only 6 teaspoonfuls to each man. It took more than 500 bushels of cornmeal every day to feed those men, each man receiving only 1 pint of cornmeal. It took 5,000 or 6,000 pounds of meat every day, and all we received was about 3 ounces of meat a day for each man. It took 12 or 15 cords of wood every day, and when it was divided out to each man, it would not make enough fire for cooking. We had many different ways of preparing our food to eat. One way we eat the mush was to put cold water on it, then shut our eyes and imagine that we were eating mush and milk. I ate my mush often in this way, and then told the men that it was hard to tell water from milk. We had many ways in using molasses. Some would drink it as soon as they got it. Others would trade it off for 4 or 5 teaspoonfuls of meal or a little piece of meat. Hundreds of the men had nothing to put their molasses in, and they would get it in the top of their caps, or in an old rag, or in their hands. These poor fellows would have to eat theirs very quickly, or lose and waste it. Some of the men would trade all of their cornmeal and meat for molasses. Out of the molasses they would make candy, sell it, and then take the money and buy something else to eat. I always divided my ration of food into 2 meals. I ate one in the afternoon or evening, and the other in the morning. I had a quart tin cup and a tin plate that I cooked in. Every day I made what I called coffee. I took 4 or 5 teaspoonfuls of cornmeal, put it in the tin plate, put the plate over the fire, and burnt the meal black. Then I put the burnt meal in the tin cup with 1 pint of water and brought it to a boil. This made very good coffee, and when I drank the coffee, I always ate the grounds, so that nothing would be lost. I would make the cornmeal out in a little water into 2 cakes, and bake them in my tin plate over the fire. Sometimes I would cut my meat up in small pieces, mix it with the cornmeal, and bake it together, this making the cake very good and rich. The Rebs never gave me any salt while in this prison. When I received fresh beef, I always made a cup of soup and put cornmeal dumplings in it. I was in these prison pens 9 months, and was sick only 1 day, so I had a fair chance to see much that was going on in the prison. And now it was July 15th, and new prisoners were still coming in, and the cry was, "Still they come." The prison pen had become so full of men that the Rebs had it enlarged, and now we had about 24 or 5 acres of land in our prison. Our food began to get short. The overplus was all used up, and now what food we received would do very well for the sick to die on, but it was far too small for healthy men to live on. Save us, oh save us, what shall we do? New prisoners coming in every day, until the number run up to 40,000, with about half enough to eat. And the cry was, "What shall we do?" or "What will we do?" There was the men that had been the bravest of the country, who had stood before the enemy in the heat of battle, and fought until they were wounded or captured, but now they are so reduced and starved that their hearts sink, their strength is gone, and they are passing away forever. There was nothing in this prison pen but famine and danger. The men were wild with torment. They looked one another in the eyes and wept. Some swore, and some cried, some went mad, many were sick, and many died. It had not rained for several days, and the prison was filthy from one end to the other. Death was staring every man in the face. The Rebs, too, got uneasy. They planted a battery of artillery on the outside at each corner of the prison, and threatened to blow us all into eternity sooner than let us escape. They unlimbered their guns and commenced firing over the prison. About this time a thunderstorm arose, and the lightning struck in many places all about the prison. The rain descended in mighty power, flooding all of the low land of the prison. The water made the ground so soft that both ends of the stockade where it crossed the low land fell down, and the water rushed through, carrying all the filth and dirt with it. And now it was in August, and the men's clothing began to give out. Some had only a pair of pants, some only a shirt, some drawers, some only had a cap, some a pair of shoes, many were barefooted, and many nearly naked. We had a mass meeting, and elected 3 of our men to go to Washington, D.C., and see if they could make some terms for us to get away. The Rebs said they would send the 3 men through the lines. The 3 men went off, and that was the last we ever seen of them. The Rebs said that they would never exchange a black man for a white one, and that was the only terms our government would exchange on, so there would be no exchange until the war was over. End of Part 1 of 9 Months in Rebel Prisons by George Weiser. Read by Maria Kasper. Part 2 of 9 Months in Rebel Prisons by George Weiser. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 9 Months in Rebel Prisons by George Weiser, Company A, 10th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers. Chapter 5. Dying by Hundreds, The Sick Call, Trade and Traffic, U.S. Money in Circulation, Buying Off the Farmers, Plenty of Confederate Money and What It Was Worth, Our Stores and Their Prices. In July and August we had about 6,000 sick men in the prison, about 3,000 of whom were almost helpless and dying. The dead averaged about 100 a day, and one day we had 204 deaths. Every day the dead were carried out to the dead house by 4 of his friends. I had a sick call every day at 10 o'clock. This call was at the gate, where the doctor would come in and look at the sick. I will explain this sick call. At 10 o'clock a drummer boy would come in near the gate and beat the drum. About 3,000 of the sick would then start for the gate, and about 300 would hold out to reach there. The rest of the men would all give out before they got near the gate, and they would hear, "The sick call is over," and they had to get back to their shanties the best they could. There were about 2,000 men that could not walk far at a time. These men would crawl out and get from 5 to 25 yards, and they would hear, "The sick call is over," and then they would crawl back to their tents and holes again. There was about 1,000 sick who could not help themselves. A great many of these men had their friends to help them. These too would start to answer the sick call. Each one would have 3 or 4 friends who would pick them up and start for the gate. Some of these were carried in blankets, some on sticks of wood, and some on the shoulders of their friends, each party trying to rush their man in ahead of the other. Some of these would run into each other, throw down their men, and fight for the right of way. Very often, when the fight was over, one or another of the sick men would be dead. This surely was a sad sight. About 300 would reach the gate, and carried up in this way, it took a long time to reach there, for our motion was very slow. We had been so reduced that we could not move fast. Of course, the new prisoners coming in could make very fast time, but they too would soon have to come down to slow time. The sick are at the gate near the dead line. That is all that were able to get there, about 600 or 700, and these hope to get medicine. 2 doctors come in and look at them, pick out 3 or 4 and send them out to the hospital. The doctors then gives a little red root or a few pills to about 50 of the sick men, and then the doctor says that's all we can do, and tell the men to come again tomorrow. Then the men are taken back to their holes and shanties again, disappointed and dying. Sometimes the sick would be waiting for the doctor, and word would come that he would not be in today, and some of the men would give up all hope and die. There was a great deal of trade and traffic carried on in this prison, and there seemed to be about $40,000 in greenbacks or United States money in circulation. Some of the prisoners would have as low as 5 cents, and some as high as $100. This money was all the time in circulation, and some of it would get so black and dirty that we could scarcely tell the value of it. All of the currency or small notes less than $1 were kept in the prison. These we used for retail trade. There was many thousand men in this prison who never had a cent of money of any kind while they were in there. I was with the number without money while I was in this prison. Oh, pity the poor and the sick who had no money. The Rebs allowed the farmers to sell to the prisoners, but they were not allowed to enter the prison, neither were they allowed to sell for greenbacks. The prisoners that bought off these farmers had to be escorted out of the prison under guard to buy their produce, so every day there would be a few prisoners taken out to buy goods, and some of the prisoners would stand at the gate for weeks at a time waiting for their turn. Many of them never got out, for it was just who happened to be the lucky one. So those that got out would buy for those that did not. The Reb farmer was not allowed to sell for greenback, so the prisoners had to buy rebel money. Somehow or other there was always plenty of this Reb or Confed money in the prison and for sale by the prisoners. How this money got into the prison, or how the prisoners got possession of it, I do not know. We could always buy this Confed money, for there seemed to be plenty of it in prison, and when we wanted to buy, we would just call out, "Who's got Confed to sell?" and in 5 minutes we would see some of the prisoners coming to us with their hands full of it. The greatest mystery of all was the way this Reb money was sold. We always got $5 of Confed money for $1 in greenbacks, and sometimes we could get 6 for 1, 7 for 1, and I have seen the time when we could get 10 for 1, and very likely the next day it would be 5 for 1. We always judged how things were going on in the outside world by the rise and fall of this money. We always got $20 in Confed for 1 in gold. The buying and selling on the inside of the prison was all done with United States money. The money would soon all have disappeared if it had not been for new prisoners coming in. Some of these men would have $5, $10, or $20 each, and in 1 week's time their money would be gone. Many of them would start little stores or shebangs and make out to live for weeks and months. If a man had $1, he was called rich, but if he had no money, he was called poor. And I was between the two, for I was part owner of a good well of water, which threw me in with both classes. There were many stores in this prison, and they were rated from $1 up to 20. The largest store was rated at $1,000 and was owned by Boston Corbett. It was called the Novelty Store, and this was the only store that kept tea, sugar, coffee, and such things. I remember going to Corbett's store one day for 5 cents worth of tea for a sick friend of mine, but he would not sell it to me. I told him it was all the money I had and my friend was dying. He said tea is 25 cents a teaspoonful, and he would not sell any less. I never went there to buy anything after that. Everything was very high in this prison, as will be seen from the following prices which we paid. Wood, 50 cents a cord. Butter, $5 a pound. Eggs, $5 a dozen. Pork, $3 a pound. Cheese, $2 a pound. Sugar, $1 a pound. Rice, $1 a quart. Salt, 50 cents a pint, 5 cents a teaspoonful. Tea and coffee, 25 cents a teaspoonful. Cornmeal, 50 cents a quart. Sweet potatoes raw, $5 a bushel. Sweet potatoes cooked, 5 or 10 cents each. Bean soup with 20 beans, 5 cents a plate. Chicken soup, 25 cents a pint. Tobacco, 5 cents a chew. Sour beer, 5 cents a pint. Veal and mutton soup, 25 cents a pint. Little long red peppers, 5 cents apiece. Molasses candy, size of a common lead pencil, 5 cents a stick. If a man had a barrel, he started a beer saloon, and his fortune was made. All he done was to throw in corn meal and water, and dip out sour beer for 5 cents a pint. There was 3 of these saloons in the prison. Tin cups and kettles were $1 for a quart one, and $4 for a 4-quart kettle. These tin cups and kettles were made out of old tin that the prisoners gathered up on their way to prison, and there was always ready sale for all the old tin that came in. This tin was found along the railroads where wrecks had happened. There was also a shop for repairing watches and jewelry in the prison, and the men that worked in it made out well. Every man was considered lucky who made enough to buy his salt and a few extra mouthfuls of food to eat. There were 4 or 5 barber shops, shaving 10 cents, hair cutting 10 cents. Chapter 6. Wounding Negro prisoners after they were captured. My dream of home. Prisoners trying to escape by tunnels. Shelter for the sick. Rumor of exchange. Removed to Florence, South Carolina. Starting a store. There was 400 or 500 colored prisoners in this prison, and nearly all of them were lame or wounded. Theirs was a sad fate indeed. Some of them said that they had been wounded after they were captured. All the prisoners seemed to be affected with the scurvy. Many were broke out in black spots, and some were so bad that their teeth fell out. Many were so bad that they would swell up to twice their size, and the black spots would break and burst out, and large gangrene sores would eat the flesh from their bones. And I have often seen the bare bones through the sores for many days before the men were dead. Many of the men were troubled with the diarrhea. Many died from this cause. The cornmeal did not agree with them, and they had no way to cure themselves. The men were troubled much with fever. Some would be taken and die soon. We called this the yellow fever. And some would be taken and linger long. This kind we called the slow fever. They were so reduced that their hip bones had nothing on them but the thin skin, and sometimes they would get so sore that we could see the bone. This made the men sleep in all ways. Most of the time in this prison I slept in a sitting position, with my knees drawn up and my head and arms resting on my knees. I remember one day standing at the dead line near the gate. It was about the time of the sick call, and I was standing there counting the dead that had been brought up to the gate that morning, 78 in number, but they had not yet been carried out to the dead house, and the prison seemed to have on all of its agony when I looked up and saw 6 women looking over the top of the stockade, and I heard one of them remark, "I have often wondered why the Confederacy did not succeed, but now I know no nation can prosper who does a thing like this," and the women turned from the sight. While in the prison I had many dreams, and I often dreamt of going home and sitting at the table filled with plenty of good things to eat. I dreamt this so often that one night when I was in a dream sitting at the table with my brother and sisters, and everything seemed to be full and plenty, when I said, "There is no use of my eating, because this is nothing but a dream. I have dreamed this often. I believe this too is not real." "Oh, no," said my sister, "this is no dream. See," said she, "take this hot cup of coffee and eat and drink, for if this was a dream I could not hand you this." "Well," I said, "I will try it this time, for surely this is no dream." So we had a good time eating and drinking, but when I awoke I was very much disappointed, for I was 1,000 miles from home. Many of the men tried to make their escape by tunnels. These tunnels were dug underground, 3 or 4 feet deep and 300 or 400 yards long. Not many of the prisoners ever made their escape in this way, the tunnel or hole only being large enough to permit one man to crawl out at a time, and Rebs would discover them before we could complete them. And now it is the last week of August. We have had our hardest thunderstorms in this month. It flooded the prison and washed off all the dirt and filth. The ground was cold and damp, and the men dying off by hundreds. The days were hot, but the nights were chilly, and all seem to think that we are to be kept in this prison all winter, and the men beg the Rebs to give them shelter for the sick. The Rebs sent us in 2 or 3 wagon loads of boards, and we put up 2 sheds, open in the front and closed at the back and ends. These sheds were only for the sick that was helpless, which were thousands. Many of the sick men had nothing of any kind to cook with, and not even so much as a tin cup or a tin plate. Many of the sick and well both were without anything to cook with, for the Rebs gave us nothing to cook in, and if the men could not borrow a tin cup or plate from their friends, they had to eat their food raw. It was now the 1st of September. The sheds were completed, and the sick were being carried to them. All that could walk was called well, and all that could not walk was called sick. The 4 in my tent was able to walk up to this time. Kay was sick from eating raw meal. Hilliard was failing fast. Mackintosh and I were in good health. In the mud hole or tent behind my tent, where 3 men lived, all were dead. The tent on the right of my tent, where 2 men lived, 1 was dead, and the other was in good health. The tent on the left side of my tent, where 3 men lived, 2 were dead, and 1 in good health. This is the way things were about the 1st day of September, when we had a strong rumor that the prisoners were going to be exchanged. About this time Phil Hilliard says to us, "Do you men ever expect to get out of this prison alive?" I told him that I hoped to get out all right. He said that he was sure that he would die before he got home. He failed fast after this, and at midnight on the 3rd of September he died. Kay got so weak that he gave up all hope and said that he believed he too would soon die. On the 7th of September the Rebs said we would be exchanged, and they began to take the prisoners out of the prison. On the 8th of September we carried Kay up and put him in the sheds. He was alive when I left the prison. On the 9th of September my old friend Mackintosh got uneasy and slipped out with another detachment and left me alone. On the 10th of September my detachment or 1,000 was ordered out. We were taken to the railroad and put in box cars and started north. Now I was very sad indeed. My 3 comrades gone, my clothes ragged and torn. I did not know what to do. I soon found that the 2 men that had lived alongside of me was in the same car with me. One of these men was Frank Beagle of the 15th Regiment, New Jersey Volunteers, and the other was Orlando Gallagher of my regiment. Both of the men had a wool blanket, but I had none. We had only 1 blanket at our tent, and when Phil got sick we sold it to get him something to eat. So these 2 men said that I should go with them and they would let me sleep in the middle. This was very good news indeed to me, but still I was sad to think that we had left so many behind. It is said that 14,000 died in Andersonville prison pen, but if each man had been truly counted, the dead would number many more than 14, 15, or even 16,000. Orlando Gallagher's partner that he had at Andersonville died and left him a silver watch valued at $50 and $25 in money. I had a gold ring worth about $2, which I had not parted with. On the 15th of September we landed at a place called Florence, South Carolina. Here we were taken from the cars and put in a large field and a strong guard put over us. About 8,000 or 10,000 prisoners had now arrived here, and it was 2 days since we had eaten our last food. I now traded off my ring for a peck of sweet potatoes. Orlando bought some meat and cornmeal. Frank hunted up some pieces of wood, and soon we had a good feed. The Rebs said that they did not know that we were coming and that nothing had been prepared to feed us. So that night and the next day made 3 days since we had had food. The men began to starve and die, and we commenced to carry the dead up and lay them on the ground near the guards. Some of the guards would say, "What's the matter with that man?" We would say, "That man has starved to death, and every one of us will starve to death if we are kept without food another day." The Rebs thought that there was some truth in this, and they started out through the country and gathered up 3 or 4 wagon loads of corn cake and sweet potatoes. This was divided with the men, and the next day the Rebs began to give us our cornmeal and meat regular. It was at this place that I saw 3 men lay on the ground and cry, "Oh, for a spoonful of meal to save my life!" And the next morning I went to see if they were still there, and there the 3 men lay cold and stiff in death. We received about the same amount of food that we did at Andersonville. We now formed a plot to break through the guards and escape. So the prisoners rushed out, and the Rebs thought that we would all escape, but by the time we had run 500 or 600 yards, the men gave out, and as we had to stop to rest, the Rebs soon surrounded us and drove us back. There seemed to be plenty to eat at this place, if only one had the money to buy it with, and some of the men began the same old business of keeping store. It was now the 22nd of September. My peck of potatoes was gone, and very nearly all of Orlando's $25. So Orlando said, "We will sell the watch, and with all we get, over $50, we will start a store." So Frank and I took the watch and traded it off to an old farmer who offered us $300 in Confed money and a load of sweet potatoes. We told him if he would bring us 16 bushels of sweet potatoes, we would give him the watch. So the next day, according to promise, he brought the potatoes and we gave him the watch. As soon as we received the potatoes, we sold 10 bushels to the prisoners for $5 a bushel. This made $50, and we gave it to Orlando, the amount he wanted for the watch. We now had 6 bushel of potatoes left to start business with. Everything we sold to the prisoners in the prison, we sold for greenbacks or United States money. We never dealt in Reb money unless we wanted to buy something from the Rebs, and then, of course, we got $5 of Confed money for $1 in greenbacks. Now I was rated with the rich, and I did not have much time to look after the sick and distressed. We took 3 bushels of the potatoes and made them out into 20 little heaps, for which we got $1 a heap. We now had $20 and 3 bushels of potatoes. We bought 1 4-quart kettle, for which we paid $4. This kettle we used to cook our potatoes in, and we sold the potatoes ready cooked for 5 cents each for small size and 10 cents each for large size. And the next thing we bought was an 8-quart kettle. This kettle we used for boiling our clothes in, and we did not have any more lice to pick, for by boiling our clothes once or twice a week we could keep clear of them. Now we went on buying and selling. One day I bought 20 dozen of little long red peppers for 50 cents a dozen in Reb money, and sold them for 5 cents each. I bought 20 pints of salt and paid 50 cents a pint in Reb money, and sold it for 50 cents a pint in greenbacks. So you see, we bought cheap and sold dear, and sold very slow, for it was hard work to get anything to sell. One day we bought a goose for $5 in Confed. We made it into soup and sold it for 25 cents a pint. Of course, we would be a long time selling these things, and by the time we could sell them and eat a little of them ourselves, not much profit was left. If we cleared our salt, we were satisfied it was better than nothing. Chapter 7. The Sick Exchanged. The regulators fix the price of selling, and make things worse than they were before. The condition of my clothing. Voting for president. It was now the 1st of October, and the Rebs had made another pen for us, and we were now put into another stockade, something like the one at Andersonville, only it was in better condition. It was clean. We had plenty of wood when we first went in, and it had a nice stream of water running through it, the stream being about 6 feet wide. We had no wells in this prison. The water was plenty and good. One part of this prison the Rebs staked off for a hospital, and they had made a few little huts out of the pine brush, and the sick were carried and put into these little brush huts. Those that could walk had to shift the best they could, for no shelter was given us in this prison. There seemed to be about 20,000 men in this prison, and it contained about 16 acres of land, mud, and water. It was now about the 21st of October, and who did I see coming in but my old friend George McIntosh. He wanted me to take him in, and I was willing, but Frank and Orlando were not, so the poor old fellow had to find another partner. Orlando and McIntosh were from the same place. We got word that the sick were to be exchanged, which we soon found out was really true. and George McIntosh and Orlando Gallagher were taken out with the sick, on account of being old men. I was glad to see them go. It was now in November, and the regulators or police said the price of selling at the stores in the prison was entirely too high, so they went through the prison and told the storekeepers how much they should charge, and they regulated the price so low that it turned out to be one of the worst things that ever happened in the prison, for many of these stores only made 1 or 2 extra messes or meals a week, and now the price being cut down, there was nothing in it. Our store was one that would not pay. We had 6 pints of salt and 8 dozen peppers. This we divided and stopped keeping store, and in 2 weeks' time there was nothing to buy or sell, and we were now left to the mercy of the Rebs, and they could starve us all to death in 4 or 5 days if they were so inclined. We all seemed to be dissatisfied, and we were all of us like a set of hungry hogs. Now there was no laughing, no singing, and not much talking. We all lost hope, and thought our time had come. We were now all alike, all must die the same death. The well and sick seemed to die together. A man would be well today and dead tomorrow. Surely no one could hope to ever escape alive. The Rebs and regulators now saw they had made a great mistake, and they told the men to go on with their stores and sell for any price they pleased. Some few of the stores were opened, but business never come up to where it was before. Frank and I had spent all of our money, and we had nothing but peppers, salt, and 1 blanket, so we did not undertake to start another store. It was now in December, and the nights were very chilly and cold, and the only way that Frank and I could keep warm was by drinking hot pepper tea. In this way we could make out to keep from perishing. I still had a pair of pants, coat, and shirt, but you could not have told what they were. I had cut the sleeves out of my coat to cover my feet. The thread in all of the seams of my clothing had given out, and I had cut the sleeves out of my shirt to make strings to tie my pants, coat, and shirt together. They were all torn and ragged, and I had hard work to make them hang on me. And still I was better off than a great many others. Some had only a coat, some only a shirt, others a pair of pants. We were the worst-looking creatures that ever was seen. Tongue cannot tell and pen cannot write the terrible scenes of this prison pen. It was now the 1st of January, and we heard that the North, or the people of the North, had sent down some clothing to the prisoners. I saw the lieutenant in charge of the prison, and begged him to give me some clothes. He took me out to where the clothes were, and told me to pick out 1 piece, for, said he, each man will get 1 piece, and then we will not have enough to go halfway around. I told him that I would take a blanket, for I could wrap it around me and keep warm. The wood that we used in this prison to cook with was cut by negro slaves near the prison, and it was carried up to the gate by 100 prisoners, the same ones going out every day to carry up the wood. They would go out in the morning and come in at night, or about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. These men got the last load they carried and a double ration of food every day. Frank, about this time, got onto the wood gang, and now everything was lovely again, for all I had to do was take care of the blankets, and every night Frank would bring in enough wood to keep us warm. One day he brought in an axe, and soon we had enough poles or logs, and I went to work and built a tent. Frank brought in 6 meal sacks, and out of these we made the roof. In the end of the tent we made a fireplace, and the chimney extended 2 feet above the top of the tent. In the back part we made a bunk or place to sleep on, and Frank brought in some dry grass, and then we had a nice soft bed to sleep on. I would trade off wood and loan our axe and kettles about to double my rations, so Frank and I were all right for the winter. For the loan of a kettle or our axe we would get 1 teaspoonful of cornmeal. Now the Rebs offered to take the men out if they would join their army. About 1,000 men went out, hoping by this way to make their escape. The Rebs gave these men a gray uniform, kept them out about 2 weeks, and then sent them into the prison again, telling them they were no good. We were in this prison on election day, when Abraham Lincoln and George B. McClellan ran for President of the United States, and the Rebs tried to get the men to vote, for they wanted to know the feelings of the prisoners. So in the morning, when they counted us, they gave the order for the McClellan men to step to the left and the Lincoln men to the right, and they found only 1 company, or 100, that gave McClellan a majority. All the rest gave Lincoln a large majority. They tried again through the day with white and black beans, but with the same result. Some of the Rebs said they thought the war would soon be over, but we said, not until the slaves are free. Then they said, the war will never end, for we will not give our slaves to the Yankees. They did not seem to understand the question. We now gave up all hope of getting out of this prison until the war was over. We told the Rebs that we had come to free the black men, save the country, Union, and flag. They did not seem to understand what we said, for they said, you Yanks keep away from us and we will not hurt you. We had what we called a hospital in this prison, but we did not have any doctor or medicine, and when the men would get sick so they could not help themselves, they were carried to the hospital to die. This hospital was so filthy and dirty that we all thought it was dangerous to go near it. The other part of the prison we considered in fair condition. But some of the men who had not been sick would go to sleep and never awake. This put us in great fear, and we could hear some of the men saying to one another, if I get asleep, do not let me sleep too long, or I might wake up in another world. I was better off in this prison than I was at Andersonville, for there I was classed with the poor, but here I was called a retired merchant. But if my friend Frank had not secured work carrying up wood, we surely would have died. Chapter 8. Many dying, and the Rebs furnishing music to cheer the men. Removal. Trying to escape from the cars. The people of Wilmington, North Carolina, not allowed to bring us food. Sound of cannonading. Escape. Return home. In December and January the nights were cold, and many men were frozen to death. I saw 2 men who did not have any shelter dig a hole in the ground and crawl in and try to keep warm, but in the morning they were both frozen to death. I saw one man who had so many lice on him that he died. He was so weak that they killed him. There was no one to help him, for each one had all he could do to save his own life. All was famine, danger, and death. The Rebs said they did not know what to do. They thought that we would soon all die. They had their brass band to come near the prison on the outside of the stockade and play a few tunes. They said they thought it would cheer the men up, but it did not seem to do any good, so they soon stopped it from playing. We counted 4,000 dead carried out of this prison, and there were many more we did not count. We cannot tell how many died, for we do not know the exact number. It was now the 1st of February, and in my mess of 25 men there was only 3 that was called well. The rest were all sick, and they did not have the strength to look after their rations or food, so the 3 well ones had to do all the work. We had to draw the rations, divide them, and carry them to the others, and by the time we had the food divided, and each man's wood split up so that he could use it, we were very near tired out. When men would die out of the mess, it would be filled up the next morning by other men, sometimes by new, sometimes by old prisoners. The first week in February, we received orders to be ready to move, and the Rebs commenced to take the men out. Frank and I had saved up enough cornmeal to last 3 or 4 days, so we baked some good hard cornmeal cakes and got ready to travel. The order came to go out at sunset. Frank and I thought perhaps that the Union Army was about to capture the prison, so we stayed back and would not go. So when the 1,000 went out, we were reported missing, and it was not long before we were surprised by 2 of the Reb guards with fixed bayonet. They tore down our tent and took us out at the point of the bayonet. About 9 o'clock in the evening we were put in boxcars and started for North Carolina. We were on these cars for 2 or 3 days, and they did not seem to know what to do with us. One night they run the cars on a siding, and as the guards were tired out, they all fell asleep. The car door was shut, and the guards were on top of the cars, and we thought that we would all smother, as there were 65 men in our car. 2 of them were dead, and several more we did not think could live until morning. Some men began to cut a hole through the end of the car. At last we got a hole large enough for a man to crawl out. I was to be the 5th man out. 2 men had got out. The third was Joe Burrow, the fourth was Sergeant Blasdell. These 2 men were from Wisconsin. About the time the fourth man got halfway out, the guard fired and shot Joe through the arm. The 2 first men out made their escape, but Joe had to crawl back into the car. The next morning the Rebs took him and the 3 dead men out. I do not know how he made out, for that was the last time I ever saw him. After this we were put on and off the cars for several days, and one night about 9 o'clock we stopped at a small town in North Carolina. Here they told us we were all to be exchanged. The next day they took us off the cars, fed us, and told us to go where we pleased. We thought sure we was to be exchanged, so we did not try to run away. We got some fence rails, made a large fire, and took things easy. A few days after this we stopped at Wilmington, North Carolina. As soon as we stopped there we were taken from the cars and put into a field a short distance from the town. Here we were kept all day without food. Many of the people came out to see us, and when they saw that we were in a starving condition, some of them offered to bring us food. So the Reb officers that had charge of us told them to bring us what they wanted to on the next day. So the next day, about 9 o'clock in the morning, about 400 or 500 men, women, and children, both white and black, come out with tubs, baskets, and buckets filled with good things to eat. But when they got within 200 or 300 yards of us, they were stopped by the Reb officers and ordered or drove back. They were not allowed to bring us a mouthful. About this time the Rebs received some cornmeal and beef, and we received our rations or food, which was 1 pint of cornmeal and 4 ounces of corned or salt beef. This was the last food that I ever received from them. About this time there seemed to be great excitement among the Rebs. We had heard cannon firing all day, and it seemed to be getting nearer and nearer. Some of the Reb guards said it was time now to stop the war, and the men ought to all throw down their guns and go home. They, too, seemed to fare about the same as the prisoners, for they had only received salt beef and cornmeal for their food on this day, and they all seemed to be dissatisfied. Some of the boys that had come out to see us said the Yankees will take the town tonight or tomorrow, and you prisoners will all be free again. Sergeant Blasdell and I thought the time had come to make our escape, so we went out over the line without being noticed by the guard, and the first house we come to was that of an old colored lady. We wanted the good old black women to show us a place to hide, for the fields, woods, roads, and lanes seemed to be full of Rebs, and we did not know what minute we would be arrested and taken back. The old colored lady said that she had 3 of our men hid away, that she was afraid to hide any more, but she said to an old colored man, "Here, Wash, you take these 2 men and show them where to hide." Old Uncle Wash, as we called him, took us down into the swamp, where we found 3 young colored men with their masters' horses, trying to keep them from falling into the hands of the Rebs. Uncle Wash told us that he knew all the Rebels and all the Union men in the city of Wilmington, and he said, "Take them all, black and white, and most is for the Union." The young colored fellows now told Uncle Wash to go back home and that they would take care of us. So these young men took us into the swamp, dug a hole, put us in it, and covered us up with leaves. Now, they said, do as we tell you, and we will get you free. By this time another prisoner had come to us, and he too was put in the hole. About sunset 2 Rebel soldiers came along with their guns and discovered us. We thought now our time had come. They wanted to know what we were doing there, and we told them we were 3 Andersonville prisoners and that we were trying to make our escape. They said that they lived at Wilmington and was trying to get home, and they went on toward the city. The young colored men now came to us and said, "We will have to get away from here, for these woods are full of Rebs." So they took us about half a mile to another woods, and then went back and got their horses. It was now about 9 o'clock in the evening, and one of them said that he would take his horse and go into the city and see what was going on, and get something to eat. About 11 o'clock he came back and said the Rebs are leaving, and people thought the Yankees would take the town tomorrow. He brought a basket in which he had half a ham, nicely cooked, some cornbread, and a pint of brandy. The colored men made a fire and told us to help ourselves. The food was a great surprise to us, as we did not think of getting anything to eat that night. In fact, I was so anxious to get away from the Rebs that I had almost forgotten about being hungry. But we commenced to eat, and had that basket empty before daylight next morning, the black men eating but very little. They said it would take more than one basket full of food to fill us up. We could hear the Rebs falling back and leaving the town all that night. Sometimes we would put out our fire until they passed by. The next morning was the 22nd of February. We sat around our fire and talked until 9 o'clock, when one of the colored men said that he would ride into town and see what he could find out. About 10 o'clock he came back and told us to come out and go to the city, for the Rebel soldiers had gone away, and the Lincoln soldiers were marching into the town, and the stars and stripes were waving over the city. We had about 1 mile to go, and by the time we got there, our number had increased to 500 or 600 men who had made their escape the day before. This surely was a day to be remembered. The people of the city were much excited, particularly the slaves. They seemed to be almost crazed with joy. The colored women run up and down the streets, singing and praying. They said that they had been praying for many years for the Lord to set them free, and now they could praise his name, for Massa Lincoln's soldiers had come and set them free. The white people of the town were very friendly to the escaped prisoners, and took us to their homes, and fed us, and used us well. Blasdell, myself, and the other prisoner that was with us were all taken to one house, where we received the very best of treatment. The first they gave us was a pound of soap and 10 plugs of tobacco each. It was the first soap I had had for 9 months. They said, "You men go down to the river and wash, and then come back here to this house and stay until you get some strength." I did not use tobacco, so on my way down to the river I sold my 10 plugs to the colored Union soldiers for $1 a plug, and got from a white regiment a full suit of clothes. So now I had $10 in money, a good suit of clothes, and a home to go to. The 2 other men had fared about the same as I, and arriving at the river, we threw off our old rags and went in to swim. We took a good wash, dressed in our new clothes, and went back to the house. Here we were used the very best, plenty to eat and a good bed to sleep on. We had no guide to our appetite, so eat of everything that was put on the table. The men ate so much that some got sick and many died. In 3 days Blasdell and I had to take our man to the hospital. In 1 week I was taken to the hospital, where I was sick for 2 weeks. I do not know how my friend Blasdell made out, for I never saw him after I went to the hospital. As soon as I got well, I wrote home, telling them that I had made my escape, and that I would soon be home. It was now the 3rd week in March. The doctor told me that I could go home in the next boat, so in a day or 2 I started with many others in a steamboat for home. We started at Annapolis, Maryland, where we were met by many friends and a brass band. We stayed at Annapolis for 2 or 3 weeks, where many of the men were sick and died. I now went to Trenton, New Jersey, where on the 24th of April, 1865, I was discharged and mustered out of the United States service, where I had been for 3 years, 7 months, and 14 days. I now returned home, which was at Port Elizabeth, Cumberland County, New Jersey. End of Part 2 of 9 Months in Rebel Prisons by George Weiser. Read by Maria Kasper.
Chapter 9 of A Narrative of a 9 Months' Residence in New Zealand in 1827 by Augustus Earle. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9 The Missionary Settlement at Kerry. We had travelled all day through a country in which every object we saw was of a character that reminded us forcibly of the savage community we were with. Occasionally we met groups of naked men, trotting along under immense loads, and screaming their barbarous songs of recognition. Sometimes we beheld an uncouthly carved figure, daubed over with red ochre and fixed in the ground, to give notice that one side of the road was tabooed. An extraordinary contrast was now presented to our view, for we came suddenly in front of a complete little English village. Wreaths of white smoke were rising from the chimneys of neat, weather-boarded houses. The glazed windows reflected the brilliant glow from the rays of the setting sun, while herds of fat cattle were winding down the hills, lowing as they leisurely bent their steps toward the farmyard. It is impossible for me to describe what I felt on contemplating a scene so similar to those I had left behind me. According to the custom of this country, we fired our muskets to warn the inhabitants of the settlement of our approach. We arranged our dresses in the best order we could, and proceeded towards the village. As the report of our guns had been heard, groups of nondescripts came running out to meet us. I could scarcely tell to what order of beings they belonged, but on their near approach I found them to be the New Zealand youths who were settled with the missionaries. They were habited in the most uncouth dresses imaginable. These pious men certainly have no taste for the picturesque. They had obscured the finest human forms under a seaman's huge clothing. Boys not more than 15 wore jackets reaching to their knees and buttoned up to the throat with great black horn buttons, a coarse checked shirt, the collar of which spread halfway over their face. Their luxuriant, beautiful hair was cut close off, and each head was crammed into a close Scotch bonnet. These half-converted, or rather half-covered youths, after rubbing noses and chattering with our guides, conducted us to the dwellings of their masters. As I had a letter of introduction from one of their own body, I felt not the slightest doubt of a kind reception, so we proceeded with confidence. We were ushered into a house, all cleanliness and comfort, all order, silence, and unsociability. After presenting my letter to a grave-looking personage, it had to undergo a private inspection in an adjoining room, and the result was an invitation to stay and take a cup of tea. All that an abundant farm and excellent grocer in England could supply were soon before us. Each person of the mission, as he appeared during our repast, was called aside, and I could hear my own letter read and discussed by them. I could not help thinking, within myself, whether this was a way to receive a countryman at the antipodes. No smile beamed upon their countenance. There were no inquiries after news. In short, there was no touch of human sympathy, such as we of the world feel at receiving an Englishman under our roof in such a savage country as this. The chubby children who peeped at us from all corners, and the very hearty appearance of their parents, plainly evidenced that theirs was an excellent and thriving trade. We had a cold invitation to stay all night, but this the number of our party entirely precluded, so they lent us their boat to convey us to the Bay of Islands, a distance of about 25 miles. As the night proved dark and stormy, and as our boat was crowded with natives, our passage down the Kerry River became both disagreeable and dangerous. The river being filled with rocks, some under, and others just above the water, we were obliged to keep a good lookout. After experiencing many alarms, we arrived safely at Kororareka beach about midnight, where an Englishman of the name of Johnstone gave us a shelter in his hut. End of chapter 9 of A Narrative of a 9-Month Residence in New Zealand in 1827. Read by Anusha Iyer, Mumbai.
The Nine-Banded Armadillo, from Quadrupeds or Outlines of a Popular History of the Class Mammalia, by the Religious Tract Society of London, 1840.
This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. America produces another singular genus of the Edentata, namely that of the armadillos, Dasypus lineus. These animals are remarkable for the armor of horny plates and belts in which their bodies are enveloped, the hips and shoulders being covered by large broad buckles, while intermediately the back is shielded with transverse bands overlapping each other, as we see in ancient coats of mail, so as to give greater liberty and some degree of lateral motion. The tail is enveloped in a series of rings, and the limbs in an indurated, tuberculous sort of skin. The legs are very short, thick, and powerful, and the toes are furnished with strong nails for burrowing, a process which, in the light of sandy soil frequented by them, they accomplish with surprising rapidity. The eyes are very small, the ears large, the tongue long and slender, being capable of great extension and lubricated with a viscid saliva, by means of which it is enabled to pick up with readiness ants and similar insects, of which the diet of the armadillo chiefly consists. Its mode of taking these is by touching them with its tongue and drawing it back into the mouth. In addition to insects, however, it devours fruits, eggs, snakes, lizards, and especially the carcasses of animals, so that in Paraguay those who are interred at a distance from the usual places of sepulture are obliged to be protected by a lining of strong boards as a preventive against its depredations. In searching after food, the armadillos appear to be principally directed by the sense of smell. Their habits are more or less nocturnal. Their retreats are deep winding burrows of their own excavation. Their pace, though pretty quick, is a sort of waddling run, which in captivity is often persevered in incessantly by the hour together, without any apparent motive, and which, though amusing enough at first from its oddity, becomes tiresome from its sameness. One of the species with which we are best acquainted is that commonly termed nine-banded, Dasypus novincinctus lineus. See engraving number 37. Not that the number of bands is a just criterion, as they vary in youth and age, but that as such is the usual number in the adult, it became adopted by Linnaeus as a specific appellation. Individuals of this species have been exhibited in the gardens of the Zoological Society. They were fed on bread and vegetable diet. During the summer months they were allowed the liberty of a little paddock, where by the singularity of their actions they attracted a crowd of spectators. In the spring of 1831 the female produced 2 young ones, but both died, apparently in consequence of a bite on the head inflicted by one of the parents. Subsequently others have been produced and reared to their full growth, but died from accidental causes. In South America the armadillo is reckoned delicious food, and therefore eagerly hunted. The only refuge of these animals when pursued is their burrow, to which they immediately hasten, but on an emergency endeavor to dig a temporary retreat as expeditiously as possible. If interrupted, as a last resource, they roll themselves up like a hedgehog, and withdrawing their limbs beneath their bucklers and bending in their head, they submissively wait the event. However, it is said that should a precipice be near, trusting to their armor, they will throw themselves over it, and thus often effect an escape. Sometimes they are surprised when in the act of making their burrow, the hunter seizing them by the tail. In this case he is obliged to tickle the creature thus secured with a stick to make it let go its hold upon the sides of the excavation, for so great is its strength and so resolutely does it struggle that its tail has been often known to break off short in the hands of its assailant. Mr. Waterton informs us that the armadillo burrows in the sand hills like a rabbit, and that if, on introducing a stick into the hole, a number of mosquitoes come out, the Indians know to a certainty that the animal is there. They then probe its windings with a long pliant rod, dig down, probe again, and so repeat the work till they reach their booty. End of the 9-banded armadillo, from Quadrupeds or Outlines of a Popular History of the Class Mammalia, by the Religious Tract Society of London, 1840. Read by Sue Anderson.
8 or 9 Wise Words About Letter Writing by Lewis Carroll. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Beth Thomas. Part 1. On Stamp Cases. Some American writer has said the snakes in this district may be divided into one species, the venomous. The same principle applies here. Postage stamp cases may be divided into one species, the wonderland. Imitations of it will soon appear, no doubt, but they cannot include the 2 pictorial surprises which are copyright. You don't see why I call them surprises? Well, take the case in your left hand and regard it attentively. You see Alice nursing the Duchess's baby, an entirely new combination, by the way, it doesn't occur in the book. Now, with your right thumb and forefinger, lay hold of the little book and suddenly pull it out. The baby has turned into a pig. If that doesn't surprise you, why, I suppose you wouldn't be surprised if your own mother-in-law suddenly turned into a gyroscope. This case is not intended to carry about in your pocket. Far from it. People seldom want any other stamps on an emergency than penny stamps for letters, 6-penny stamps for telegrams, and a bit of stamp edging for cut fingers. It makes a capital sticking plaster, and will stand 3 or 4 washings, cautiously conducted. And all these are easily carried in a purse or pocketbook. No, this is meant to haunt your envelope case, or wherever you keep your writing materials. What made me invent it was the constantly wanting stamps of other values for foreign letters, parcel post, etc., and finding it very bothersome to get at the kind I wanted in a hurry. Since I have possessed a Wonderland stamp case, life has been bright and peaceful, and I have used no other. I believe the Queen's laundress uses no other. Each of the pockets will hold 6 stamps comfortably. I would recommend you arrange the 6 before putting them in, something like a bouquet, making them lean to the right and to the left alternately. Thus there will always be a free corner to get hold of, so as to take them out quickly and easily one by one. Otherwise you will find them apt to come out 2 or 3 at a time. According to my experience, the 5D, 9D, and 1 shilling stamps are hardly ever wanted, though I have constantly to replenish all the other pockets. If your experience agrees with mine, you may find it convenient to keep only a couple, say, of each of these 3 kinds in the 1 shilling pocket, and to fill the other 2 pockets with extra 1D stamps. Part 2. How to begin a letter. If the letter is to be an answer to another, begin by getting out that other letter and reading it through, in order to refresh your memory, as to what it is you have to answer, and as to your correspondent's present address. Otherwise, you'll be sending your letter to his regular address in London, though he has been careful in writing to give you his Torquay address in full. Next, address and stamp the envelope. What? Before writing the letter? Most certainly, and I'll tell you what will happen if you don't. You will go on writing until the last moment, and just in the middle of the last sentence you will become aware that time's up. Then comes the hurried wind-up, the wildly scrawled signature, the hastily fastened envelope, which comes open in the post, the address a mere hieroglyphic, the horrible discovery that you've forgotten to replenish your stamp case, the frantic appeal to everyone in the house to lend you a stamp, the headlong rush to the post office, arriving hot and gasping just after the box has closed. And finally, a week afterwards, the return of the letter from the dead letter office marked address illegible. Next, put your own address in full at the top of the note sheet. It is an aggravating thing, I speak from bitter experience, when a friend staying at some new address heads his letter Dover, simply assuming that you can get the rest of the address from his previous letter, which perhaps you have destroyed. Next, put the date in full. It is another aggravating thing when you wish years afterwards to arrange a series of letters to find them dated Feb 17, Aug 2, without any year to guide you as to which comes first. And never, never, dear madam. N.B. This remark is addressed to ladies only. No man would ever do such a thing. Put Wednesday simply as the date. That way madness lies. Part 3. How to go on with a letter. Here is a golden rule to begin with. Write legibly. The average temper of the human race would be perceptibly sweetened if everybody obeyed this rule. A great deal of the bad writing in the world comes simply from writing too quickly. Of course, you reply, I do it to save time. A very good object, no doubt. But what right have you to do it at your friend's expense? Isn't his time as valuable as yours? Years ago I used to receive letters from a friend, and very interesting letters too, written in one of the most atrocious hands ever invented. It generally took me about a week to read one of his letters. I used to carry it about in my pocket and take it out at leisure times to puzzle over the riddles which composed it, holding it in different positions at different distances, till at last the meaning of some hopeless scrawl would flash upon me, when I at once wrote down the English under it. And when several had been thus guessed, the context would help one with the others, till at last the whole series of hieroglyphics was deciphered. If all one's friends wrote like that, life would be entirely spent in reading their letters. This rule applies especially to names of people or places, and most especially to foreign names. I got a letter once containing some Russian names, written in the same hasty scramble in which people often write yours sincerely. The context, of course, didn't help in the least, and one spelling was just as likely as another, so far as I knew. It was necessary to write and tell my friend that I couldn't read any of them. My second rule is, don't fill more than a page and a half with apologies for not having written sooner. The best subject to begin with is your friend's last letter. Write with the letter open before you. Answer his questions and make any remarks his letter suggests. Then go on to what you want to say yourself. This arrangement is more courteous and pleasanter for the reader than to fill the letter with your own invaluable remarks and then hastily answer your friend's questions in a postscript. Your friend is much more likely to enjoy your wit after his own anxiety for information has been satisfied. In referring to anything your friend has said in his letter, it is best to quote the exact words, and not to give a summary of them in your words. A's impression of what B has said, expressed in A's words, will never convey to B the meaning of his own words. This is especially necessary when some point has arisen as to which the two correspondents do not quite agree. There ought to be no opening for such writing as, "You are quite mistaken in thinking I said so-and-so. It was not in the least my meaning," etc., etc., which tends to make a correspondence last for a lifetime. A few more rules may fitly be given here for correspondence that has unfortunately become controversial. One is, don't repeat yourself. When once you have said your say fully and clearly on a certain point, and have failed to convince your friend, drop that subject. To repeat your arguments all over again will simply lead to his doing the same, and you will go on like a circulating decimal. Did you ever know a circulating decimal to come to an end? Another rule is, when you have written a letter that you feel may possibly irritate your friend, however necessary you may have felt it to so express yourself, put it aside until the next day. Then read it over again and fancy it addressed to yourself. This will often lead to your writing it all over again, taking out a lot of the vinegar and pepper and putting in honey instead, and thus making a much more palatable dish of it. If when you have done your best to write inoffensively, you still feel that it will probably lead to further controversy, keep a copy of it. There is very little use months afterwards in pleading, "I am almost sure I never expressed myself as you say. To the best of my recollection I said so-and-so." Far better to be able to write, "I did not express myself so. These are the words I used." My fifth rule is, if your friend makes a severe remark, either leave it unnoticed or make your reply distinctly less severe. And if he makes a friendly remark, tending towards making up the little difference that has arisen between you, let your reply be distinctly more friendly. If, in picking a quarrel, each party declined to go more than 3/8 of the way, and if, in making friends, each was ready to go 5/8 of the way, why, there would be more reconciliations than quarrels, which is like the Irishman's remonstrance to his gadabout daughter. "Sure, you're always going out. You go out 3 times for once that you come in." My sixth rule, and my last remark about controversial correspondence, is don't try to have the last word. How many a controversy would be nipped in the bud if each was anxious to let the other have the last word? Never mind how telling a rejoinder you leave unuttered. Never mind your friends supposing that you are silent from lack of anything to say. Let the thing drop as soon as is possible without discourtesy. Remember, speech is silver, but silence is golden. N.B. If you are a gentleman and your friend a lady, this rule is superfluous. You won't get the last word. My 7th rule is, if it should ever occur to you to write jestingly in dispraise of your friend, be very sure you exaggerate enough to make the jesting obvious. A word spoken in jest but taken as earnest may lead to very serious consequences. I have known it to lead to the breaking off of a friendship. Suppose, for instance, you wish to remind your friend of a sovereign you have lent him which he has forgotten to repay. You might quite mean the words, "I mention it, as you seem to have conveniently a bad memory for debts," in jest, yet there would be nothing to wonder at if he took offence at that way of putting it. But suppose you wrote, "Long observation of your career as a pickpocket and a burglar has convinced me that my one lingering hope for recovering that sovereign I lent you is to say, 'Pay up, or I'll summons you.'" He would indeed be a matter-of-fact friend if he took that as seriously meant. My 8th rule. When you say in your letter, "I enclose cheque for £5," or "I enclose John's letter for you to see," leave off writing for a moment, go and get the document referred to, and put it in the envelope. Otherwise, you are pretty certain to find it lying about after the post has gone. My 9th rule. When you get to the end of a note sheet and find that you have more to say, take another piece of paper, a whole sheet or a scrap, as the case may demand, but whatever you do, don't cross. Remember the old proverb, "Cross writing makes cross reading." The old proverb, you say inquiringly? How old? Well, not so very ancient, I must confess. In fact, I'm afraid I invented it while writing this paragraph. Still, you know, old is a comparative term. I think you would be quite justified in addressing a chicken just out of the shell as "old boy," when compared with another chicken that was only half out. Part 4. How to end a letter. If doubtful whether to end with "yours faithfully," or "yours truly," or "yours most truly," etc., there are at least a dozen varieties before you reach "yours affectionately," refer to your correspondent's last letter, and make your winding up at least as friendly as his. In fact, even if a shade more friendly, it will do no harm. A postscript is a very useful invention, but it is not meant, as so many ladies suppose, to contain the real gist of the letter. It serves rather to throw into the shade any little matter we do not wish to make a fuss about. For example, your friend had promised to execute a commission for you in town, but forgot it, thereby putting you to great inconvenience, and he now writes to apologize for his negligence. It would be cruel and needlessly crushing to make it the main subject of your reply. How much more gracefully it comes in thus: "P.S. Don't distress yourself any more about having omitted that little matter in town. I won't deny that it did put my plans out a little at the time, but it's all right now. I often forget things myself, and those who live in glass houses mustn't throw stones, you know." When you take your letters to the post, carry them in your hand. If you put them in your pocket, you will take a long country walk, I speak from experience, passing the post office twice, going and returning, and when you get home, will find them still in your pocket. Part 5. On registering correspondence. Let me recommend you to keep a record of letters received and sent. I have kept one for many years, and have found it of the greatest possible service in many ways. It secures my answering letters, however long they have to wait. It enables me to refer for my own guidance to the details of previous correspondence, though the actual letters may have been destroyed long ago. And most valuable feature of all, if any difficulty arises years afterwards in connection with a half-forgotten correspondence, it enables me to say with confidence I did not tell you that he was an invaluable servant in every way, and that you couldn't trust him too much. I have a précis of my letter. What I said was, he is a valuable servant in many ways, but don't trust him too much. So if he's cheated you, you really must not hold me responsible for it. I will now give you a few simple rules for making and keeping a letter register. Get a blank book containing, say, 200 leaves, about 4 inches wide and 7 high. It should be well fastened into its cover, as it will have to be opened and shut hundreds of times. Have a line ruled in red ink down each margin of every page, an inch off the edge. The margin should be wide enough to contain a number of 5 digits easily. I manage with a 3/4 inch margin, but unless you write very small, you will find an inch more comfortable. Write a précis of each letter, received or sent, in chronological order. Let the entry of a received letter reach from the left-hand edge to the right-hand margin line, and the entry of a sent letter from the left-hand margin line to the right-hand edge. Thus the two kinds will be quite distinct, and you can easily hunt through the received letters by themselves without being bothered by the sent letters, and vice versa. Use the right-hand pages only, and when you come to the end of the book, turn it upside down and begin at the other end, still using the right-hand pages. You will find this much more comfortable than using the left-hand pages. You will find it convenient to write at the top of every sheet of a received letter its register number in full. I will now give a few ideal specimen pages of my letter register and make a few remarks on them, after which I think you will find it easy enough to manage one for yourself. I begin each page by putting at the top left-hand corner the next entry number I am going to use in full. The last 3 digits of each entry number are enough afterwards. And I put the date of the year at the top in the centre. I begin each entry with the last 3 digits of the entry number enclosed in an oval. This is difficult to reproduce in print, so I have put round parentheses here. Then, for the first entry in each page, I put the day of the month and the day of the week. Afterwards, DO is enough for the month day till it changes. I do not repeat the weekday. Next, if the entry is not a letter, I put a symbol for parcel, see numbers 243 and 245, or telegram, see numbers 230 and 231, as the case may be. Next, the name of the person underlined, indicated here by italics. If an entry needs special further attention, I put a square bracket at the end, and when it has been attended to, I fill in the appropriate symbol. For example, in number 218, it showed that the bill had to be paid. In number 222, that an answer was really needed. The X means attended to. And in number 234, that I owed the old lady a visit. In number 235, that the item had to be entered in my account book. In number 236, that I must not forget to write. In number 239, that the address had to be entered in my address book. In number 245, that a book had to be returned. I give each entry the space of 2 lines, whether it fills them or not, in order to have room for references, and at the foot of each page I leave 2 or 3 lines blank, often useful afterwards for entering omitted letters, and miss 1 or 2 numbers before I begin the next page. At any odd moments of leisure I make up the entry book in various ways, as follows. Firstly, I draw a second line at the right-hand end of the received entries and at the left-hand end of the sent entries. This I usually do pretty well up to date. In my register, the first line is red, the second blue. Here I distinguish them by making the first thin and the second thick. Secondly, beginning with the last entry and going backwards, I read over the names till I recognize one as having occurred already. I then link the 2 entries together by giving the one that comes first in chronological order a foot reference, see numbers 217 and 225. I do not keep this up to date, but leave it till there are 4 or 5 pages to be done. I work back till I come among entries that are all supplied with foot references, when I once more glance through the last few pages to see if there are any entries not yet supplied with head references. Their predecessors may need a special search. If an entry is connected in subject with another under a different name, I link them by cross-references, distinguished from the head and foot references by being written further from the marginal line, see number 229. When 2 consecutive entries have the same name, and both are of the same kind, that is, both received or both sent, I bracket them, see numbers 242 and 243. If of different kinds, I link them with the symbol used for numbers 219 and 220. Thirdly, beginning at the earliest entry not yet done with, and going forwards, I cross out every entry that has got a head and foot reference, and is done with, by continuing the extra line through it. See numbers 221, 223, 225. Thus, whenever a break occurs in this extra line, it shows that there is some matter still needing attention. I do not keep this anything like up to date, but leave it till there are 30 or 40 pages to look through at a time. When the first page in the volume is thus completely crossed out, I put a mark at the foot of the page to indicate this, and so with pages 2, 3, etc. Hence, whenever I do this part of the making up, I need not begin at the beginning of the volume, but only at the earliest page that has not got this mark. All this looks very complicated when stated at full length, but you will find it perfectly simple when you have had a little practice, and will come to regard the making up as a pleasant occupation for a rainy day, or at any time that you feel disinclined for more severe mental work. In the game of whist, Hoyle gives us the one golden rule: when in doubt, win the trick. I find that rule admirable for real life. When in doubt what to do, I make up my letter register. The end. End of 8 or 9 Wise Words About Letter Writing by Lewis Carroll.
Juni 1836 aus Grillparzers Tagebuch auf der Reise nach Frankreich und England von Franz Grillparzer. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Donnerstag, 9. Juni 1836. Frühmorgens mit Victor und einem anderen deutschen Kaufmanne in die St. Paulskirche, die mit endlosen Stufen zum Kinderfest hergerichtet war. Rings unter der ungeheuren Kuppel um das, was man bei uns Presbyterium nennt, die emporsteigenden Sitze, deren ich 16 übereinander zählte. Raum für 8000 Kinder. In der Mitte ein Predigtstuhl, im Fond die Orgel. Die Versammlung im Ganzen bis 14.000 Menschen. Die Zuseher waren bald versammelt, unabsehbar, außer der Peterskirche in Rom nichts damit vergleichbar. Nach und nach stellten sich die Kinder ein, nach den Pfarren in verschiedenen Farben gekleidet, die Knaben höchst barock, die Mädchen, obwohl im Kostüme alter Weiber, doch durch die außerordentliche Reinlichkeit ihrer Hauben, Schürzen und Halskrägen nach Pilgerschnitt, sämtlich glänzend weiß, ein wohltuender Anblick. Blau, grün, rot in allen Schattierungen, schwarz, braun, grau die Mädchen von unten hinansteigend, die Knaben von oben herab. Als alle 8000 beisammen waren, gab es einen Anblick, dessengleichen in der Welt nicht ist. Gegen die Orgel zu ein Fächer von lauter Mädchen, schneeweiß, von dunklen Knaben eingesäumt, wahrhaftig wie eine Engelsglorie. Die anderen saßen horizontal geteilt. Die weißen Mädchen bildeten die Schneeregion des Menschengebirges, nur fiel sie umgekehrt nach unten. Hier und da war die gleiche Linie durch einen Hauben- und Schürzenzwickel nach oben malerisch unterbrochen. Langweilige Gebete, von Chören unterbrochen, die die 8000 Kinder sangen, wie ein Donnerwetter, im Sopranschlüssel gesetzt. Die ziemlich schweren Sachen gingen besser, als ich gedacht hatte. Der protestantische Erzbischof über ganz Irland, All Ireland, Gott verdamm ihn, hielt eine Predigt, die er selbst verstanden haben mag. Der 113. Psalm recht gut komponiert. Ein Alleluja von Händel, das den Kindern dann doch zu bunt war. Erst nach 3,5 Stunden ein nicht unwillkommenes Ende. Wir, die wir schon um 10 Uhr da waren, hatten eigentlich 5 Stunden ausgehalten. Ging mit Victor ins London Kaffeehaus, wo er mich traktierte. Vortreffliche englische Küche. Salm für einen Kaiser zu gut. Roastbeef über alle Vorstellung. Johannisbeertorte für einen großbritannischen Gaumen. Grüne Erbsen in Wasser abgekocht. Grüner Salat, roh zu essen, was wir bleiben ließen. Stilskäse, dem nichts gleichkommt. Das Kuvert 4 Schillinge. Dazu Ale, Hochheimer und zum Schluss etwas Sherry. Hernach in den Zigarrendivan, wo für 1 Schilling die Person eine Zigarre und eine Tasse schlechten Kaffee erhält. Zeitungen im Überfluss. Sah und las seit beinahe 3 Monaten zum ersten Male wieder die Allgemeine Zeitung. Unter anderem, der Kaiser von Österreich habe den Erzherzog Ludwig zum Mitglied des Staatsministeriums ernannt, ihn, der so lange die obersten Geschäfte halb selbstständig leitete. Ist das eine Erhöhung oder eine Erniedrigung? Ging darauf in die italienische Oper. Mario Falieri von Donizetti. Hübsche Sachen. Die Grisi gefiel mir nicht. Tamburini hat offenbar seine Stimme verloren. Lablache der Beste, ohne sonderlich zu sein. Die Chöre ein Skandal. Mit mir in derselben Loge ein recht artiger Engländer, der recht leidlich Französisch sprach und die Musik zu gutieren schien. 2 seltene Eigenschaften in diesem Lande. Ich komme um Mitternacht nach Hause und finde, dass die jungen Leute sich eine kleine Abend- oder Morgenunterhaltung machen, wobei sie einen Höllenlärm verbringen. Ich will noch ein wenig schreiben, vielleicht kriegen sie es mittlerweile satt. Die Ordnung war bewundernswürdig in der Paulskirche. Nur störte, was aber nicht anders sein konnte, das Kommandomäßige gewisser Handlungen. So bedeckten bei manchen Stellen der Gebete die Kinder auf ein Tempo sich die Augen mit Händen und Schürzen, was ein wenig heuchlerisch aussah, High-Church-mäßig. Die Prinzessin Victoria war da mit ihrer Mutter und dem Herzog von Oranien. Sie saß anfangs zuunterst mitten unter den Kindern. Da nun aber die Leute auf die Bänke stiegen, um sie zu sehen, trotz der Stewards, die unermüdlich die Obenstehenden mit ihren Stäben berührten und zur Anständigkeit aufforderten, verließ sie ihren Platz und setzte sich in den Chor. Da kehrten sich dann die dort sitzenden Mädchen mit dem Gesichte nach ihr und machten in einem Tempo ihr unablässige Verneigungen, so daß das Ganze aussah wie ein wallendes Meer. Mitten unter den Gebeten fiel es auf einmal ein paar Schulbuben ein, ihr ein lautes »Hurray« zu bringen, in das das ganze Kinderheer einstimmte, zum offenbaren Missvergnügen des Erzbischofs von Armagh, eines hochtouristischen Lords Beresford. Auch scheinen die Kleinen einen Wink zur Unterlassung bekommen zu haben, denn es blieb bei diesem einmaligen Ruf, was sonst nicht in der hiesigen Sitte ist. Die jungen Leute lärmen noch immer fort. Mein Licht ist zu Ende, ich will mich daher zu Bette legen, vielleicht nimmt es doch bald ein Ende. Ende von 9. Juni 1836 aus Grillparzers Tagebuch auf der Reise nach Frankreich und England von Franz Grillparzer. Gelesen von Availle im Juni 2014.
Poem 9 of A Shropshire Lad by A. Housman. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On moonlit heath and lonesome bank the sheep beside me graze, and yon the gallows used to clank fast by the 4 crossways. A careless shepherd once would keep the flocks by moonlight there, and high amongst the glimmering sheep the dead man stood on air. They hang us now in Shrewsbury jail, the whistles blow forlorn, and trains all night groan on the rail to men that die at morn. There sleeps in Shrewsbury jail to-night, or wakes, as may betide, a better lad, if things went right, than most that sleep outside. And naked to the hangman's noose the morning clocks will ring, a neck God made for other use than strangling in a string. And sharp the link of life will snap, and dead on air will stand heels that held up as straight a chap as treads upon the land. So here I'll watch the night and wait to see the morning shine, when he will hear the stroke of 8, and not the stroke of 9. And wish my friend as sound asleep as lads I did not know that shepherded the moonlit sheep 100 years ago. End of Poem 9 from A Shropshire Lad by A. Housman. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
The Foreign Policy of Company 99 by Rea-Hedrick. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Foreign Policy of Company 99. John Burns, hose cart driver of Engine Company 99, was afflicted with what his comrades called Japanitis. Burns had a war map spread permanently upon a table in the second story of the engine house, and he could explain to you at any hour of the day or night the exact positions, conditions, and intentions of both the Russian and Japanese armies. He had little clusters of pins stuck in the map which represented the opposing forces, and these he moved about from day to day in conformity with the war news in the daily papers. Whenever the Japs won a victory, John Burns would shift his pins, and then he would execute a war dance of delight, and the other firemen would hear him yell, "Go it, you blamed little sort of huckleberry-eyed, monkey-faced, hard tamales! Eat 'em up, you little sleight-of-hand, blow-legged bull-terriers! Give 'em another of them yellow lulus, a new lead rise in St. Petersburg. Talk about your Russians, say. Wouldn't they give you a painsky when it comes to a scrap of which? Not even on the fair island of Nippon was there a more enthusiastic champion of the Mikado's men. Supporters of Russian cause did well to keep clear of engine house number 99. Sometimes all thoughts of the Japs left John Burns' head. That was when the alarm of fire had sounded, and he was strapped in his driver's seat on the swaying cart guiding Eriba Sancho, the finest team in the whole department, according to the crew of 99. Of all the codes adopted by man for regulating his actions toward his fellow mortals, the greatest are these: the code of King Arthur's Knights of the Round Table, the Constitution of the United States, and the unwritten rules of the New York Fire Department. The Round Table methods are no longer practicable since the invention of streetcars and breach of promise suits, and our Constitution is being found more and more unconstitutional every day. So, the code of our firemen must be considered in the lead, with the Golden Rule and Jeffrey's New Punch trying for place and show. The Constitution says that one man is as good as another, but the fire department says he is better. This is a too generous theory, but the law will not allow itself to be construed otherwise, all of which comes perilously near to being a paradox, and commends itself to the attention of the SPCA. One of the transatlantic liners dumped out at Yldz Island a lump of protozoa, which was expected to evolve into an American citizen. A steward kicked him down the gangway. A doctor pounced upon his eyes like a raven seeking for trachoma or ophthalmia. He was hustled ashore and ejected into the city in the name of liberty, perhaps theoretically thus inoculating against kingocracy with a drop of its own virus. This hypodermic injection of Europeanism wandered happily into the veins of the city with the broad grin of a pleased child. It was not burdened with baggage, cares, or ambitions. Its body was lithely built and clothed in a sort of foreign fustian. Its face was brightly vacant, with a small, flat nose, and was mostly covered by a thick, ragged, curling beard like the coat of a spaniel. In the pocket of the imported thing were a few coins, denarii, scudi, kopecks, pfennigs, pilasters, whatever the financial nomenclature of his unknown country may have been. Prattling to himself, always broadly grinning, pleased by the roar and movement of the barbarous city into which the steamship cut rates had shunted him, the alien strayed away from the sea which he hated, as far as the district covered by Engine Company number 99. Light as a cork, he was kept bobbing along by the human tide, the crudest atom in all the silt of the stream that emptied into the reservoir of liberty. While crossing the 3rd Avenue, he slowed his steps, enchanted by the thunder of the elevated trains above him and the soothing crash of the wheels on the cobbles. And then there was a new delightful chord in the uproar, the musical clanging of a gong and a great shining juggernaut belching fire and smoke that people were hurrying to see. This beautiful thing, entrancing to the eye, dashed past, and the protoplasmic immigrant stepped into the wake of it with his broad, enraptured, uncomprehending grin, and so stepped into the path of number 99's flying hose cart with John Burns gripping with arms of steel the reins over the plunging backs of Erebus and Joe. The unwritten constitutional code of the firemen has no exceptions or amendments. It is a simple thing, as simple as the rule of three. There was the heedless unit in the right of way. There was the hose cart and the iron pillar of the elevated railroad. John Burns swung all his weight and muscle on the left rein. The team and cart swerved that way and crashed like a torpedo into the pillar. The men on the cart went flying like skittles. The driver's strap burst. The pillar rang with the shock, and John Burns fell on the car track with a broken shoulder 20 feet away, while Erebus, beautiful raven-black best-loved Erebus, lay whickering in his harness with a broken leg. In consideration for the feelings of Engine Company number 99, the details will be lightly touched. The company does not like to be reminded of that day. There was a great crowd and hurry calls were sent in, and while the ambulance gong was clearing the way, the men of number 99 heard the crack of the SPCA agent's pistol and turned their heads away, not daring to look toward Erebus again. When the firemen got back to the engine house, they found that one of them was dragging by the collar the cause of their desolation and grief. They set it in the middle of the floor and gathered grimly about it. Through its whiskers, the calamitous object chattered effervescently and waved its hands. "Sounds like a seedless powder," said Mike Dowling disgustedly. "And it makes me sicker than one. Call that a man? That horse was worth a steamerful of such two-legged animals. It's a immigrant, that's what it is." "Look at the doctor's chalk mark on its coat," said Riley, the desk man. "It's just landed. It must be a kind of Dago or a Hun or one of them Finns, I guess. That's the kind of truck that Europe unloads onto us." "Think of a thing like that getting in the way and laying John up in hospital and spoiling the best fire team in the city," groaned another fireman. "It ought to be taken down to the dock and drowned." "Somebody go around and get slow whiskey," suggested the engine driver, "and let's see what nation is responsible for this conglomeration of hair and head noises." Slow whiskey kept a delicatessen store around the corner on 3rd Avenue and was reputed to be a linguist. One of the men fetched him, a fat, cringing man with a discursive eye and the odors of many kinds of meats upon him. "Take a whirl at this importation with your jaw-breakers, Slobisky," requested Mike Dowling. "We can't quite figure out whether he's from Hackensack Bottoms or Hong Kong on the Ganges." Slovisky addressed the stranger in several dialects that ranged in rhythm and cadence, from the sounds produced by a tonsillitis gargle to the opening of a can of tomatoes with a pair of scissors. The immigrant replied in accents resembling the uncorking of a bottle of ginger ale. "I have you his name," reported Slovisky. "You shall not pronounce it. Writing of it in paper is better." They gave him paper, and he wrote, "Dimitri Savangwisk." "Looks like shorthand," said the desk man. "He speaks some language," continued the interpreter, wiping his forehead, "of Austria, and mixed with a little Turkish, and then he have some Magyar words and a Polish or two, and many like the Romanian, but not without talk of one tribe in Bessarabia. I do not him quite understand." "Would you call him a Dago or a Pollocker or what?" asked Mike, frowning at the polyglot description. "He is a," answered Slovisky. "He is a, I think he come from, I think he's a fool," he concluded, impatient at his linguistic failure. "And if you please, I will go back at my delicatessen." "Whatever he is, he's a bird," said Mike Darling, "and you want to watch him fly." Taking by the wing the alien fowl that had fluttered into the nest of liberty, Mike led him to the door of the engine house, and bestowed upon him a kick hearty enough to convey the entire animus of Company 99. Dimitri Sangvisk hustled away down the sidewalk, turning once to show his ineradicable grin to the aggrieved firemen. In 3 weeks, John Burns was back at his post from the hospital. With great gusto, he proceeded to bring his war map up to date. "My money on the Japs every time," he declared. "Why, look at them Russians. They are nothing but wolves. Wipe 'em out, I say. And the little old jiu-jitsu gang are just the cherry blossoms to do the trick. And don't you forget it." The second day after Burns' reappearance came Dimitri Savangvisk, the unidentified, to the engine house with a broad grin than ever. He managed to convey the idea he wished to congratulate the horse cart driver on his recovery and to apologize for having caused the accident. This he accomplished by so many extravagant gestures and explosive noises that the company was diverted for half an hour. Then they kicked him out again, and on the next day he came back grinning. How or where he lived no one knew. And then John Burns' 9-year-old son, Chris, who brought him convalescent delicacies from home to eat, took a fancy to Savangvisk, and they allowed him to loaf about the door of the engine house occasionally. One afternoon, the big drab automobile of the Deputy Fire Commissioner buzzed up to the door of number 99, and the deputy stepped inside for an informal inspection. The men kicked Savangvisk out a little harder than usual and proudly escorted the deputy around 99, in which everything shone like my lady's mirror. The deputy respected the sorrow of the company concerning the loss of Erebus, and he had come to promise it another mate for Joe that would do him credit. So they let Joe out of his stall and showed the deputy how deserving he was of the finest mate that could be in horsedom. While they were circling around Joe confabbing, Chris climbed into the deputy's auto and threw the power full on. The men heard a monster puffing and a shriek from the lad, and sprang out too late. The big auto shot away, luckily taking a straight course down the street. The boy knew nothing of its machinery. He sat clutching the cushions and howling. With the power on, nothing could have stopped that auto except a brick house, and there was nothing for Chris to gain by such a stoppage. Dimitri Savangvisk was just coming in again and again for another kick when Chris placed his merry little prank. While the others sprang for the door, Dimitri sprang for Joe. He glided upon the horse's bare back like a snake, and shouted something at him like the crack of a dozen whips. One of the firemen afterward swore that Joe answered him back in the same language. 10 seconds after the auto started, the big horse was eating up the asphalt behind it like a strip of macaroni. Some people 2 blocks and a half away saw the rescue. They said that the auto was nothing but a drab noise with a black speck in the middle of it for Chris, when a big bay horse with a lizard lying on its back cantered up alongside of it, and the lizard reached over and picked the black speck out of the noise. Only 15 minutes after Savangvisk's last kicking of the hands, or rather the feet of engine company number 99, he rode Joe back through the door with the boy safe, but acutely conscious of the licking he was going to receive. Savangvisk slipped to the floor, leaned his head against Joe's, and made a noise like a clucking hen. Joe nodded and whistled loudly through his nostrils, putting to shame the knowledge of slow whiskey of the delicatessen. John Burns walked up to Savangvisk, who grinned, expecting to be kicked. Burns gripped the outlander so strongly by the hand that Dimitri grinned anyhow, conceiving it to be a new form of punishment. "The heathen rides like a Cossack," remarked the fireman, who had seen a Wild West show. "They are the greatest riders in the world." The word seemed to electrify Subangbusk. He grinned wider than ever. "Yes, me Cossack," he spluttered, striking his chest. "Cossack?" repeated John Burns thoughtfully. "Ain't that a kind of Russian?" "They are one of the Russian tribes, sure," said the desk man, who read books between fire alarms. Just then Alderman Foley, who was on his way home and did not know of the runaway, stopped at the door of the engine house and called to Burns. "Hello there, Jimmy, me boy. How's the war coming along? Chaps still got the bear on the trot, have they?" "Oh, I don't know," said John Burns argumentatively. "Them Japs haven't got any walkover. You wait till Kurpatkin gets a good whack at 'em, and they won't be knee-high to a puddle duck sky." The Foreign Policy of Company 99 by O. Henry. Read by Jyothi Tharavanat.
"9 Years After" by Orlando Falkland Lewis. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Edwards returned from the telephone to the breakfast table, his hand still clutching his napkin, and 2 deep lines of annoyance between his eyes. He answered his wife's look of timid inquiry by casting down the napkin, deepening the frown, and gulping his coffee at a draught. Then, "I've got to work to-day," he said. "But, Peter," protested his wife, "it's New Year's, and you promised the children—" I know," he nodded. "But this is what it means to be superintendent of the Charities Bureau of New York. The man I engaged to keep the shop open to-day sends word he's sick, and so I've got to sit alone at a desk all day, while other people are enjoying themselves." "Couldn't you make some of the other employees do it for you?" Edward's face softened a little. "No," he said. "You see, it's New Year's Day for them too. It wouldn't be fair. I know there'll be virtually nothing for me to do when I get there, but we must keep open every day in the year, and I've got to be on the job." He had already started for the door, but he turned back to kiss her. "Don't worry," he added, forcing a smile. And he called back to her, "Perhaps I'll be of more use down there than I think now." Perhaps, but once he had settled himself in the office a mile from his own home, then indeed indications for any unusual usefulness were scarcely enlivening. 2 hobos called and were referred to the city lodging-house. A child entered with a lisping request for Mother'th New Year'th basket, and left, you may be sure, as soon as she had volunteered the information that Mother had already disposed of 2 other baskets. Then there came a man who wanted to consult the city directory, and a woman who had mistaken this building for another. A shuffling in the doorway aroused him, and he looked up with languid interest to greet a new applicant. The man was to all appearances only a typical down-and-outer. He might have been 30 years old, or he might have been 50. 45, thought the superintendent, was a good guess. A week's growth of black bristles covered his pallid, sunken face. His clothes, though not shabby, were marred by the wrinkles that made it clear they had been worn by night as well as by day, and his long, nervous fingers twisted about a faded derby hat. "Sit down," said Edwards. "What can I do for you?" The man's eyes were raised directly to those of his interrogator, and then the superintendent observed the first point of difference between this man and the general type of petitioners who frequented the office. There were many who were sad, many who were sullen, many who were cunning, but the new visitor was sheerly bewildered. He was so much bewildered that he did not seem to heed the superintendent's question. "What can I do for you?" Edwards repeated. "Do you want a meal?" Then the man spoke. His voice was hollow and frightened. "No," he said. "I just had one. I want help. Quick. I'm scared." Of course, thought the superintendent. Alcoholism, heart disease, or delusions of persecution. But what he said was only, "Tell me about it." The man sat down uneasily and put his hand to the back of his head as if in pain. "Honest," he replied, "I ain't a bum. I've just had a bad fall, and I don't know who I am." Edwards went straight to the point. "How long," he asked, "have you been drinking?" But the man pouted like a querulous child. "Won't you please find out who I am?" he asked. "I saw the sign here, and it said this was a charity place. You won't believe me, but it's gospel truth. I've had a fall. I don't know what town this is. I don't know my name, and I don't know where I came from, though I think it was a jail." Edwards began to grow interested. The tone rang true. "Go on," he said. "Well," the man's voice broke, "that's all. I'm lost, and I want to go home." "Where's that?" "I don't know, but I know I've got one. I'm sure of that. I have a wife, her name's Jenny, and I've got a little girl named Dorothy." He put his face in his hands to hide his tears, and Edwards waited until the thin shoulders had ceased their heaving. "I haven't been drinking," he continued at last. "When I picked myself up in the alleyway, I knew I had knocked back a lot of memory into my head. Straight. Listen, did you ever hear of a man having two sets of memories, or two brains, or something?" The superintendent nodded. "Well," pursued the visitor, "I guess that's the trouble with me. When I was a boy in or where was it I was a boy?" He groped for the name. "I can't get it." "Milwaukee?" suggested Edwards. "I don't know, perhaps. Anyhow, when I was a boy, I had what a doctor called double personality, you understand? Only when I was the other fellow, and forgot my family and my name and all that, somehow they got me back right after a few hours. The doctor said it would wear off. And when Dr. Wilson— For God's sake, put that name down. Wilson, that's the doctor's name, all right. That's the first name I remember this time." The superintendent was caught in the current. He scribbled the name upon a pad. "What then?" he asked. Let's see. The stranger was becoming vague again. "You said you had a wife?" Edwards coaxed. "Oh, yes. I know now how I happened to go off the hooks last time. I was in a train, and we were crossing a river, and there was a crash, and we fell down. He sprang to his feet, reviving the past. "I can't get away," he yelled. Gently Edwards drew him again to the chair. "That was how you were hit," he said. "Yes, and it knocked everything clean out of my head. I don't remember another thing till just now." "When did it happen?" asked the superintendent quickly. "I remember there had been fireworks. It was the 4th of July." "And the year?" Why, this year, of course. 1900. His moving eye sought the window. "And now there's the snow," he added. Edwards hesitated a minute, but took the plunge. "This," said he slowly, "is 1909. The man's head sank forward on his breast. "Nearly 8 years," he whispered. "Why, Jenny may be— What town's this?" "New York. I used to do business in New York. I know I did. Perhaps Jenny— But no." Edwards gripped the man's shoulders hard. Try to remember what your job was when you were on the train," he said. Think. There was a long silence, so long that Edwards began to despair, his eyes roving the room as if for help. At last, however, the man's hand flashed to his pocket and brought out a crumpled letter, which he eagerly read. "I guess that accounts for most of the time," he said, with a gleam of grim humour in his eye. Edwards took the letter. It was from the warden of the Northern Penitentiary of Pennsylvania, and was addressed to a man in New York. "The bearer of this," it ran, "is James Flynn. He has just completed in this prison a sentence of 7 years for burglary, which has been lessened by good conduct, and for bravery, when a fire threatened to enable a group of convicts to escape. I hope you can find him work, and I am sure you will find him worthy." The date was December 21st. "What's this about this fire?" asked Edwards. "You can search me." "What were you sent up for?" "I don't know. I tell you I don't know anything. Lord, man, can't you understand? Can't you help?" The superintendent gazed fixedly on his questioner. He was something new in his experience. The man might be an ordinary impostor, or a not extraordinary lunatic. In either case, how was the truth to be established? How? His eye fell upon the telephone at his elbow, and he seized the transmitter. "I am going to try," he said. In 15 minutes he was talking on the long-distance wire to the author of the letter. "This," said he, "is the Charities Bureau of New York. There is a man here, James Flynn, released from your prison on December 21st. Had 7 years for burglary. Yes, I remember him. Where was he sent from? I'll have to consult the records. Is it important?" "It's vital." "Very well." There was a wait of a minute. Then, "Committed from Lancaster. What charge?" "Robbing the Eureka National Bank there." "Thank you." The superintendent hung up the receiver and repeated what he had learned. But Flynn shook his head. "Lancaster sounds familiar," he said, "but I didn't live there, I know that." Edwards was no detective, but one success with the telephone had taught him a lesson. He turned again to that instrument and called Lancaster, Flynn gripping the arms of his chair and listening all intensity. "Give me police headquarters," said Edwards. "Give me the chief's office." "That the chief?" "Well, chief, this is the Charities Bureau of New York." "Yes. Do you remember a robbery at the Eureka National Bank in your town about 8 years ago?" "Yes, I thought there wouldn't be many." "3 men on the job? Well, do you remember James Flynn?" "Yes, James Flynn, 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 one of the 3. Oh, yes. You assume that he tried to jump a freight on the cut-off and had fallen? Did you find any papers on him?" "I wish you would look it up, please." Edwards placed his hand over the receiver and turned to Flynn. "The chief says that in the getaway you were hit by an engine and that the loot was found by your side." Flynn was leaning eagerly forward. "I'm remembering," he cried. "I'm remembering. Ask him about a pocketbook I had. I always used to carry a pocketbook with my name inside and the place where I lived. But whether that was before the wreck or... Ask him, ask him." Edwards raised his hand for silence. The telephone was busy once more. "Good." He was speaking into the transmitter now. "Was there a pocketbook?" "You'd thought he'd stolen that too? Well, what name was in it?" "Very distinctly, please." Edwards looked across the instrument and gazed steadily at Flynn as he repeated the words that the telephone, over all those miles, was clicking into his ear. "Henry Marston, Henry Marston." Flynn had again sprung to his feet. "And what address?" persisted Edwards. 1781 Hamilton Street, Philadelphia. Yes. Oh, yes, you're quite right. He probably did steal it. Thank you very much." Edwards hung up the receiver and turned. Above him stood the ex-convict, his dry lips working convulsively. "I'm Marston," he cried. "I remember now. I remember." "Are you quite sure?" asked the superintendent. "Sure?" gasped the visitor. "Why, I know that as well as I know my own name. When's the next train to Philadelphia?" But Edwards once more raised a protesting hand. "Wait a minute," he said. "Sit down again, please. The chief of police says there was some little money in the pocketbook that was found on you, and that they are sure you stole it, though they could never trace the Marstons in Philadelphia. Don't you see that may mean that your family had vanished long before your arrest?" "But I never was a burglar in my right senses." "Exactly. Therefore you probably haven't been at the Hamilton Street address for a long time." Marston went white, and the dirty hand that he drew across his eyes trembled. But Edwards scarcely noticed that. He was cudgelling his brains for the next move. The Lancaster police had failed, they said, to find any Marstons at the Hamilton Street address. That was a setback. But had the Lancaster police really tried to get such information? Had they worked thoroughly? After all, they must have reasoned that they had all the evidence they wanted. They could convict their man without further endeavour. Edwards knew police methods too well not to be aware of the average policeman's disinclination for any task of supererogation. He returned to the telephone, called the Philadelphia police station nearest to 1781 Hamilton Street, and asked a half-dozen questions. Next he faced Marston. "The lieutenant says," he explained, "that there's an officer in the roll room who has been on that beat for years. Wait, here he is now." He was once more talking into the phone, and Marston, his jaws set, his eyes staring, and the sweat springing from every pore, heard him continue. "Yes, a family named Marston. What, dead?" The lost man cried aloud. "It can't be!" he shouted. "It can't be!" "Hush!" cautioned Edwards, and then over the phone, "Are you sure?" "Oh, the husband died, and the family moved away?" "Thank God!" whispered Marston. But Edwards was continuing. "Married? She married?" "What's that?" cried Marston. "Jenny?" He rushed to the telephone and tried to wrest the receiver from the superintendent's hand. "It's not true!" he wailed. "Give me that phone!" Edwards pushed him away. "Look out!" he said. "Be a man. Keep your nerve. Wait a minute, officer," he continued into the phone. "But if that's true," shouted Marston, I must. Good God, don't you see that then I must never come back to life?" "Wait a minute," persisted Edwards, this time to Marston. "Who was married?" he asked of his distant interlocutor. "Oh, it was the daughter." And again Marston's dry lips framed the words, "Thank God." "Well, where did the family move?" the superintendent continued. "To relatives?" "Couldn't you find out where?" "All right. I'm much obliged, anyway." Edwards shook his head. "We're against a blank wall," he said. "And just when the road seems to run so straight ahead. The officer doesn't know where your family went." "But the neighbours? Why not ask them?" "And the neighbours can't be got at, because the whole block has been torn down to make place for a factory." "Then there's no way?" "Yes, there are a dozen ways. Slower, but sure." "Slower?" wailed Marston. "Don't you understand what this means to me? Don't you? Why, when I was in business, if I'd been that slow selling goods—" Instantly Edwards quoted the flying clue of automatic memory. He had heard somewhere of how trained psychologists treated such cases, and now he turned quickly upon Marston, whose eyes were growing glazed again. The superintendent snapped out his questions like shots from a magazine revolver. "Travelling salesman?" "Yes." "What line?" "Leather." "Know New York?" "Yes." "Work here?" Marston faltered. "I don't know," he said. Edwards clapped his hands sharply upon the man's shoulders. "Think!" he commanded. I don't know. Marston's gaze was wandering aimlessly about the office. Suddenly, however, it became fixed, and he pointed wildly to the wall above Edward's head. "There," he declared. "I know that place." The superintendent's eyes followed the pointing finger. Marston was indicating a picture of the Flatiron Building above the superintendent's desk. "What is it?" asked Edwards. "I don't know, but I used to pass it every day when I was here." "Listen," said Edwards. "That is the Flatiron Building. It stands at the junction of 23rd Street, 5th Avenue, and Broadway. Do you remember now?" I think I do, a little." "Then you do know New York?" "I must." Was Jenny a New Yorker?" "I'm not sure. She had a relative who It seems to me she had a relative." "What sort?" An uncle. Yes, an uncle." "Where did he live?" "On 28th Street." "East? I don't know." "West?" "Oh, I don't know." "His name?" "Clean." "Clean?" And Marston's eyes became those of a man that wakes from a heavy sleep. "I don't know," he moaned. "Please find her. 9 years!" But the superintendent had now the hint he wanted. He went to a row of New York directories, took up the bulky volume for 1900, and ran a rapid finger down the list of Clintons. There was only one in 28th Street, a Joseph H. Clinton, opposite whose name was the trade phrase he sought, leather goods. Edwards turned to his telephone directory. The wind of destiny was blowing favourably once more. Joseph H. Clinton was still at the old address. The superintendent called the number. "Is Mr. Joseph H. Clinton there?" It was evidently a servant who answered. "Yes, but he's just sitting down to his New York's dinner." "Well, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I must interrupt him. I want to talk on a matter of importance." There was a brief wait, Marston sitting the while like the prisoner who has been told that the jury has just agreed upon a verdict. Then a man's voice spoke to Edwards over the phone. "This is Mr. Clinton," it said. "I'm sorry to disturb you at your New Year's dinner, Mr. Clinton," the superintendent responded, "but I am very anxious to learn if you know anything about a Henry Marston who, I believe, used to be in your employ as a travelling salesman." "Mr. Marston is dead." "So I've been told, but for business reasons I wanted to learn something about his death and his family. Mr. Marston was the Western representative of my firm, but was on a train that was wrecked crossing a river in Colorado in 1900. "And his daughter?" "Is married to my junior partner." "Can you give me her address?" "Really, I don't see—" "I shall explain everything in a moment, Mr. Clinton." "Well, she and her mother are just now here taking their New Year's dinner with me." "Mr. Clinton," said Edwards, "was Mr. Marston's body ever found?" "It was not. Why do you ask? Can you mean—" "Mr. Clinton, if she can bear a great surprise, I think you had better ask the elder of your guests to the phone." The superintendent got his answer and beckoned to the man who had been lost. "Mr. Marston," he said, "come here and talk to your wife." End of 9 Years After, by Orlando Falkland Lewis.
Psalmo 9, from A Bíblia Sagrada, translated by João Ferreira de Almeida. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Salmo 9, Salmo de Davi para o cantor-mor sobre Mutlabem. Louvarei a Jeová com todo o meu coração. Contarei todas as tuas maravilhas. Em ti me alegrarei e saltarei de prazer. Salmodiarei a teu nome, ó Altíssimo. Porquanto meus inimigos tornarão atrás, cairão e perecerão de diante de tua face. Porque tu despachaste meu direito e minha causa judicial. Tu te assentaste no tribunal, julgando justamente. Asperamente repreendeste as gentes, destruíste ao ímpio. Seu nome desarraigaste para sempre e eternamente. Ó inimigo, acabarão-se já as assolações para sempre. E tu as cidades arrasaste? Já pereceu sua memória com elas. Porém Jeová perpetuamente se assentará, já preparou o seu tribunal para julgar. E ele mesmo julgará o mundo com justiça, e fará justiça aos povos com retidões. E será Jeová um alto refúgio para o afligido, um alto refúgio em tempos de angústia. E confiarão em ti os que conhecem teu nome, porque nunca desamparaste aos que te buscam, Jeová. Salmodiai a Jeová, que habita em Sião. Denunciai entre os povos suas façanhas. Porque busca os derramamentos de sangue e lembra-se deles. Não se esquece do clamor dos miseráveis. Tem misericórdia de mim, Jeová. Atenta para minha miséria, que me vem de meus aborrecedores. Tu que me exalças das portas da morte, para que eu conte todos os teus louvores nas portas da filha de Sião e me goze em tua salvação. As gentes se afundarão na cova que elas fizeram, seu pé ficou preso na rede que encobriram. Jeová foi conhecido em o juízo que fez, enlaçado foi o ímpio nas obras de suas mãos, Rigaion Selá. Os ímpios tornarão ao inferno, e todas as gentes que de Deus se esquecem. Porque não para sempre será esquecido o necessitado, nem a atenção dos miseráveis perecerá perpetuamente. Levanta-te, Jeová, não se esforce o homem. Sejam julgadas as gentes perante tua face. Põe-lhes medo, Jeová, saibam as gentes, que são homens, Selá. End of Psalmo 9. From A Bíblia Sagrada, translated by João Ferreira de Almeida.
Carmen 99 by Catullus. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Surripuitibi dum ludis mellite juventi, suaio lum dulci, dulcius ambrosia, verit non impune tuli, namquam plius oram suffixin sub ma meme minesse cruce, dum tibi me purgo, nec possum fletibus ullis tanti lungo estre demere sevit sie. Nan simulit fact est, multis diluta la bella, guttis abstersis omnibus articulis. Nequi quam nostro contract exore maneret, tamquam comic te spurca salio lupe. Praetere anfestum miserome trader amori, non cessastum nique ex cruciare modo. Ut mexambro sia mutatum iam foret illud, suaio lum tristius elleboro, quamquam iam penam misero proponis amori, nunquam iam postac basia surripiam. End of Carmen 99 by Catullus. Read by Merione.
A 9 Days Town, from the Outlook, April 8, 1905, by Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A 9 Days Town. The administration of the public offices and the public affairs of any community is what the active interest of that community compels, no better and no worse. Every criticism that attacks the morals of any administration should be the mirror in which the citizen sees his own civic character, the record of his effort at government, his share in the community progress. Every office has its burden of inheritance, is cumbered by the driftwood of political campaigns. Men who would not be kept a month in a good business office must be kept by the public official. He must bear the lesser evil to secure the higher good, although he knows that the lesser evil is a limitation to his official success. The late Colonel Waring was once asked what was the greatest official burden he had to bear. His reply was prompt and energetic. The philanthropists who want me to give jobs to the men no one else will have. To adopt high standards of achievement and low standards for the material with which to accomplish that end means failure, and the responsibility should rest where it belongs, on the people whose sympathies blind their judgment and their moral sense. The ill-judged sympathy of good people has caused almost as much evil in public office as political corruption. Lack of money, which means lack of workers and facilities, is often a cause of failure, and such a failure calls out the wrath of the citizen who will work hours in a critical spirit to ferret out the failures of public officials where he would not work minutes in a constructive spirit to secure the very results which he demands. This is the spirit that dulls the hearing of the official who is striving for the best in his power. Criticism that ends in itself is valueless, so far as public affairs are concerned. A man stands on a public platform and declares that hundreds of children are working in certain factories in defiance of the law. He moves men to anger and women to tears. He is as clearly reprehensible as the employer and the official whom the law may reach if the information he has is of the kind that is good only for platform uses. The statement is made that a public building intended for the use of the people is closed on Sunday, and limited, even on weekdays, in the use the people may have of it. A thrill of indignation goes through the audience, and it passes out, voicing its indignation against the man who issued that order. This official stands at the head of a complicated department, permeated through and through with the belief that its first duty is to supply work to a given number of political followers, its second, to meet certain needs in the community. The official himself was placed at the head of this department, with nothing to justify his appointment, by the demand of a certain class he was supposed to represent. All his life he has had to think in weeks' wages. He suddenly finds himself forced to think in thousands of dollars and to plan the work for thousands in a field of which he is wholly ignorant. Fully conscious of his unfitness, driven hither and yon in the belief that he can hold his office only by catering to those who pay their political debts through him, he fails, afraid to stand by his own judgment, because he is suddenly in possession of a city where he has only known a backyard. When the injustice to the people in limiting the use of that building is pointed out, this official is appalled. He changes his order at once, and complies with public sentiment. He had been the victim of a district leader who wished to curry favor with some voters by reducing the hours of labor of 8 people. Think of it, 8 against thousands. The earnest people who knew of that injustice and made it merely a subject of verbal criticism failed as truly in their duty to the people as the politician who was the successful petitioner for that injustice. A man known for his shrewdness and success as a ward politician recently said of New York that it was a 9-days town, meaning by that you could depend on its public interest and indignation in any one line on any one subject lasting only 9 days. The groups of people who will hold fast in any one line of community betterment until each purpose is accomplished are very small. It is on this that the politician counts. To study human nature is his profession. His success depends on knowing how much the public will endure, as well as how long it will be active. If the politician knew that every man struggling for a better community life felt himself accessory after the fact, if he allowed any evil to develop in the community unchallenged, the politician would see the end of his system, and, according to the light within him, would choose a new method or a new means of livelihood. End of A 9-Days Town, from the Outlook, April 8, 1905, by Anonymous. Read by Anusha, Iyer, Mumbai.
The 9 Lives of a Cat, A Tale of Wonder, by Charles Henry Bennett. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
How many lives had a cat got? 9. But when she was young, poor Kitty was hung. So, how many lives had the cat got? Yes, Kitty was hung when she was so young, but as you would hope, she pulled a knife out of her side pocket, and before you could count 1, 2, 3, cut right through the rope. How many lives had the cat got? 8. But when she was rounder, a boy tried to drown her. So how many lives had the cat got? Yes, a boy tried to drown her, when fatter and rounder, but as you would wish, she slipped the stone off her neck, and before you could count 1, 2, 3, swam like a fish. How many lives had the cat got? 7, but as I have learned, poor Pussy was burnt. So, how many lives had the cat got? Yes, Pussy was burnt, as I too have learned, but, as you will read, she jumped into the water butt before you could count 1, 2, 3. She did, indeed. How many lives had the cat got? 6, but she fell off the house, running after a mouse. So how many lives had the cat got? Yes, she fell off the house, running after a mouse, but, as life is sweet, before you could count 1, 2, 3, she came on her feet. How many lives had the cat got? 5, but I hear she has not, for they say she was shot. So how many lives had the cat got? Yes, with a gun she was shot, and the trigger it had got. I saw the man pull it, but Pussy held up her paw like the Wizard of the North, and before you could count 1, 2, 3, caught the bullet. How many lives had the cat got? 4. But people all say she was poisoned one day. So, how many lives had the cat got? Yes, it's true, people say she was poisoned one day, and very much it shocked her. But the moment she felt ill, and before you could count 1, 2, 3, she was off to the doctor. How many lives had the cat got? 3. But then the old wall crushed her in its fall. So, how many lives had the cat got? Yes, I know the old wall flattened Puss in its fall, and a dozen of her fellows. But Pussy walked sideways into the kitchen, and before you could count 1, 2, 3, blew herself out with the bellows. How many lives had the cat got? 2. But bit by a dog she is dead as a log. So, how many lives had the cat got? Yes, bit by a dog, but not dead as a log, as you'll gladly find. For she climbed up the apple tree before you could count 1, 2, 3, and left the dog behind. How many lives had the cat got? 1. But then she's grown old and has caught the bad cold. So, how many lives had the cat got? Yes, she has grown old and has caught a bad cold. Only bread and milk she touches, except a little gruel, but she burns a great deal of fuel, and you may count 1, 2, 3, a great many times, when she hobbles across the room on her crutches. How many lives had the cat got? None. It is true, then, as they said, that poor old Puss is dead. So many lives as she'd got. Yes, this song has all been said, and poor old Puss is dead. Let it never be forgot, although not 1, 2, 3, but 9 lives she had got.
End of The 9 Lives of a Cat, A Tale of Wonder by Charles Henry Bennett. Read by Herman Roskams in France, July 2014.
Old LibriVox, sung to a traditional Irish air, arranged by Fred E. Weatherly, and with words by Jason Mills. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Oh, LibriVox, the mics are calling from book to book and through the forum threads. Audacity is set up and we're rolling in quiet living rooms and lofts and sheds. We amplify according to instructions, rehearse the lines literature we read, record, and edit. We set our tags, at last upload our file. For we love books, the novelist and poet, and we give our renditions each in our own style. And so we've had 100 million downloads. For 9 years now we've been in strangers' ears. We cannot know just where it is the sound goes, but our spoken words may last 1,000 years.
End of song. Sung by Rea-Hedrick.
LibriVox 9, to the tune of Funiculi Funicular, music by Luigi Denza, with the lyrics of Edward Oxenford, thoroughly ruined by Ruth Golding. This is recorded to celebrate the 9th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Some think the world is all to do with money, and nothing's free.
No, nothing's free.
For some of us, this notion's rather funny.
Including me. That goes for me.
Recording books is not our paid employment.
We make no loot from our pursuit.
Our listeners download free for their enjoyment.
To hear our route while they commute.
Or do the dishes.
Listen, LibriVox is 9.
Listen, really, really fine. Tra-la-la-la, 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 tra-la-la-la.
LibriVox is 9. Tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la.
We've many authors here to entertain you.
Let me explain.
Public domain means copyrights expired and can't restrain you.
So don't complain, now Mr. Twain.
We books of heroes, crooks, and smart detectives.
That good you know in audio.
To read them all is one of our objectives. Go with the flow.
Give it the go.
Come and join us, have yourself some fun. Come and join us, you too could be one of LibriVox's many readers or proof listeners. Ta-ra! Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la.
Or if you'd like to try your hand at acting to reach your goal, a little role.
In dramas won't be terribly exacting.
Get on a roll, it could be droll.
Or take a part in a dramatic reading. Don't stop at one.
You'll find it's fun.
So much fun.
You'll soon see that I haven't been misleading.
It's really fun for everyone. Listen, LibriVox is 9. Listen, ain't it really fun? Tra-la-la, 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 tra-la-la. LibriVox is 9. Tra-la-la, tra-la-la.
End of O LibriVox, music by Luigi Denza.